See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me, my people? Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me? Good, good, good. Folks, listen, welcome. I don't know what I should call this, Come Reason with Rattigan or Reason with Rattigan or both, but I'm here. I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. Welcome again. And let me start by welcoming all of you and wishing those of you in the United States happy Labor Day. And if there's a holiday wherever you are in other parts of the world, happy holidays to you as well. Big up all of the crew in Jamaica. And of course, all of this wouldn't be possible without the Almighty and the tight-knit group of people and the strong support that we have from all of you, our family and friends. Big up producer Joan, big up a production team, big up producer OT in the house, people. And of course, Kevin, where you there? He's on standby. He's busy, but he said, look, if you run into any problems, just give me a call. So let's begin. Beverly, I saw you early this morning. You were first. Want to thank you. You were on very early because I was here with Kevin setting things up, and I saw you 12:27 to be exact. Yes. Patel, good afternoon and welcome. Sonia, blessings. Miss D, way up there. Yes. Jovel Leard, blessings. To share with us about such man from St. Thomas. All right, Patel. All right. Merle. Welcome, Merle. Welcome. I see you at the front row as usual. Beverly Edward, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Joey Blogs, big up yourself, Joey Blogs. Laura, thank you. We don't deal with absenteeism around here, you know. We don't deal with, you don't have to take a bus to come here, so we don't have to worry about that. Thanks for joining us. Wandan, bless up yourself. Looks like Wandan is out of Miami. Big up yourself. 1, 2, 3 at a few, God bless. Blessings, and thanks for joining. Nareen, you ready like me? Freddie. Herbie T, big up yourself, Herbie T. Laura, yes, time has arrived. Yes. Doreth, good afternoon. Jeff Clive, sorry, you're taunted. I can't call it that. I don't know what you mean by taunted, but Carol Johnson, blessings. Leonie Denton, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. And Bennett, Labor Day to all. Yeah. Thanks for joining us and much appreciated. Pamela Brown. Thanks for joining us. Okay, Nerine says I'll be out at 6:30. I guess that means tomorrow morning to mark my Wednesday morning to mark my X beside the head, of course. Okay. Nerine, make you know what she's about. Miss E, up, 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 one love as usual. Big up yourself. So you have your spanner ready for deal with the recalcitrants, people who come around here and try to get problems. Okay. Miss K, big up yourself. Big up Bray. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. Mirinda, good afternoon. And thanks for joining us. Claudia Palmer, yes, we have to keep the fire burning till we cross the line. Rosemary King, yeah, Rosemary says there's a class of programs. You and Mystic, I don't know. I'm going to listen to both of you. Well, Rosemary, you're going to have to go share yourself, you know? Open your eyes, see for yourself. That is so true. That is so true. Yes, indeed. Hold on, go back a second. Go back a second, Oti. Yeah, I try to figure out, is it Jove? Is it Jove? I'm not quite sure. I know Laird, but I'm not quite sure how you pronounce the first name. Maybe you can spell it out for us phonetically. All right. Thea Clark, blessings. Thanks for joining us, Thea. Roe Washington, right back at you. Ransford McLean, umbrella greeting of business resistance warrior. That's a nice description of us around here. The resistance warriors. I like it, Ransford. Kim Brown, good day, good day. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. I see you. Yes, yes. Enjoy your labor of today. Mirinda Roddock, blessings to you as well. Danielle, Jamaica land we love. That was said, Danielle. Dorothy Richards, greetings. John Scott. Yes, big up yourself, John Scott. Get yourself comfortable. Daglish, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Thea Clark, again, land we love. Alkebulan, Toronto in the building, as usual. Keep the fire burning, keep the fire burning. Peggy Senior, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, Peggy Senior. Senita, big up to Ratigan and crew for the human work they have been done to expose corruption, nepotism, and cronyism in Jamaica. One love. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, Senita. Whoa, during Denison said labor rights Flintstones last evening. One person injured. Didn't you hear about that? Sad. I hope this is not a harbinger of what's to come. I hope this is not a tale, it's like the beginning of something bad. I'm hoping. Catherine Daly, hey, 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 hey. Welcome. Claudia Palmer. Yes, even without a Jamaican passport, if you're born in Jamaica, you are a Jamaican. That's absolutely correct. Unless you renounce. Unless you renounce. That's the only way. If you're born in Jamaica, you may not be a Jamaican later on in life. That's if you renounce. If you say, I do not want to remain a Jamaican citizen, I want to go somewhere else. Yeah. Andrew Pine. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm telling you, I'm ready to go. Ready to go, as my mother would say, ready for service. Oh, Joey Blocks, everybody at Canada too. Okay, Joey Blocks, all of the people in Canada. Big up on yourself, big up on yourself. Enjoy the day. And if you can spend it with us, fine. If you cannot, then you can always catch a program later on, but live is much better. Senate, if this corrupt government is voted out, Rattigan and crew have played a significant signal role in their demise. It's a good point. It's a point worth thinking about. But you know what, Sanita? If the corrupt government is gone, we really don't even care who we're responsible for them for God. You know, we don't care, we just only care about the results. Yeah. But thank you for the thought though. Thanks, Anita. Shermaine. Happy Labor Day to you, Shermaine. I guess we're not seeing him. You know what, Andrew? That's a good question. On Wednesday, I was planning not to do anything on Wednesday, but I've been invited on several programs. I've been invited on Jeffrey Tavares's program. I've been invited on Mystics program. So I think I'll just, because Wednesday I have a whole bunch of things I have to do. So I'll be in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. But we won't have a Wednesday night program. Come Reason with Rattigan will not be on this Wednesday. But I will be on different programs. So you can still catch me. Latoya Gordon, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Full swing. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Keep it going, Motif. Fiona Burnett, good evening. Oh, all the way from the UK. What time is it dinner? It's 5 hours ahead, right? So it's 8:20. Thank you for joining us, Fiona. We appreciate your presence. RJ. Sherman McQueen, big up yourself. Pastor Ricky. You should call your Monday connecting with Rattigan. Blessings. You know, Pastor Ricky, we don't have a Monday program, to be honest with you. It's just because of the timing, we decided to have one today, and because we didn't finish what we were doing on Saturday. Even though people, believe it or not, we went for 7 hours straight and we still didn't finish. So we decided, and some of the material is timely and will be dated if we go past Wednesday. So we just said, let's get everything out today, because tomorrow a lot of people have a lot of programs, and then on Wednesday it's voting. So we decided it was either going to be Sunday or today, and OT and producer John twisted my arm and said, no, you're going to do it Monday. So here I am. All right, Pastor Ricky, thanks for spending some time with us. If you're available to, Pastor Ricky, we can always send you the link and you jump in, because it's just me alone there today. So we'll carry the thing. GG Jones, bless up yourself. Mail, good afternoon. Or Melee, yeah. Simonesh, prison term loading. See it there? Barbara Giwa, blessings, Barbara. Thanks for joining us. I just love this one. Real Black Woman. Yes. Big up yourself, Real Black Woman. Thanks for being here. Noreen Dennison, 1 times 1. Try to figure that one out. Merle Davis, hello. Welcome. Eleanor Neal, good afternoon. Welcome. Marvel in Rochester, good evening to you as well. Is that it, OT? Oh, Dalton Harris, more life, more blessings. Thank you, sir. Big up yourself. Rita Haslam, thank you. Much appreciated. Lisa Lou, do you think Mark Golding is serious about prosecution, alleged corruption? You know what, Lisa? Is it Lisa or Leachy? Depends. That's a good question. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him. And I've heard from several people that it would be that they're going to press the government to proceed with charges against members of this government. Well, I don't know. We shall see. But one thing I can tell you, though, that my quest to bring these people to justice on behalf of the Jamaican people will not stop. I am going to continue, because what they've done is a damn disgrace, an outrage, and criminal in some aspects. And we have to get justice for the people of Jamaica. people say, oh, but corruption's it'll go on time immemorial. But we have to start someplace. We have to start. And this is where we are. Let's start. Let's start. If we intend to prevent this from continuing, let's start and let's start. No, because we have the violations. It's not like we have to make up anything. These things are happening right before our eyes. So thank you, Lisa Lou. June Bailey, blessings. Thanks for joining us. Then, RN. Nurse then, happy Labor Day, Ratty. Thanks for educating, man. It's my pleasure, then. It's my pleasure. And it's my privilege to do that. Marva McLean, blessed Monday. Blessings. Real thing. Greetings and salutations. Looking forward to another informative and fact-filled show. I aim to please, real thing. I promise you won't be disappointed. Winsome Portmore. Hello, Winsome. Thanks for being with us. Simonesh, I can't wait for the piece on the tourism minister. We were talking about, what, Simonesh, we were talking about that. I think it was yesterday we were talking about it. I don't know, OT, if you remember that we were talking about. I don't remember. Somebody yesterday said that he's the only performing minister. And I said to them that at one point I thought he was, but then I've come to learn some things about him that are not so complimentary, including his purchase of a piece of property that I'm kind of questioning where did the money come from, So we shall see. We shall see. Yes. Continue, OT, please. Jeff Clive, it means you can't sleep. Well, Jeff Clive, I was never a sleeper. So, and at this point, I don't intend to become one. Somebody once said, you have plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. Somebody said that. They didn't say it to me, but they said it. But no. I'm just going to continue and we'll see where we go. Is that it, OT? Marjorie Princess Webby. Thank you. Treadily, up and running with Ratty. Thank you. John Scott. Oh, John Scott, Sir Nehemiah. Yeah, I know. John, big up yourself, John. Yes. Sam Allen. Good day to you too. Oh, Latoya said she voted from Friday. Outstanding, Latoya. Outstanding. We won't ask you who you vote for. I think we know. We won't ask. Is that it, OT? 5 stars, 596. Thank you. You see, 5 stars, things like this make me just continue, because when people say we appreciate what you're doing, you really don't know how much it touches me to know when people say that. And it's like sometimes, tired and we just push through the tiredness, because I have so much information at my disposal and I just need to share it, because that's it. A lot of us, we don't know what's going on in our country. We just don't. And if somebody had opened our eyes, we probably would have said, you know what, we'll do a course correction, or we'll do an amendment, or we'll take stock, we'll do something. But you can't do anything if you don't know. The only thing you're going to do is what you're used to doing. So 5 stars, big up yourself. Charmaine Adamson, time has arrived. Yes, indeed. Hello, Andrea. Yes, this is a special show. This is the first time I'm doing a show on a Monday. Yes. If you see me on a Monday, it's usually on somebody's show. It's not my show. So yes, it is a special show. Sanita, The people money must be used for the uplifting of the people. I agree. I agree 100%. GOK cooking. Blessings to all my Jamaicans like me who are not Jamaican. Prime Minister get himself in a deep hole with this one here. I know I should say get himself in a deeper hole because he's already in deep hole. Georgia Lynch. Let's demand the investigation. Leechaloo, yeah. Charmaine, good afternoon, everyone. Big up yourself. O.W. Brown, Yield Professor. Thank you. Thank you. Treadily, up and running. Melvin Bryan. It's been a while. Yes, Melvin. But I'm here and you're there. So we'll keep it going for sure. Don Copeland. Continue to expose them, Mr. Rattigan. We will. We will. Oh, Sam Allen say mash made it. Thanks, Sam. Paula McKenzie. Hey, Paula, how are you? Orville, fully active and ready to activate, right? Michael Brown. Time come. Time has arrived. Leechaloo, do you think Mark Golden, the prosecutor? Yeah, we answered that already. Yield to the prof, first time. Like, hey, OW, thanks. People have to big up OW, first time live. And all of the people who are joining us for the first time live, big up on yourself. Keep it going. Andrea Burke, good afternoon. And classmates, good afternoon. Yes, Treadily. That's it. John Mystic sensation on the oh yeah, Sam, I see what you mean. Okay, all right, yeah. I see what you mean. Neville Shackleford, Eddie, brethren from Firehouse. Big up yourself. So thanks for joining us. And good afternoon. Vilma Watson, good afternoon. Ivy Morgan, blessings and good afternoon. MOG, greetings, good afternoon and blessings. Bob Cosmic, one question, is first past the post democratic or undemocratic? I forgot to think about that one there, Bob Cosmic. I forgot to think about that one there. Because I think I know where you're going with it. And I don't want to answer and then I forgot to come correct myself. Oh, go back. Yeah, go back. Opal Mahoney, good afternoon, my bestie. What you say? Big up yourself. Keep it going. Geraldine Bennett, you're welcome. And I will continue. Because I like when you say you appreciate what I'm doing. Marvelin Rochester, blessings to you, Ratty. Blessings, Marvelin. Andrea Goodwin, one article number 2. So who wanna sue? Make them sue. Hey, Andrea, you get Andrea, you make me train up on a different track, you know. Cause see, Andrea. See? All right, Andrea. I see where y'all go with it, but we'll try to avoid that track today because we are wait, and we are prepared. So, Marlene McDonald, thank you so much. Right back at you. Much appreciated. Treadily, Jolly Vrate, yes. Norman Goldson. Yes, indeed. Norman. How do we prosecute corruption offense with a less than stellar record of DPP? Well, the DPP, as you know, she's leaving around September, I think 16th, 19th, somewhere around there. She has to leave. And so a new DPP will be installed sometime this year. It shouldn't take them long. They have shortlisted 4 people. I'm not sure if you're aware of the 4 people. One is the lady who was over at the Integrity Commission. I think her name is Kamika, Prince Kamika. Another one is Miss Kathy Pike, who was a senior prosecutor in the DPP's office. Another one is his name escapes me now, a gentleman who's also a senior prosecuting the DPP's office. And the fourth is the lady who was acting DPP last year when the DPP was on leave while the court decided what they would do. So there are 4 people there. They haven't heard anything more except that there are 4 people shortlisted, and a recommendation will be made. An appointment will be made, but the thing is, it cannot take effect until the Governor General says yes. And it wouldn't make sense for them to do it now. It's something that's going to happen after Wednesday. So that's where we are. I have my pick of the 4, but we'll sit on it for now. All right. Yes, OT. Hugh Campbell, big up yourself, sir. Thanks for joining us. Desmond can speak again that he would not turn the. Yeah, Latoya, Desmond can say whatever he wants to say, but when the people speak, that's it. So people gonna go out Wednesday and speak to Desmond and him come below. Chambi, what could cause a lot of judges and promotions in the police force this morning? What could cause this? And it's a little bit too late for them, because if they're trying to curry favor with these people, they voted on Friday. So there you go. Elaine Campbell, happy Monday, blessings, happy Labor Day. Don Borland, greetings, welcome. Gwyneth White, good afternoon. Hugh Robertham, greetings, sir, welcome. Lady Jen Royal Fergie, blessings. I haven't seen you in a while, Lady Jen. Big up yourself. Melvin Bryan, yes, big up yourself, Melvin. Good afternoon to you as well. Karen Reed, good afternoon, good evening. I'm just asking the people in front, please. Yes, good message, Karen. Please, people, go out and vote. People died so you could have this right. It's not a privilege to vote. It is a right. And we're going to play the video. We're going to play the video by Jeanette Calder that speaks to your right as a voter, but not only as a voter, but your right as a financier, an owner, and an employer. And if you believe that you have those rights, then you have no reason not to go out and vote, because Jamaica is your corporation and you are the shareholders in it. So you need to go out and vote on the board members, the ones who are steering the ship in the wrong direction, I believe. So Rose Logan, blessings. Elaine Campbell, blessings. Christopher Lawman, blessings, Christopher. Oh, Jeffrey Tavares, man. He's here in the house, man. Jeffrey, we might have you join me later if you're free. Keep it going, OT. Ubuntu. No. Over 60 years jail, peace of occasion, maybe 10 them leave out Jamaica for God. Take them, support us, for good take them. Hey, it's an interesting point. You know, we know what's going on now. A lot of people, they don't know what happened like 60 years ago, 50 years ago, 40 years ago, because, you know, they're in their 20s, so they wouldn't know. But what they do know is what's going on right now. Hi, Taylor. Elaine Campbell, all the way from Florida. Big up yourself. Great goodies, blessings. Big J64, yes, sir. Or I should say yes, because I don't know if it's a lady. So Don Borland, Pittsburgh in the house again. No better place to be but here right now. Thank you for your fearlessness in allowing us to be educated about the shenanigans of this administration. I'm humbled, Don. I'm humbled by your comments, and I take them seriously. And so I will continue. I will continue to do what I'm doing. Janice Lewis. Go back, OT. Please. OT? Yeah, one by one they're going to jail. Janice. Yeah, that's our hope. And hopefully our effort will result in that. Keep it going, please. Noel Thomas. But Mr. Ryan, you spend all that time doing what you, but when are we going to see the prison term loading? Well, Noel, it's a lot of moving parts, I mean, I can't prosecute anyone. I can do the background, I can connect the dots, I can analyze, and I can suggest and recommend. But at the end of the day, somebody in Jamaica, if you want them prosecuted in Jamaica, somebody in Jamaica is going to have to pick up the gauntlet and do that. Now, what I can do is with the Magnitsky, I can do that from overseas. But my options are limited. You know, I can do the Magnitsky, and hopefully one or all or most of the governments and the EU, they will find it helpful for the Jamaican people to pursue the course of justice, whether it is based on kleptocracy, corruption, or human rights abuse, or all three, or a combination of the three. So it's going to take a collaborative effort, but by God, we are going to try. At least around here, we are going to try. All right. Malin Fletcher, Jamaica in the house. Thanks, Malin. Big up yourself. Tell your family and friends, neighbors to join now. Much appreciated. The Pulse. You gave me hope. We're never going to be exposed. The Pulse. See? Where there's life, there's hope. Philip Miller, bless up. Thank you for joining us. The school start today. Wanda, if you're talking about Jamaica, I'm trying to think if it's today. It's today or tomorrow. Not sure. But I know I think they start one day before election day, and then they resume after election day. Not quite sure. If somebody knows the answer, please let us know. Curdell Martin, first time watching you from London. Hey, Curdell, big up yourself and all of the people watching us for the first time live. Big up on yourself. John Morris, greetings and sharing. Thank you for the good work you're doing. I have learned a lot from Mr. Gov't and your team. Thank you, John Morris. Thank you. Much appreciated. Elaine Campbell, will conjure assets get frozen? It depends. It depends, Elaine, on all of us. If we sign that Magnitsky petition, and then we can submit the package to all of these governments, the US, UK, Canada, and the EU. But nothing will happen if we don't take the first step. So that's where we go. Jamflix, greetings from Toronto until the journey over. Yes. And that's why I'm saying, Jamflix, that we have to start someplace. We can't say, well, then it's been going on for such a long time. We have to say that's the sentence doesn't, or the idea doesn't end there saying this has been going on for a long time. The second part of that should be, and we're going to stop it starting today. So thank you for your comment. Winsome Daily, big up. Jamaica land will love was said. Phil Antony, the IC must dig into investigate Paul East. Phil, you're onto something. And you know what, Phil? They're probably doing it, but they only gave us a snippet of what they're doing based on that affidavit from Mr. Craig Beresford. I think there might be more. Hopefully, we'll get to see that more. Hopefully. Tony Davidson, big up yourself, Tony. Joan Bailey, one down schools reopen next month. Oh, not today, a week from today. Okay. All right. Thanks for the answer, Joan. Did you watch the rally? I watched a piece of it. We're going to play something from it, Tony. I think I know what you're hinting at. Some promises were made and some accusations were leveled. So we're gonna touch on some of that today as well. Thanks. Larkland is the DPP, so that is important change to help. You're right. You're right, Larkland. If you don't have a DPP who is independent, objective, and free from political taint, we're going to have some issues. So it's important that we get a DPP who says, look, I don't care whether it's PNP or JLP. If you commit corruption, then you're going to be prosecuted. And then it will be left up to the judge or the jury to decide your fate. But my office is going to prosecute. That's what we need. Taylor, something has to be done. The incoming PM cannot pick up where they left off. Agreed, Taylor. I see you at least trying to get those billions of dollars back. Yes, we're trying to get the money repatriated to Jamaica because the money, and we know a lot of the money left Jamaica and it's offshore, it's overseas, and we need to get that money back so that we can build schools and fix roads and do fix healthcare and fix national security issues, deal with a whole bunch of issues to make Jamaica the place that it really should be by now, but it is not. Jamaica should be a polished gem by now. And Jamaica is still in the rough state. Still in the rough state. Because people came in, people took the reins of power, or people were given the reins of power to do good, and instead they started thinking about themselves and not the people. So, Jay Summer, good afternoon. Welcome. Hugh, bless up Joan. Hyacinth, I love to watch this program. Thank you, Hyacinth. Keep it going, OT. Keep it going, Gwyneth. Justice for our people, it's big disgrace. Yes, indeed, Gwyneth. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. What is your take on Desmond McKenzie? We're not surrender. It's nonsense that Desmond McKenzie is just political rhetoric. I'm just saying that to appeal to the base. But once the people have spoken, that's the end of it. So, these things are just made to, they're inflammatory statements. So to be here that and jump up on them, start thinking immediately in their mind tribal war. Once you start saying we're not surrendering, and if you don't surrender, what you do? You fight. But the question is, how do you fight? That statement has no place, as far as I'm concerned, in the political space. But it was made, and we just have to move on. Emoji, can we, the citizens, demand of the PNP should they, when they proceed with prosecution? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Thank you, Tony. My pleasure and privilege. Jillian, we can't imagine all the time the diaspora bloggers have used to reveal this or not. Yep. Yeah, it can't be for not. Yeah, we have to do something. Something must come out of it. Pauline Alvaranga, good afternoon to you and welcome. George Beckford, happy Labor Day to you, sir. Thanks for joining us. Sonia Unstoppable, blessings to you and your family. Happy Labor Day. Denise Stoltz, good afternoon. That's it, OT. Ludwig, bless up yourself, Ludwig. Diana Atkinson, greetings. The James family. Yes, Ratigan, I'd love for you to work with the PNP to bring the government to justice. Hey, everybody has my number. Everybody have my contact details. So I'm here. Althea, blessings. That's it. Peggy Senior. Stratigan Pernell C went to St. Thomas and told me the government is on him in. The man is scared. Why did he wait for now to approach these people? That's true, Peggy. I saw the videos and they're very, I'm trying to find a word, it's untimely. And for him to do this now, to tell people to get off the land. You have to wonder what's going on in his head. You have to wonder. Is this something that was done? Well, it doesn't even really matter why it was done. It was done. And so now what are the people supposed to do? You're giving them immediate notice. First of all, we don't even know if he's the owner of that property. We don't know. I didn't see any proof. And if he is, do those people have a right to remain there based on the length of time that they've occupied the premises? Now, there might be an adverse possession issue. Don't know, but we shall see. Audrey, good afternoon. Bless up. Marilyn Donaldson. Yes, good evening, Marilyn. Faye White. Love you too, feel white. Big up yourself. Casserole, surprise, Sarati. Yes, 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 yes. Donna Whitaker, blessings, blessings, blessings. Boy, we have a lot of people that tune into the Steffi Sweetie. Well, go on, Mr. Rattigan. Boy, nothing Steffi Sweetie. Me there, look out at me eye. How about you? Dolores Turner. I would love for you to be senator in parliament as one of the concerned diaspora. Dolores, thank you. Thank you. But we'll talk one day and I'll give you my feelings, my perspective about that. We'll talk. Claudia Fletcher, blessings. Tony Davidson, am I a Jamaican? Let me see. Based on what the Prime Minister said, no. Based on what the Prime Minister said. Actually, based on what the Prime Minister said, I'm more of a Jamaican than the Prime Minister. Because remember what he said? He said that because you were born in Jamaica doesn't mean you're a Jamaican. It depends on the choices you make for the country. And so if you look at the choices I've made for Jamaica, and you look at the choices the Prime Minister has made, even within my limited role, you see that I'm more pointed in the direction of the people as opposed to person. And you saw what he did with the rooms on the beach. You saw what he did. He and Minister Vaz, based on the report provided by the contractor general. You saw that. You saw what he did with the 1.4 billion with the rural school bus program, because that was signed off by the cabinet. And who's the head of the cabinet? The Prime Minister. And I'm sure that if I just go back and search the recesses of my mind, I'll find other examples. I'm sure I'll find other examples. But those two jump out immediately. Jody, much appreciation. We show up for because you show up for the people. Thank you, Jody. That's the point I was trying to make. I show up. Devon Cooper, keep it going. Thank you, Devon. Thank you, Devon. Falmouth Girl, blessings. Thanks for joining us. Steffi Sweetie, love your research. Hey, thank you, Steffi. I'm going to work even harder now that you tell me that. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going, OT. Keith Salmon, bless up yourself. Respect, sir. Dig up yourself. Waving right back at you. Did you all see in the House of Parliament Edward try to shut up Wellington, who said he wants to tell the people? Yeah, I saw that. Peggy. All right. Missy B, big up yourself, Missy B. Big up yourself, big up yourself. Much appreciation. P. Richards, good evening, P. Richards. That's it. When I get the signal yet from OT now, she usually say, that's it. I'm going to see. Vestel Roberts, greetings, Vestel. Keena Crawford, wonderful work. Saturday session was an eye-opener. Thank you, Keena. Janet Graham, Singapore adopted Jamaica. What's some of us from holding this position? Yeah, we always talk about Singapore and all of this nonsense. When I say nonsense in the sense that we talk about Singapore, but we don't adopt. They're saying that Singapore adopted our economic model. Well, it's high time that we adopt their version of our economic model, as well as the societal model, because there are things that happen in Jamaica that will never happen in Singapore. I've been to Singapore. I've been to wonderful place. Nothing like Jamaica. Jamaica has a potential to be 10 times Singapore, but we don't have the right people in place. And that's why we are where we are. And that's why we have places like that behind me. Lady Gen Royal, Fergie, good evening. Odeling King Lock, big up yourself. Beverly Foster, good day. Welcome. Altamont Marsh, the PM knows how to talk from what is behind him. That's true. It's true. Larry Rutherford, thumbs up. Big up yourself. Daniel Taylor, blessings. Thank you for being with us. Marlon Brown, good afternoon. Now, people say, why we can't do this on a Saturday, because Saturday, everybody have to get a shout out. And if we do that, it's like half of the program. But today is a special program. Today is our day. You know, when I say our day, we're going to even open the phone line so people can actually call in, as opposed to a Saturday when we don't. Today, we're going to talk. Marlon Brown, good afternoon. Welcome. Gordon G, why the PM so wicked? You might go talk to God still. So, you know. Miller from Firehouse, big up yourself, sir. Big up yourself, big up yourself. Love you, Mr. Rattigan. Steffi Sweetie. Stay so, Steffi. Larry Rutherford, bless up yourself. Bless up. Josette Williams, good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome. Bucky, nobody can stop you. Only you can stop yourself. If the Almighty wishes it and said, I saw it, I go, I saw it, I go. Annie, greetings. Bless up. Thanks for joining us. Kina, to be a Jamaican is what you do for Jamaica, according to PM. Well, half of his comment are not Jamaican. Point well made. Thanks, Kina. Is that it, OT? OT gone left me. OT? OT? I don't know. That's it for now. Okay. All right. Thank you, Fitzroy. Much appreciated. I see a comment here from Bob Cosmic. Singapore was an offshore banking corporation that laundered billions of drug money, namely upon HSBC to be precise. I don't know about that, Bob Cosmic. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't know about that. And so it's hard for me to render an opinion on something that I have no idea. I have no clue about that. Yeah. Sharon Samuels, blessings. Thank you. Fitzroy Adams, big up yourself. It's Emily Todd, big up yourself. Delroy Diaz, respect and manners. Yes, sir. Annie Jones, greetings. Gigi, what's that you say about Tony Moore? I think Tony is watching. Tony is in Nigeria right now. Wants to Jamaica, the people beautiful like he did in the Middle East. He's going to call you soon. Okay, Gigi, thanks. Yeah. Tony Moore, folks, he and I, we lived in Saudi Arabia. Great guy. He lived in Jamaica too for quite a while. So, you know, it'd be a good resource. What else? Iva, all right, Freedom. All right, I miss seeing you on PDTV. No worry, Iva. Things, you know, you never know. That's so the Almighty work. You probably see me out there sooner than you think. All right. Andrea, big up yourself. Nice seeing you on Labor Day. Okay. Charmaine, Monday blessings. Thanks, Charmaine. Norman Golson, please come out and vote one back Central Kingston. See it there? Oh, Gigi is back in the US. All right, fine. I think I have a number for him. Not sure. But if you talk to him, he has my number. Just tell him, give me a call, please. The atmosphere is good in the east. Isaac Buchanan. Straight. That was say. Isaac, big up yourself. Selena, big you up. The Bronx 9 during the whole campaign after not raising enough. No, we raise it now. We raise it the Bronx, but you may have a point when saying that it wasn't raised enough. Yeah, but it wasn't forgotten. We did raise it, but maybe not enough as we should. Point well made. I hope the bloggers who are watching, I hope that they can carry the torch on this one. I may mention it today, but I have a full plate today, so we'll see. Fitzroy Adams, thank you, sir. Thank you. Iceland, blessings. Peter, time has arrived. Raphael Dwyer, big up yourself, Raphael. Good day, Angela. Welcome, welcome. Um, thank you, Prudence. Much appreciated. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it. Ivan O'Connor, cooler than Columbus. Georgia, okay. You missed the Parkway, Eastern Parkway. Yeah, I used to go there too, but uh, well, wherever you are in, you're in Columbus, Columbus, Georgia. Well, I'm sure you're gonna have fun today. Just pretend like you're on the Parkway, right? Without the whole bunch of crowd and the hassle, but everything good. Scratch, how can you be a Jamaican? How can you born a Jamaican and not be a Jamaican? Um, only one way, and that is if you renounce. If you say, if you fill out the form, and I think the form goes to PICA, the Passport and Immigration people, and then it goes to the Ministry of National Security, and then they sign off on it, and you have to tell them that I don't want to be considered a Jamaican. I don't want Jamaican citizenship. It's a tedious process. It's not something where you pick up the phone and say, I don't want to be. You have to fill out paperwork, and God knows how long it's going to take. But that's the only way you can be born a Jamaican and not be considered a Jamaican, because there are 4 ways that you can be a Jamaican. You can, I think it's called recording. That's the one where you, like, if you go in as a Commonwealth citizen, and it's almost like a naturalized type of citizenship. And then you have by birth, and then you have by marriage, and then you have by descent. You know, your parents, you were born elsewhere, but your parents were born in Jamaica. So by descent, and I think it goes to even your grandparents. So those are the 4 ways. And the only way you can say, I was born in Jamaica, but I'm not a Jamaican, is if you fill out the paperwork saying you do not want to be considered a Jamaican. It's that simple. Keisha Walker, big up yourself. All right. Where are we, Opal? We finish? Queen of everything. Love your program. It's very informative. Thanks. Somebody asked a question. I see somebody said, why is my question being ignored? Who said that? Why is my question being ignored? Shana Gay James. I didn't see the question. Opal, did you see the question? Just locate it for me, please. How do we ensure these politicians remain in Jamaica for a full investigation after the election? That's going to be, Shana Gay, that's going to be left up to, based on the polling right now, Mark Golding is going to be named the next prime minister. Because keep in mind, people, we don't vote for prime minister. We vote for MPs, and then the MPs, they decide who will be the next prime minister. There is no rule that says that if you're the leader of the party, then you must be the prime minister. But traditionally, that's the way it's done. So I could say, Mark, do it. Then it's going to be up to Mark and the DPP. It's going to be up to Mark and the DPP to sit down and say, okay, what do we do about these wrongs that were committed and these people who committed these wrongs? Because the world is so small right now that there's no place for them to run and hide. Where are they going to run to? The US, UK, Canada, Panama, St. Lucia, Barbados, Bahamas? Where? You can run, but you can't hide. So I hope that answers the question, Shanagi, and apologies for not seeing it. Where are we now? That's it? That's it, Opal? Opal, some mustard. Dorrit Ellis, what about Waterhouse on the 6th of December? We're going to pick that up because of the election. It's hard to find people to kind of nail dates down and all of that, but we'll pick it up once the elections. You're welcome, Shanagi. As soon as the elections are over. Lady Jen said, buy the lotto, $1 billion would help. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you win, Lady Jen Royal Fergie, because we really need the money, but in good hands in Jamaica, not in some of these people's hands, you know. Devon, you have to go to Jamaica, take up a position. Well, we shall see, Devon. We shall see. Tell them don't run to Cayman. Don't want them. Oh, I have a heart. Brown said, tell them don't run to Cayman. We don't want them here. Yeah. See that? I have a heart, Brown. All right. But about our bauxite industry in Jamaica that I've been asking about for years now. Vestel, bauxite is essentially dead. It's rare earth elements right now, REE. It's the byproduct of what we consider the mud lakes. There's some precious metals that you can actually extract from that, but we don't have the facility to do it in Jamaica, and we don't have the money. And in fact, the Jamaican government promised in 2020 that they would explore. It's something they were looking at, and they said they would look further into it, but we haven't heard anything. So, no, Ralston, thank you so much for the say I should be the DPP, but I don't qualify. I think there are certain qualifications that I don't meet. One of them, I think, is that you have to be practicing in Jamaica and eligible to become a judge. I think that's one of the qualifications. But suffice it to say, I don't meet the qualifications. All right. Your best friend on Netflix, I don't know if she's going to talk about the fertilizer. Kamina Johnson Smith. No, she won't talk about that. She won't talk about that. No. Opal, tell me so I can start now because the people might wait, but the governor can't find money to waste and steal. Oh, Vivian watching from the Turks and Caicos. Thank you. Oh, you like the dollar? The dollar. Wait, I was spotted there. I wonder if Kevin. Hold on there. Oh no, I have to play something else before I can get to. Oh yeah, the dollar is here, man. The dollar is here. The dollar bus is here, but the thing full up right now, so we can't get to it. But I will get to the dollar bus video. I will talk a little bit about the dollar bus because everybody know by now that you can get these buses for $1. It's a token amount, but you can get them for $1. And so we're wondering why our esteemed minister did not seek to do that, because as you know, they allocated when you divide 1.4 billion by 110, and then you do the conversion, it comes up to about $80,000. And if you took my bus and sent it to Jamaica, it wouldn't cost you $80,000. It would cost you, I think it cost you something like $15,000. And if you had to buy buses from here at auction, you probably spend about 20. So the question is, okay, what happened to the other $60,000? We don't know. And the minister said, and we'll play it today, where he said, I have the paperwork, and he gave the impression he was going to release the paperwork, and we haven't gotten anything. Watching you from the Turks. Okay. All right, Vivian, big up yourself. All right, that's it. Opal. OT, talk to me, please. Yes. Okay. All right. Folks, today is a very special show. Special in the sense that we've never done a Monday show. Never. This is the first time, I think. And the reason why we're doing it is because we have, as Bob Marley says, so much things to say right now. We have a lot to say. And we are appealing to the diehard labor rights, the diehard PNP, and we're our diehard comrades, and we're also appealing to the diehard don't want to vote, those people who say they're not voting, We're appealing to them, and we're also appealing to the people sitting on the fence. We're appealing to everyone who has registered to vote, because we're saying, please go out and vote. And we're not just telling you go out and vote. We're giving you reasons why you should go out and vote. And one of the main reasons why you should go out and vote is because of the level of corruption in our country. And we're saying go out and vote against corruption. Go out and vote against corruption. Go out and vote against people who make promises from 2016 till now. We're going to show you some of that today, where people promise stuff from 2016 and here we are 2025 and they come back and they make the same promises. Just think about water. 2016, they said we're going to solve this problem in 5 years. And here we are 9 years plus, and they're coming back with the same promises, the same hydro storage, the one where they say they're going to pump water from the sea and take it uphill and store it and make it run downhill, and then you get electricity. I guess it's going to turn turbines, and you're going to get electricity and you'll have water to use. Well, how are you going to use that seawater? How is it going to be processed? No answer. So I don't have any guests today. When I say I don't have any guests, you family members are all my guests. I'm talking about somebody who's going to come on and sit and analyze and talk up the things with me. Kevin is quite busy today, but he's offered his services in the event of an emergency. And Kevin, I don't know if you're listening, but big up yourself and we thank you. So you're going to hear from me, and you're going to hear, we have a lot of videos to play. So you're going to hear from the principals. You're going to hear them speaking, and then we can analyze and see if what they're saying is true or came to pass. We're going to do that. And we're going to open the phone line. We're going to take some phone calls. And we have some very strict monitors here. And they've been instructed not to give any lies. If somebody comes in and they're rude, disrespectful, then they should be removed immediately. We don't even want you, the rest of our family members, we don't even want you to see what they've said, because I know sometimes when we're in the midst of discussing a topic and then somebody comes in with a derogatory remark, you want to address the person. And I understand that. But that shouldn't be the case. The person should be immediately dismissed so we don't even see that. And we just continue with the learning. So that's what we're going to do today. Now, we have lots of videos to play today. Lots of discussions. Let's start with this, because the election is right around the corner. Actually, it's not even around the corner. The election is right in front of us. So we have to pay attention to that. And one of the things I want you to pay attention to is the fact that people will come and promise you all kinds of things. This is the season of promises. If you want to get things done, now is the time that you go talk to your politician, your MP, and you get things done. I know that if you say, look, I want an audience with you, you will get that audience. But guess what? It's the same thing that happened in 2016 and 2020, and you didn't get the audience. You got the audience just around election time. And after that, they disappeared. And so you had to speak to their representative, speak to their minions, speak to somebody, but not them. Even though you didn't vote for their minions, you voted for them. Some of the videos we're going to play today, you've heard, but I want to reinforce the point. So I want you to listen and just if it didn't resonate the first time or the first couple of times, just listen again, considering where we are in our history. And then some of the documents I'm going to show you, you've seen them before, but I need to reinforce them. And you know why? The main reason is because the government keeps lying. Even last night, I heard them lying about unemployment, lying about GDP, lying about, what's the other one? Taxes. lying about a whole range of things. And it's been going on for a while, but they've ratcheted up the whole thing now because election is right in front of us. So let's start with this one.
About a big man who died and went to the other side. On that day, God had decreed that whoever arrives must choose where to go, whether heaven or hell. So this man was excited. He demanded to visit hell first. And he got into something which looked like a lift, and he went down to hell. When the doors opened, things were glorious. The devil had no tail. The devil had no horns. He even met his friends. They were healthy, eating well, drinking well, making merry. Then it was time up, and he then demanded to be taken to heaven. In heaven, the picture was nice. Angels floating around, good music, the Lord Almighty presiding and reigning supreme. Finally, he was asked, what's your choice? Because you are not going to be judged. There's no judgment today. Judge for yourself. He thought, you know, these bishops have been telling lies and spoiling the name of the devil. The devil is a very fine man. He looks after his people. Now all these imams in the mosque making noise, saying Satan, Satan. This man is not bad at all. And in any case, heaven seems to be overrated. As a matter of fact, it's a bit boring. That was the debate in his head. So when the angel asked him to choose, he said, I have chosen that I'll go to hell, now that I've seen it with my own eyes. And the angel said, get into the lift. He got into the lift, and it took him down, but when the doors opened, things had changed. The place looked like a desert. His friends were wearing dirty clothes. They were eating from the garbage pit, and the devil was now complete in his devilish regalia. The tail was out, the horns were out, and he was carrying a whip. So he tiptoed towards the devil and said, excuse me, sir, you remember me, don't you? I was here the other day. You surely remember me. And Lucifer said, go to hell, I don't remember you. What do you have to say anyway? He said, you know, the other day things were very nice here. Things have been changed for the worse today. What's happening? The devil said, I'm sorry, my friend. The day you came, we were campaigning. So, now, therefore, we need to tell our people to know that there's life after campaigns. Okay. Thank you very much.
Remember that, people. There is life after campaigns. The campaign now is nice because now you can see your MP. You can get whatever you want. I'm hearing stories about people getting their rents paid, people getting money in their pockets, people actually being bribed to vote. And by the way, that's illegal under the Representation of the People Act. I think it's section 70 and section 93, 4, 5, somewhere around there. It's illegal to sell your vote, to accept money or kind to vote for a candidate. It is illegal. Unfortunately, it's a law that's not enforced. And that's one of the problems in Jamaica. We have lots of laws on the books, some of them well written, but then when you say, are they being enforced? The sad answer is no. Now, before the campaign or during the campaign, you will hear speeches like this. I know everything about you and who you are. I am you. That's the association that some politicians make with the people. In fact, all of them. I am you. I'm no different. I'm here for you. Here's our Prime Minister's take on that speech.
All violence up front, first hand.
Here we go.
I was born in Spanish Town, and I like to tell the story because I don't tell it enough. And there are people who are trying to tell my story, trying to define me. And I listen, I see all the lies they publish, all the falsehood and false narratives they carry. I don't always respond because I don't go through third parties. I talk directly to the people of Jamaica. When the people of Jamaica see me and hear me and touch me and feel me, they know I am real. I am from them. I am like them. I went through their struggles. I understand their struggles, and I'm true to them.
You hear that? Goodness gracious. And so the Prime Minister will tell you all of these things. I am you. I've been through the struggles that you're going through. I've surmounted the difficulties. I've hurdled the obstacles. And look at me. I should be an inspiration for you. I should be an inspiration for you. And so promises were made in the spirit of inspiring all of us, particularly poor people. Particularly poor people. The inspiration was, you will prosper under our government, our governance, our leadership. And throughout the debates, we had 3 debates recently. There's one question I don't think it got the attention that it should have. It was the second debate. And the lady on the PNP side, she asked a question. She said, essentially, I'm paraphrasing, can you say that your situation is better now than it was back then? A big question. How many of you can answer that and say yes? How many? Not many. In fact, very few. Most of you, when you heard the clarion call for us to put our shoulders to the wheel and experience prosperity, thought that it was coming, thought that it would come within a period of time, that you would be able to enjoy it. Not your children, not your grandchildren, but you. And here we are, 9 years, approaching 10 years. And we are still in the same position or worse. Here's what we have to do.
That came in that first half. The revolutionary changes that came in that first half.
Don't know what's going on here with this video. Let's try one more time. All right, it won't work. Hold on. All right, let's remove that. First of all, can you hear me? Can everybody hear me still? Before I break the emergency glass on. Oh, you can't hear me. Okay. All right. Let me try one more time, see if this is going to work. No. All right. Well, then let's go to this one.
Our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica. So no government will be able to come and make false promises and hide the truth and tell you half-truths and trick you into voting for them, and then when them win, them throw on poison for you.
100 days for fixed election date, still await for the promise to fulfill. One broken promise after another. Laughable, as we say. None of your promise not fulfill yet, boss. So there you are wait.
Within the first 100 days of our government, we will start the legislative process to institute impeachment proceedings in Parliament. This will add another layer of protection of the Parliament to ensure that only members of unquestioned integrity sit in the Parliament. All ministers under the new Jamaica Labour Party government will be given a job letter. That job letter has a timeline of 2 years and 6 months with key performance targets which are agreed upon by the cabinet, focused on two things: economic growth and job creation.
Andrew, you need to do what you said from 2016. You say you're going to put it on paper. So anything you put on paper, the MP have to work with it. So you need to do it now. Because I feel like, say, when you do that, the MP will do them work. And we will see work done in the community.
Within the first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to introduce term limits on the office of Prime Minister.
Andrew Holness, January, him break him promise and nothing him say I'm going to do for the next 100 days and now him not do nothing. Him not keep no promise and him say I'm the promise keeper. What a promise, January star.
At a convenient time within our new government, we will hold a grand referendum on the CCJ, the Caribbean Court of Justice, as the final appellate court.
You make so much promise for us. Look how long you're in there. Nothing done. All for the COVID. They promised the people them $25,000. Nothing done. Huh? So what you expect me to do? Tell me, say if you sleep with the door and window open and nothing done.
Thank God for technology, that we have the ability to go back and look at the things that were promised and determine that they were unfulfilled. No, the Prime Minister had access to this. He remembered what he said, and yet still he didn't fulfill his promises. Now, the very first one that they talked about was a fixed election date, right? We want surety. We want to know that on this day, this month, this year, we will have elections. We don't want to wait for him to call it and this and the uncertainty. And no. That's one of the first things he said there. But that wasn't the only time he said that. Here's another time he said it.
Could be a step closer to establishing a fixed election date. Prime Minister Andrew Holness explains that the move is necessary to eliminate the uncertainty that exists in the business community when elections are imminent. A fixed election date was a promise made by Mr. Holness while on the campaign trail. Speaking during his contribution to the budget debate on Tuesday in Parliament, the Prime Minister said he has instructed Justice Minister Delroy Chuck to commence the necessary legislative work.
Notwithstanding these exceptional circumstances. If we are serious about fiscal discipline and obeying our own fiscal rules, elections can no longer be allowed to supervene the fiscal cycle. Neither should the country be disrupted by protracted periods of uncertainty, mobilizing, demobilizing, and then mobilizing again according to political expediency. This comes at a significant cost to businesses and delays the growth agenda. The experience underscores the reason why Jamaica must move to a fixed election date. To this end, I have given instructions to the Minister of Justice to table a ministry paper and draft legislation for the fixing of election.
According to Mr. Holness, a fixed election date is critical to the country's growth agenda. He says the decision should not be seen as a political move.
The Minister presented me with the green paper today. He will table it at a future date in Parliament, and we have started drafting legislation for a fixed election. Mr. Speaker, a critical plank of the growth agenda is to reduce the uncertainty of government action, reduce the time for decisions, flatten the hierarchical structures, and speed up the bureaucratic processes. This will reduce political risk and government-related risks in investments, thereby making Jamaica a more competitive environment. A fixed election date is not merely a political initiative, it is more so a competitive initiative.
Fixed election date. Promised. Still not delivered. And remember, he said way back when, he said he instructed the minister to come up with the draft, and he said Delroy Chuck, beating the desk and passing a folder over with the documents, purportedly the draft, and to date, we have not seen anything regarding fixed election date. Here's another one.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I would like to make promise. I make commitment. And under the Labour Party government, we are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big power plant that can put the money in here to build the plants to give you cheaper and better electricity.
I'm getting a little tired of you broken promises.
Jamaica's energy cost is one of the highest now in the world, coming from 23 US cents per kilowatt hour in 2016 when we left office to at times way over 40 cents per kilowatt hour.
Within our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica.
The incumbent party cannot be running an election of a promise.
There you go. The incumbent party cannot be running an election of promises. It must be based on performance. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. And while it's sinking in, I'd like you to know what your role should be. And we've played this video time and time and time again, and we're going to continue to play it time and time and time again, because many of us, because we have not been exposed to civics, we don't know what our role is. And so we accept garbage from our servants. And we think it's healthy. They tell us what to do and we say, yes, MP says so, so it must be true. It's not true.
I'm not just a citizen of Jamaica. as a citizen, it's telling you where you belong. I am more interested in looking at this problem through the lens of an owner. It is actually true that all that money in the bank belongs to us. All the government's assets that the Auditor General is talking about, this thing named government, is really the people's. That's the first thing. I'm an owner. The second thing is I have to look at it through the lens, not just of a voter. Yes, I sat, there's an election coming up. That election is actually a hiring mechanism. I am employing 63 public officials who have to step aside and we have to revisit who. So if I'm employing them, that makes me what? An employer. As an employer, I don't have the responsibility of a voter. A voter has one thing they have to do really almost every 4 to 5 years, dip your finger. But an employer has to be paying attention what? Far more often than that. And the last thing is, I am not just a taxpayer. A taxpayer is the person who Parliament write a law and say, you have to give me this. I see it as I am a financier because everything that the government is going to do, I am financing it and I want a return on my money because that is what a financier wants. So Jeanette and the team at JAMP sees themselves as owners, employers, and financiers. So when I'm a financier and I hear that Barita or whoever is fooling around with my money, I'm going to hold somebody to account. How are the citizens going to do this? How are you going to make your voice heard? There are many ways. And call me the fool that I be, but I've been paying attention to governance in Jamaica for 15 years. And I sat every single time the people of Jamaica lean in and say, it nah go so. It does not go so. So who is really at fault here? Is it the employee, the 63 parliamentarians, or the employers? They are waiting for us to lean in on this matter. And there are several ways to do it. And I'm just going to share with you one way that JAMP has come up with. What people don't understand, and you're young in this thing as a politician, I said, but I've had politicians, one in particular who has been in this a long time. And I'm afraid to say, I sit down having a drink with him at Acropolis one day. And he said to me, Jeanette, the people think we don't listen enough. We listen and we watch everything. I said, really? He said, yeah, man. You think we don't watch it? You call a call-in show, we are listening. You write the editor, we are listening. You only think we're not listening. So I'm saying to the Jamaican people, find any way you're comfortable to raise your voice. But JAMP has come up with a way which I think ISAT could be a game changer. And I'd like to ask Will if you could just put.
See that? That's what we have to instill in our people. And this comes through civics. That you are not only a voter, because a voter has only one thing to do every 4 to 5 years, dip your finger in the ink. But if you think about it and say, well, wait a minute, everything that government owns, or owns in inverted commas, we are the owners. They can't own it unless they collect our taxes. Everything they have invested in, we are the investors. And by the way, how did they get their jobs? We employed them. And if you start to see yourself in this light, my Jamaican people, if this should become an epiphany, if this is something that suddenly you should just say, whoa, and you realize it, things will change in Jamaica. Things will change. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. And that's the first step. It's here. It's breaking the chains off your brain. It's letting you understand that you are the power broker. You are in charge, not them. They're beholden to you. And when they don't do your bidding, what do? You get rid of them. Think of it like a company. You own the company, you employ people, and they're not doing what they were hired to do. What do? You don't sit back and have them tell you that you're bad mind and you're jealous. Jealous of what? I hired you. And if I hired you, what can I do? If I hired you, what else can I do? I can fire you. And that's what we should be doing. Come Wednesday, that's what I expect our Jamaican people will be doing. We'll be firing the people we put on the board who have not done our bidding. We need to fire them. And we start with the cabinet. We start with the cabinet. Fire all of them. Now, some of them on the cabinet, or at least one person I know of, you won't fire her. When you fire the others, by extension, you're firing her, and that's Kamina Johnson-Smith, because she was appointed. She didn't run in any election. She's not an MP. She's a senator. She was appointed. Fire them. Let me show you something, and then we're going to get to a whole bunch of lies, expose the lies. Let me see what this one is.
So I say to all Jamaicans, we are in a good place. Don't let election promises disturb that. You will pay for it after elections.
Listen to him. Remember one of the first videos we played, life after campaign. Take him at his word. Vote for him. You will pay for it after the elections. He's telling you. He's admitting to you. Just like how he admitted to the Integrity Commission when he got caught, and he admitted that, yes, some of these things I didn't tell you guys about. Remember. Don't forget. Now, I want to show you a little video. And then we're going to get into debunking some of the lies that they continue to spew. And our people hear these lies. And they believe the lies. Because they're not thinking about the lies. Well, today, if there's no other day, today we start the thought process. Here's the video. It's about good governance.
Of good governance, which is participation. Participation by everyone in the affairs of government is one of the most important cornerstones of good governance.
See that? Participation. It's your government. You can't wait and beg and beseech and plead and wait for 4 years to come around so that you can see the MP, and then you can say a few words and then pay your rent. And then there's a reset. And then you vote, and then we don't hear from him or her again. No, see that? Participation by everyone in the affairs of government is one of the most important cornerstones of good governance. We need to set the trend. We need to get in there and say, you're not doing what you're supposed to do. And if you don't ship up, then we're going to ship you out.
This participation could be either direct or through legitimate intermediary institutions or agents. Participation must therefore be informed and organized. On the one hand, participation means freedom of association and expression, and on the other hand, an organized civil society.
See that? Participation must be informed, and that's what we try to do around here. We try to inform you. It says on the one hand, this means freedom of association, as we're all gathered here, and expression, and on the other hand, an organized civil society. Some will argue that we have a very weak civil society in Jamaica, one that panders to the whims and the caprices of the government. They're not about the people. If that is the case, then we need to do something about that as well. But the one thing I do know is that we are not participating the way we should.
The next characteristic is that Public administration must be based on the rule of law. Good governance requires a fair legal framework that is enforced impartially. It also requires full protection of human rights, particularly the rights of minorities. Good governance in public administration must further be based on the impartial enforcement of laws by an independent judiciary, as well as an impartial and incorruptible police force.
See that? We don't have that in Jamaica.
The next characteristic of good governance is transparency. Transparency means that decisions made and their implementation are made in accordance with the current rules and regulations. It also means that information is freely available and directly accessible to those affected by such decisions and their enforcement.
Do we ask for that? When they come in and they have a plan for your community, do we say, let's see the plan because we need to be a part of this? Do we ask? Or are those plans imposed on us? Do we ever ask how much money is spent on this project and how is it spent? And we need to see the paperwork. How? How many of us?
It also means that enough information is provided, and that it is provided in formats and platforms that are easy to understand and easily accessible. The next characteristic of good governance is responsiveness. In this regard, good governance requires that government institutions as well as processes in place must attempt to respond to all stakeholders within a reasonable time frame. Good governance in public administration must also be consensus-oriented. This means that since there are multiple interest groups and as many viewpoints in a given society, good governance therefore requires mediating diverse interests in society in order to achieve a broad societal consensus on what is in the best interest of the whole community and how this can be achieved. It also requires a broad and long-term perspective on what is required for sustainable human development and how the goals of such development can be achieved. This can only result from an understanding of the historical, cultural, and social contexts of a particular society or community. The next characteristic is that good governance ensures equity and inclusiveness within the community. A society's well-being depends on ensuring that all its members feel that they have a stake in it and do not feel excluded from the mainstream of society. This requires all groups, but particularly the most vulnerable, have opportunities to improve or at least maintain their well-being.
You know what comes to mind with this one is the promise made to the Rastafarian community and the Maroons. They made these promises to them back in 2016 or 2020. They're making them again now. And you saw what they did with the Maroons. Now they're trying to curry favor the Rastas. And so they just did that thing about a month ago where they give them some land. But Rasta's memories are like that of an elephant. But don't forget. Don't forget. Don't forget.
Basically, public administration must develop policies that ensure that everyone has the same opportunity to maintain and to improve their welfare. Good governance further ensures the effective and efficient use of public resources. Essentially, good governance means that processes and institutions produce results that meet the needs of society while making the best use of resources at their disposal. The
best use of resources was 1.4 buying decommissioned school buses. Is that the best use of our resources? No.
The concept of efficiency in the context of good governance also covers the sustainable use of natural resources and the protection of the environment. Sustainability in this context refers to both ensuring social investments carry through and natural resources are maintained for future generations. The last but certainly not least characteristic of good governance we will discuss is accountability. Accountability is a crucial characteristic of good governance. Public administrators must be accountable to the general public and established constitutional institutions.
Accountability is a crucial characteristic of good governance. Public administrators must be accountable to the general public and established constitutional institutions. So when we ask you how we use spend our money, the answer should not be we bad mind, on a bad mind. That should not be the answer. The answer should be to the question, am I bad mind? You say, yes, you're bad mind. We get that out of the way. And now I say, why did you spend the money that way? The answer cannot be your bad mind. Because that wasn't the question.
In terms of who is accountable to whom, will depend on the decision or action taken, and whether such decision or action was taken internally, within a public institution, or externally. In general, public sector organizations and institutions, as well as public administrators, are accountable mainly to those who are affected by its decisions or actions. It is important to note that accountability cannot be enforced without transparency and the rule of law.
That's why we cannot enforce accountability with this bus, the rural school bus program, because there's no transparency. We were told that the receipts are in order, we would see them. We haven't seen them. We haven't. And so now Wilfred Rattigan, I have to go out there now and start searching and digging and all of this. And there's a certain person who's at, I wouldn't say at the center of it, but there's a certain person in the United States who allegedly, because we don't know, still don't know, purchased some of those buses. I now know just about everything that there is to know about this person. I have the file. I have that person's file. And in the fullness of time, we will get to the bottom of this. I promise you, my Jamaican people. I promise you. Those of you who you don't know where your next meal is coming from, those of you who are homeless, those of you who you don't have a job, all of you who are suffering as a result of the corruption of this government, this 1.4 billion scheme, I will get to the bottom of this. I promise you that with every fiber of my being. I promise you. I will go to the ends of the earth to expose this for what it really is. This was not in the best interest of the Jamaican taxpayers. And the people responsible, they know it. They know it. And so I'm serving fair warning. Come clean, or I will make you come clean. I have the information on the person who, at least one person, and we're looking around to figure out who else was responsible, because we're going to root them out. This has to stop someplace. We cannot say this is business as usual. And so when Mr. Mark Golden takes the reign of power, he cannot, he must not let bygones be bygones. Because then it's going to lead to a continuation of the same problem. He has to set an example. He has to say, this is where the corruption ends. This is where transparency, good governance start.
In conclusion, the 8 characteristics of good governance assist public administration in ensuring that 1. Corruption is minimized. 2. The views of minorities are taken into account. And 3. The voices of the most vulnerable in society are heard in the decision-making processes of government. Good governance further assists the public administration by being responsive to the present and future needs of society. Although good governance is an ideal that is difficult to achieve in its entirety, however, steps must still be taken to make this ideal a reality. This will ensure the sustainability of human development. Each of these characteristics relates to public administration and the effect.
So that's where now we're really sinking our teeth into the matter. Good governance. Good governance means you're not fit tell the people them lies. And if you're going to tell them lies where them now go find out for decades. Don't come and underestimate the people and disrespect the people by telling them lies where people like Rattigan go and find out and expose them. Those days are over. Now, one of the lies that they've constantly told you is this, that Jamaica is experiencing a boon economically. GDP to debt or debt to GDP ratio is down. No new taxes. And last but not least, unemployment is the lowest it's ever been in the history of Jamaica. They know that these 3 things, one of them is a misrepresentation. You think you're hearing what they're saying, but that's not what they're saying. That's one. So that's on them and that's on us. The GDP to debt ratio, that's another one that you think you hear what they're saying, but you're not feeling what they're saying, but you don't recognize it. And the third one is a goddamn lie. Let's deal with the lie first. Here we go.
3.6% in July 2024 to its latest rate of 3.5% as of October. According to Statin, the female unemployment rate was higher at 4.5%, while the unemployment rate for males was 2.6%. The youth unemployment rate was 11%. This means an unemployment rate for young adult females at 3.7%, and for young adult males it was 8.9%. The total number of unemployed individuals in October 2024 was 51,300. Females make up 60% of those unemployed. In October 2024, there were 687,500 individuals outside the labor force. Of that number, only 29,400 were classified as part of the potential labor force. That's 4.3% of individuals seeking employment but not available to work, or are available for work but not looking for a job. Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
Well, joining us to discuss further, the Acting Director General of the Statistical Institute, Lisha de la Thibaudière, and the President of the Jamaica Employers Federation, Wayne Chen. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Are you there, Ms. Latibaudière?
Yes, good evening. Are you hearing me?
We're hearing you. Let me begin by getting something out of the way. Yes? When is an economy said to be at full employment? At what rate of unemployment are you said to be at, theoretically, full employment?
So the concept of full employment is not something that is defined typically by statisticians. It is something that requires an assessment of not just the number of persons employed. You're looking at the total potential and productive potential of the economy, and it's usually several indicators that are assessed by economists in making that determination.
Long story short, he's trying to get her to say that Jamaica is almost at full employment. And you see what she says to him. Now you hear what she says to him. She's like, no, we don't do that. That's not how it's done. There are several factors that go into the mix of getting this done. So you're not going to get me to say Jamaica is at full employment. Let's continue.
And so there is no set rate. It is more an assessment of what is happening in the economy and the society at the same time.
Oh, and what would be some of those things that they would take into consideration?
So if I could temporarily talk to you about economic theory, when you talk about the production possibility frontier, the curve, you're looking at what is possible out of all of the labor that is available within the society. And that's more of a theoretical construct that is assessed by economists, and it is not necessarily a hard and fast number. So you'd have to look at what is possible versus what is actually happening. And it is a theoretical exploration and understanding. So an economist might be better placed to.
And when did we as a country start to track employment, unemployment numbers?
So we've been tracking the unemployment numbers for several years, since the 1968, sorry. So we've been tracking unemployment for several decades.
Since 68?
We've always been guided by...
Did you say 68? 1968 or before?
Yes, 1968, sorry.
Okay, that's 77, yes. That's what? 67 years. No, less than that. 32 and 25, 57 years. 57 years. Yeah, since we've started to track. And these are the lowest numbers we have recorded.
So, as
Here is Cliff Hughes trying to perpetuate the lie that the unemployment rate in Jamaica, and this interview was done this year because they're talking about the 2024 stats. It's trying to perpetuate the lie that the unemployment rate, I know it's 2, whatever. It's the lowest it's ever been in the history of Jamaica. And that, as I said before, is a lie. You cannot make that statement and have it being accurate. It does not reside in the same house with accuracy. Anybody who tells you that whatever the unemployment rate right now, it is the lowest it has ever been in the history of Jamaica, they are lying to you. I want you to pay close attention to what this lady, who is an official over at Statin, the Statistical Institute, they are responsible. They are the repository. They keep all the stats on everything that's going in Jamaica that's pertinent to government. Hear what he's saying. Hear what he's trying to get her to say, and listen to what her response is.
Was said in your article right before you came over to us, this is a new time series, and it's not comparable with the previous time series because...
You hear that? This is a new time series, and it's not comparable to the previous time series. And when did this time series take effect? January of 2024. So if somebody says to you that the unemployment rate now is the lowest it's ever been since January 2024, they're absolutely correct. But if they say to you it's the lowest it's ever been in the history of Jamaica, they're lying, because the methodology changed. The way they do the method they use to measure unemployment changed in January 2024. So therefore, you cannot make a comparison to something that happened prior to January 2024. We're going to explain further.
The way that unemployment is being measured has changed. So it's not strict.
You hear that? The way that unemployment is measured has changed. Let me go back a little bit.
article right before you came over to us, this is a new time series and it's not comparable with the previous time.
Yeah, since we've started to track. And these are the lowest numbers we have recorded.
So, as was said in your article right before you came over to us, this is a new time series and it's not comparable with the previous time series because the way that unemployment is being measured has changed. So it's not strictly comparable in that regard. Therefore, we have to take a deeper dive and look at what is happening currently in the labor market based on this current set of figures. If you look at the number of persons, the employment to population ratio, for example, that tells you what percentage of the persons 15 years and older who are employed, and that's at 65.7%. If you look at the participation rate of persons 15 years and older, that's 68%. That's looking at 2 out of every 3 persons being in the labor force. Those are the metrics that we can speak to. But because this is a brand new time series that started in January this year, I wouldn't speak to looking at this as a record low.
Before we get to Wayne Chen, just for the listeners to understand, Ms.
Yeah, sorry, I made a mistake. January, that was last year because they were saying that it's the lowest it's ever been. But you're gonna hear, and I will explain to you some things that they're using now. We're not gonna show you the documents. We're just gonna talk. This is what today's program is about. We're gonna try and stay away from putting up a whole bunch of documents. I mean, we're gonna put them up whenever we have to. But I just want to have a discussion with all of you. All right. And this is where we are in this discussion regarding unemployment. It's a brand new methodology. And so you cannot compare what happened since January 2024 with what happened before January 2024. And I'm going to hammer that point over and over and over again because it's essential for us to keep this in mind. So when they come to us with this nonsense saying that the unemployment rate is the lowest it's ever been, and we know that it's not true because in our communities, when we look, what we say, a bunch of unemployed people. And then you hear them come and tell you this, so you're supposed to ask them, so where is the employment? If everybody employed, if we're almost at full employment, then how come we see so many unemployed people or people in the informal sector in our community? These are the questions we need to ask. Instead of we are jump up and down like we're a bunny rabbit, these are the questions we need to ask.
Latibadir, explain to us the updating that happened in the model.
All right. So it's not a model. It is a methodological framework for measuring. So in 2013, the International Labour Organization produced some recommendations on how we should update measuring unemployment in an economy. And we have adapted those measures in January of 2024. So what we have now is a slightly narrower definition of who is employed. So persons who are engaged only in subsistence work are no longer included in the number of persons employed. But also, when you talk about those who are unemployed, it's a much stricter definition. So before January 2024, you'd be counted among the unemployed if you are without work and if you are available or seeking, so either or. With this new recommendation from the ILO, you have to be without work, but you have to be both available and actively looking for a job.
You hear that? 3 requirements. Now, you must not be working. You must be available to work. And you must be looking for work. If you don't satisfy those 3, you are not considered unemployed. If you have been looking for work and you've given up because you just said, well, this is just hopeless, I can't get a job, you are not considered unemployed. Because even though you're not working and even though you're available, you are not looking for a job, regardless of the reason. So if you're not looking for a job and you're not working, you're not unemployed. They put you in a category called potential labor force, and you don't get recorded as unemployed. So them take you out. So guess what happened now? The number won't be that high because they move you. And also there is the 1 hour rule, where because the way they measure it, they come every quarter. They come January, April, September, December. And when they come every quarter, I've asked, what is the population that you look at? Does the population change? Is it random? Is it the same people you come to every quarter? Because here's what happened. They come to you the first week. It's called a reference week. They come to you the first week of the quarter. So for example, they'll come to you the first week of January. And they'll ask you, are you working? If you're not working, are you looking for a job? So on and so forth. Now, if you worked 1 hour during that reference week, 1 hour, you are considered employed for the whole quarter. Now, when you do that in America, it's fine because you don't have people that work 1 hour in America. You know, people have steady employment. And elsewhere, it's not just America, all over. But in Jamaica, we know that they'll take you on and they'll get rid of you. So if you work only 1 hour, you're considered employed for the entire 3 months. Let's continue.
So that is a narrower definition of persons who are considered to be unemployed.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, it's not comparable with the time series from before.
And in that respect,
therefore, it's not comparable with the time series from before because they've changed the rules. Before, if you were unemployed, if you were not working and you were available to work, you were considered unemployed. This is before January 2014. Since January 14, you must not be working, you must be available to work, and you must be actively looking for a job. And then you're considered unemployed. If you're not looking for a job and you satisfy the first two requirements, you're considered in the potential labor force pool, not unemployed.
And tell me if I'm wrong, the time series before, if you were employed for what, 3-4 hours in the week, selling or whatever, you would not be categorized as unemployed?
So the definition, the 1 hour criterion remains the same. So as long as you're engaged in productive activity for at least 1 hour during the reference week, you are considered to be employed.
Mm-hmm. You hear that? Or the DJ say, hear that? You hear that? 1 hour. If you work 1 hour during the reference week, during that week that they do the survey, you are considered employed for the whole 3 months. So it's possible, technically it's possible that you could work 4 hours for the whole year and be considered employed for the entire year. It's possible that you could work, I could just be reasonable then. I could just say you could work 10 hours per quarter. So you would work 40 hours. You could work 10 hours per quarter, 4 quarters, 40 hours. So you could work 1 week and consider to be employed for 52 weeks. You can't make this up, people.
However, when we look at the number of persons or the proportion of persons who are employed by hours worked, we see that the majority of persons, more than half of those who are in employment, are employed for 35 to 40 hours. It's only 9% of the employed who are employed for less than 35 hours during the reference week.
Yeah.
Wayne Chen?
All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening.
Let me remove Wayne after that. But you see what I'm telling you. So when they tell you that it's the lowest it's ever been, hear the lady say it, you cannot compare. You cannot make that comparison. So whenever you hear the government and their supporters tell you that the unemployment rate is 3 point, tell them, correct them and say, listen, if you're saying it's 3.2 and it's the lowest it's been since January of 2024, you are correct. But if you're trying to give me the understanding that it is the lowest it's ever been, then that's incorrect. You can't. That's incorrect. And Roger Reed, you're onto something, because when you start counting up, they have something called underemployed. That is people who are available to work, but they can only get work part-time. So if you can work 5 days a week, you're only employed 3 days a week, but you can't find work for the 2 remaining days. So that's underemployed. Then you have the unemployed, the people who are not working, are available to work, and are actively looking for work, unemployed. And then you have the category now of people who are not working, available to work, but not looking for work. And there's another category. But when you combine the people who are not working, the people who are of age to work, because I think they start at 15, people who can work but are not working, it's a high figure. It's not 3.2%. Look, just take a look in your community and look and see how many people are working full time. Just take a look. Don't believe the stats. Believe your eyes and logic. And just look in your community and look and see how many people are working full time. That's all. That's all. Ooh. Sorry, OT, I almost got rid of you. So that people, and let me just play one more here before we move on.
I made it life. I made it just like you. I buy 2 taxi, then I open a taxi company, and I go through the struggles just like everybody else. I want to thank those who thought that by releasing documents that they would somehow diminish me. I am a true Jamaican. I went through the Jamaican struggles, and I never made any money on the backs of the Jamaican people. I never made any money off of government. When it was proposed to increase my salary, they go around and tell lie. Man in a bar, I say, oh, me make $28 million. I say, really? You never realize that I didn't take any salary increase. My salary today is about $9 million. That's what average salary. The other man who claim him a Tapanaris, who claim him not need no money from government, him take it, and you don't know where him doing it. But I never take it. Who is truly for Jamaica? Every day I read my Bible and I pray, and I want to thank all the Jamaicans who pray for me. Make me tell them and them friend, no weapon that they are conspiring to form against me shall prosper. When I see my
the weapon that is formed against you, Mr. Prime Minister, is you. Not people forming weapon against you. Is you go tell the Integrity Commission a whole bunch of things we never go so, or you fail to tell them things we go so. Is you. So why you want blame people now who are highlighting that fact? Why? The Prime Minister said in that clip there that he didn't take the salary increase. We need to tell him to calm down because it might burst a blood vessel. And we're not impressed by his bout of anger and rage. We're not. He needs to calm down and listen to reasoning. He needs to calm down and tell us what he did, when he did it, what he didn't do, why he didn't do it. Tell us about the consequences. Tell us about the things that he's been involved in that we, to date, still don't know. Tell us about those things. Come clean. I remember this saying, a guilty conscience needs no evidence. A guilty conscience needs no evidence. Because it's going to come out in your speech. It's going to come out in the things that you do. It's going to come out in the way you behave. It's going to come out. And it's coming out now. It's been coming out for quite some time, but we decided to give him a bly. But no more blies. He said parliamentarians received a raise and he did not take a raise. Really? Why didn't you? Mr. Prime Minister, let's have a reasoning now, me and you. And you and I, we've reasoned already. We sat down at the official residence for about 3 hours one Saturday, Vale Royal. It was me, you, and about three other people that went with me. Diaspora people, right? And we had a nice conversation, long conversation, very revealing conversation. And it was then that I discovered that you're not that bright. No. Your fancy words don't fool me. None tall. But here's what you did. You spearheaded the movement for the raise in Parliament. You did. You came out on Nationwide and you said you get what you pay for. You said the reason why the country is like this is because we're not paying public servants a decent salary. You said it. You said words to those effect, or words to that effect. You said it. You were at the forefront of getting the raise for parliamentarians. Don't lie, Mr. Prime Minister. You did. And when the bill passed and there was an uproar, it was only then that you decided you didn't want that which you spearheaded for. It was the public outcry. But you have a penchant. You have a habit of not being completely truthful with people. Just like how you say you move ADMAT because people were saying that it is unfair for the Prime Minister. Look good. The optics don't look good for the Prime Minister investing money outside the country. No, you know, Mr. Prime Minister, that the reason why that was done was because St. Lucia changed their rules and they said, no longer will we have holding companies in St. Lucia. And that was because the US government pressured them because of the issue of money laundering. And St. Lucia said, if you want to do business in St. Lucia and you're not St. Lucian, then it must be a brick and mortar affair. It can't be just some office where you have a little accommodation address. It must be you have a building, you're doing stuff in St. Lucia, you're building stuff in St. Lucia, you're providing a service in St. Lucia, and you must employ St. Lucians. And you must pay taxes in St. Lucia, the right amount of taxes. And it was right after that, somewhere around that time period, that ADMAT moved to Jamaica. You know, Mr. Prime Minister, that this was a consideration. This was a consideration. You may say, well, it's not the only thing that caused me to move. But if you said, Mr. Prime Minister, that was never a factor to move ADMAT, we can put that to the test. If that is your position, that you moved ADMAT to Jamaica simply because there was a public outcry about the optics, the way it looked, then we can put that to the test. I need you to come out and tell me that was the reason, and then let's put it to the test. Similarly, you said, well, you didn't say it, but people started complaining about the salary increase, and you said, I'm not going to take the salary. No, where's Minister Morgan? I have to find Minister Morgan. How come I don't have Minister Morgan here? Oh, here he is. All right, here we go.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Yeah, and so the question is, can we trust you? Because you are lobbying, you're doing your level best to gather the votes to pass the bill so that politicians can get 250, 300% increase, whatever the number was, high. And then you said in the end, I don't want it. People were coming out against it. Now, this same gentleman here, Mr. Robert Nesta Morgan, he said, you cannot refuse the salary. He said, once it's voted on, the only way you cannot take the salary is you have to resign from Parliament. That's what he came out and said. But somehow you didn't take the salary and you proudly mention it, but yet you're still there. How did this happen? How? If Robert Nesta Morgan said you cannot sit in Parliament without taking the raise, you must take it, otherwise you have to resign. And then you come out and you said, I didn't take it. My salary is still 9.1. And people, by the way, I've checked, I've done ATIs, I've done all kinds of searches, and the Prime Minister's salary is still $9.1 million, Jamaican dollars. All the research I've done shows that. Now, he said that Mr. Golding took it and we don't know what he did with it. Mr. Golding, on the other hand, and we're presenting both sides of the argument. Mr. Golding, on the other hand, said, I will take the salary increase and I will keep 20% because that is the increase that the public servants in general, that's what they receive, 20%. So I'm going to keep 20%. The remaining 80%, I will give it to charity. He said there are people in need in my community and elsewhere, and I will give it to them. But he gave the impression as if he took the whole thing. That's not true. He didn't. To the best of our knowledge, he took 20%. So 80% went to people in need. Now, you decided you weren't going to take it. Now, how many people in need received a benefit from you? 0. You weren't thinking. You're trying to, the one-upmanship, it didn't work. What you should have done exactly what Mark Golding did. You should have said, I'm taking the salary increase and I'm doing exactly what he's doing. I'm taking 20% because that's what the civil servants are getting, and I'll give away 80%. But guess what? You couldn't do that because you already argued for the full increase. So what? It wouldn't make sense for you to argue for the full increase and then say, I'm only taking 20% of the increase. It wouldn't make any sense because then the argument would be, why didn't you argue to take 20% of the increase? So you're caught between a rock and a hard place. You see, this is what happens when you think on a brain bigger than the rest of Jamaica, you know. Because believe me, I come from Waterhouse. But if you ask me, are you the smartest person to come from Waterhouse? You know what my answer is? No, by a long shot. There were many people, many of my colleagues, far brighter than me. I was average. But you know the difference? I got an opportunity and they didn't, and I made use of the opportunity. That's it. That's all the poor people them want, you know. Poor people picnic, them just want an opportunity to excel. But you now give them that. So now you spearheaded the whole thing to say, okay, we want the full increase, the 300 or 250%, whatever it is, big increase. And then when the increase comes, you say you don't want it. Then Mark Golding kept 20%, gave away 80%. You not take yours, so you know, give nobody nothing. Nobody got anything from you. You kept your 9.1 and you kept the perks, you know, the house allowance, the car allowance, the food allowance, all these allowances. You kept them. Here's what you did. Here's what you did. Because the question is, why did you decline something that you proposed? Why? This is coming from JIS, dated May 22nd, 2023. And it says, Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, has declined his salary increase under the new public sector compensation regime. His salary will remain at its current level of 9.16 million Jamaican dollars. And here's what you said. Here's what you said. I, Andrew Michael Holness, have directed the Transformation Implementation Unit to remove the Prime Minister's compensation from a new salary scale. This makes no sense. You ask for it, and then you tell them, I don't want it. You have to make up your mind. Are you a dumb? With all due respect, why would you ask for it and then turn around and direct them not to give it to you? There must be a reason, Mr. Prime Minister. We look like fools, but we're not fool. There must be a reason why you argue for this huge increase. And when the increase was bestowed upon all of you, you ran to this unit and said to them, don't give it to me. Don't give it to me. And then you turn around and say, well, Mark Golding took his and we don't know what him do with it. Come on. You're disingenuous. You further said, to be clear, no retroactive payments will apply to the Prime Minister's pay. And hear what it says. It says it had shown that over the period 2022 to 2023, 2024 to 2025, the Prime Minister's salary would have increased from 9.16 million to 22.3 million effective April 1st, 2022. Then 25.2 million effective April 1st, 2023, and 28.5 million effective April 1st, 2024. So it's graduated, right? It's a graduated increase. It says the Prime Minister said that the compensation review is the most objective evaluation that has been done of jobs in the public sector. So if it's the most objective, why you never take it? You're saying this evaluation was independent, was objective, was fair, was just, and I'm arguing for it, but I don't want it. Here's another argument that you made. You said, quite apart from the skills and efforts they bring to the job and the responsibilities they bear, for which they should be compensated, there is also an expectation that politicians must show solidarity with the suffering of the people. And why the hell did you ask for it if you were aligning yourself with the suffering of the people? You say it in the videos we play. You say, oh, I am you. I've been through the struggle. Then why the hell did you ask for the raise if you were aligning yourself with the poor people and their struggles? Why? Because you know where the money coming from. It's coming from the poor people. It's not coming from your pockets. You're not paying yourself. It's the strugglers. It's the sufferers. It's them paying you. And you said, given the stage of the development of our democracy, these feelings should not be ignored. You're saying because these people are suffering, we can't ignore their suffering. And essentially, we shouldn't take the raise. Then again, why did you ask for the raise? And he went on to say, the Prime Minister said that there are those who see the bigger picture. And what's the bigger picture? That the compensation system was objective, was logical, and will attract the best talent, and that the country will benefit from it. Is that so? Has that been the case? Quote from the Prime Minister. The truth is, for 50 years, we have been dodging, trying to improve compensation, and we still have the problem. Every 10 years or so, we come back to this point where if we had just dealt with it once and for all, the nation would move on. So again, why you ask for it and didn't take it? I firmly believe that when this new compensation scheme is completed and all anomalies are resolved, coupled with the new performance management and accountability system, which will be implemented, we will see an increase in the motivation and productivity of the public sector, including that of ministers, councillors, and members of parliament. Really? Have we seen that in Minister Darrell Vaz? Motivation and productivity, have we seen that? How about Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith? How about Minister Chang? How about Minister Tufton? How about all the ministers? Have we seen that? He noted that Jamaica has a unique opportunity at this time to truly set the stage to attract greater talents and skills into the political domain and demand a performance from us to earn your confidence. But all of the people that you have in Parliament, they're running re-election campaigns. Are you saying they are the best and the brightest? No, we're not talking about the new people, because you have 47 people. Or is it 49? You have 49. And to the best of my recollection, most, if not all of them, are running for re-election. Are you saying that those 49 people, that they are the best and the brightest, or some of the best and brightest? Are you saying that that junior Minister Cuthbert, that she's one of the brightest? Are you saying that Mrs. Vaz is one of the brightest? Because if that's the case, if all of these people are the brightest, Jamaica is in a bad situation. Jamaica is in a very bad situation. So we know that what you're saying is disingenuous. You should have taken the salary and be demonstrative of the hypocrite you are. You should have taken the salary and make people say, you take the salary and you argue for it for the best and the brightest, and you either give it to people or you don't give it to people. Take the salary, man. But you're a bigger hypocrite by not taking the salary. And you have committed skullduggery by asking for the salary in the first place. The people who are responsible for keeping Jamaica afloat as far as the government is concerned are the civil servants, not UNO, the civil servants. So the people who are carriers of water and hewers of wood, you give them 20% and they're supposed to be happy. And you and your Kumbolo, you and your Confederates, them, decide on going to take 200, 300% for doing what? People, I hope you not listen to me, We have a board meeting on Wednesday. And our board of directors and the chairman They have failed us miserably. And what do you do when you have a company and you have an ineffective board? You get rid of them. You get rid of them. Another lie. Oh, you know what? Kevin put this up. Let me. Is it this? Share screen. These things they get you infuriated. They are. I mean, they're infuriating. And here's why. Because when you look at the poor people, and most of the people in Jamaica, they're poor. Most of them are poor. And when you look at them and you see the desperation, the degradation, the disrespect that they suffer every day, if you have a heart, if you have a soul, if you're concerned about Jamaica and the direction it's going, then you have no choice but to feel for these people. You cannot ignore them. You simply cannot ignore them. And I'm doing this, people, because see where me come from there, right? So I can truly say I am one of them. I can truly say that. And so when I hear the cry, I hearken to the cry. And I'm not doing this for fame. I'm not doing this for fortune. I'm doing this for the benefit of my people. My brothers and sisters who today don't know what they will have for dinner tonight, don't know what tomorrow will bring, except that they voted in a board of directors and that board has ignored them. I cannot ignore my people. I will never ignore my people. And I need no compensation. I don't need no 300%. I don't need no 9.1. Zero. The board was elected to take care of the shareholders, protect the interests of the shareholders. And we're all shareholders in that company called Jamaica. And our board, starting with our chairman of the board, they have failed us miserably. And then from time to time, they will throw us some crumbs. And we, in our desperate situation, accept the crumbs. And the crumbs sometimes are promises. And in many cases, they're unfulfilled when they're due. And that event is followed by more promises. Sometimes the same promises. And we willingly accept. My people, we cannot progress in that frame of mind. Because you teach people how to treat you. And if we continue to transmit this message to them that this is how we want to be treated, they will continue to treat us that way. And then we become victims of our own demise. We become victims of circumstances that we allowed to happen. I'm going to show you now some crumbs. That fell off the table last night. Let me shake the tablecloth and say, And we jumped at the crumbs. Not knowing, not realizing, not acknowledging, not demanding that the meal on the table is ours, not the crumbs. Here's what they offered last night. Over the next few years, we will double the minimum wage from 16,000 Jamaican dollars to 32,000 Jamaican dollars. In our first budget, and that's next year, the minimum wage will move from 16,000 to 18,500 and then gradually increase after that. And that's a sentence, maybe a paraphrasing, that's attributed to the most honorable Dr. Andrew Holness. Take a look at that seriously, people. What do you get from that? It says over the next few years. That should bother you right there. Few, what does that mean? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What does it mean? Over the next years, we will double the minimum wage from 16,000 to 32,000. In our first budget, the minimum wage will move from 16 to 18.5. So he's saying next year, March or April, when they read the budget, it will go from 16, which it is right now, and they'll put 2,500 on it. And then gradually increase after that. Now, them say you mustn't kick a gift horse in the mouth. Somebody that gives something, don't complain. Let's talk about this for a second. What does it mean when somebody says minimum wage? What does it mean? You think the government is giving that to you? Let's reason. Let's think about that. Minimum wage, what does it mean? Does it mean the government is going to come and just give you minimum wage? Give you some money? No. What it means is that this is the minimum salary that an employer, any employer, including the government, can pay you. And that salary is there to protect exploitation, so they can't go below it. They don't want to make you into a modern day slave. That's what they claim. So they're saying, we're going to give you, now it's 16,000. And what they're saying is that this minimum wage, we're saying that any employer, every employer must give you this if you work 5 days a week or a 40-hour week. They must give this to you. They can't exploit you. And this is to allow you to purchase basic necessities. That's it. A minimum wage is there to allow you to purchase basic necessities and to prevent exploitation, because anything below the minimum wage, you're being exploited. That's what they said. So don't ever think that it's the government giving you anything. It's saying if you go work for Mr. Joe down the road and you work a 40-hour week, it might give you 16,000. So here is how they get around this now. And I can relate to it from a help or a maid position, because my mother used to do that, them work there. If you used to work 5 days a week, I wash clothes and I clean house and I cook food for people, and then pay you $16,000 a week, And now it's gone up to 18.5. Just for the sake of this conversation. Here's what they'll do. They'll say, okay, we cannot pay you 18.5. We'll pay you 16, but we need you to come 3 days a week or 4 days. We don't want you the full 5 days. But you're going to have to do the same amount of work. That is exploitation. And so, to a degree, a minimum wage is setting up people to exploit people. Because they don't make you come and work the full 5 days a week, 40 hours, because they know they're going to have to pay you 18.5, whatever it is. And them just say, no, we can't do that. So here's what we do. We're going to have you come 3 days and work. Do as much, the same work you're doing in 40 hours, who want you to do it in 3 days? No. Let me give you some stats. In March 2016, remember this government took over in, I think, February 2016. In March 2016, the minimum wage was 6,200 Jamaican dollars. Let that sink in. In March of 2016, the minimum wage was $6,200. The exchange rate was $121.30 to the American dollar. Because remember, Jamaica doesn't produce a whole bunch of things. They're importing things. And when they import, what happens? The importer has to make a profit. And the importer is buying things. If they're buying from America, they're not paying Jamaican dollars. They're using US dollars. So it's 6,200, 121. In June of 2023, this government raised the minimum wage to 13,000. They went from 6,200, they more than doubled it. 6,200 to 13,000. What was the exchange rate? 155. Somebody put in the chat, inflation. You see where I'm going with this. Then it moved from 13,000 in June of 2023 to 15,000 June of 2024. 1 year later, raised 2,000. The exchange rate went up. It was 156. Went up by $1 now. In June of 2025, it went from 15,000 to $16,000, and the exchange rate is now, back then, 159. So you see what's going on. The exchange rate is going up, and they're trying to balance it, offset it with the minimum wage. But the problem is this, is that back in 2016, when you were making 6,200 and the exchange rate was 121, you could buy more than you can buy now. So when they tell you we have doubled or tripled the minimum wage, what you must ask them is, what is the purchasing power of the increase? What can we buy now with this money? You know, I've heard so many horror stories of people going to the supermarket, picking up a whole bunch of groceries, get to the cashier and have to leave a lot of the things there. Can't afford it. Your eyes bigger than your pocket. Your eyes bigger than your pocket. So don't make them fool you when them tell you. Tell them if them really want to give you a set minimum wage, make them set it based on the conditions in Jamaica, including inflation. But then you know what's going to happen? The people that you work for, they're going to have you now working 2 days a week, 3 days a week. So they have to strengthen the law. They have to strengthen it. Again, I go back to the question that Keisha asked during the second debate when she said, "Uno better off now or then?" That is the question. Because when I ask my people, when I ask my relatives, Jamaica, them say no. We'd better off back then. Better off back then. And then also, let me just, there's a point I didn't make when they talk about the potential labor force and the unemployment and all of this. All that has to be based on the number of people in the country. And then you can subtract those that you won't count, like, you know, the elderly, the invalid, the retired, the young, you subtract them. But you have to have a number that you're working with, which takes us to the census. If you don't know how many people in the country, then how the hell you can come up with a calculation and talk about unemployment? The last census done in Jamaica was done in 2011. And they've spent over $1 billion to do another census since. And to date, we don't have it. I'm being told that they did like an estimate back in 2019. That's not good enough. Who are the census? So when they come and them tell you, say, oh, it's unemployed, you should have asked them, based on what number? Based on what number? We're looking at census now, how many people living in the country. And based on the base number that you're working with, where are you getting this from? You're getting this from 2011 statistics? Is that it? Because if it's coming from 2011 statistics, how do we know it's accurate? How do we know? These are the questions, my people. I'm telling you that you have to think. Me no brighter than no now, you know. It's just that I use up what God give me. And a lot of us not using it. But the whole of we born with our brain. The whole of we can't think. So we have to start thinking. I will do my part to assist in the endeavor to cut through the morass, to shorten the distance and get to our destination. But it cannot happen. It won't happen if we have the mentality that them know better than we. Them are bigger heads. Bigger heads, my foot. You make them the bigger heads. You make them the bigger heads. So just keep in mind that this promise, first of all, it's not a sure thing. And this, it's one thing if somebody tell you a lie one time, right? Tell you a lie and all right, fine, no problem. But when a person has established a pattern and practice of lying to you, you need to take that under serious consideration. Is this somebody that I should really have working for me? Is this somebody that I should really have in my circle? Is this somebody that I should be associated with? Because if there's a pattern and practice and you continue to associate with that person, then you can't complain when things happen to you. Because nobody held you down, tied you up, forced you to do any of this. You have a free will. And like my mother used to say, like OT put it in there, she said, every liar is a thief. And so Larkland said, the average increase in prices since 2016 is 60%. So if the increase in price is 60%, but you're not getting a 60% increase in the minimum wage, then how that go balance out? It can't balance. Cannot balance. Cannot balance. No, they come to you, another lie they'll come to you with. They'll come and they'll say, GDP to debt. GDP to debt or debt to GDP. I forget which one come first. Let me look it up, your people. Bear with me. GDP to debt or debt to GDP. Remember. Because me I'm a zone, you know. Debt to GDP. Right? And what they're talking about is how much money the government owe, and the GDP, gross domestic product, is the value of all goods and services produced in the country. So I might try balance it and say, okay, you have a debt, you have money where you borrow by yourself, and this is where you produce in the country. And remember, you have to pay off your debt, you have to pay your salaries, you have to do this, you have to do that. So you want to get it down to an appreciable level where you start producing more, and that way you can pay off your debt and still have money that you can take care of your household. Essentially, that's it. Essentially, that's it. And they tell you that we were at over 100 before 2016, we're bringing it down, and it's down, and we're getting it down to 20, we're getting it down to 70, and which projected to go to 64 or 60. And remember, I've said to you, it means absolutely nothing. They talk about the macroeconomic health of the country. Where you're supposed to ask them is the microeconomic health of the country. The macroeconomic health is up here. It's Jamaica. Can Jamaica pay her debts? How much is Jamaica producing? The production and services, how much in terms of dollars, how much? You bring it down, it's a micro. It's how it affects you. Can you put food on your table? That's the micro. So when they tell you about this, ask them if the benefits here are trickling down to you. And you don't need to ask them because you know what the answer is, because you're the one who used to be able to buy a loaf of bread and now you have to buy a couple slices of bread. You're the one who used to be able to buy a tube of toothpaste and now you have to buy a squeeze of toothpaste. You're the one who used to eat chicken leg and chicken this, and now you have to eat chicken chassis. You know. So why is it you're jumping up and down when them tell you that the debt to GDP rate is low? It's manageable now and it's going down. By the way, when them tell you that, ask them how is it that we're going down to 64 or whatever the numbers, but Japan is over 200. High. And you don't hear the Japanese economy cry. You don't hear the Japanese economy crying. No. Because you know why? The Japanese manufacture things. They produce things. Jamaica not produce nothing except athletes, singers, and players of instruments, and some other things. Tell me a product now that we produce, that the whole world want. And not talk about reggae music and jerk chicken. No. Tell me something about we produce. Like car. We manufacture cars? No. Tell me. So Japan can borrow because Japan is producing. So that's why when I'm telling you about GDP to debt, most of you don't understand what's going on and you jump up, Ray. We must look at is how is that affecting me? Am I able to take care of my family? Because now that Jamaica is doing well on the macroeconomic level, when I'm saying macro is just the matter about nationwide. That's what I'm talking about. Micro, it comes down to you and your community, you, the individual. Are you doing better because of the macro? People in Jamaica are doing well because of the macro, but not you. Not you. And you need to keep that in your cranium. You need to store that. And then keep in mind also that we used to have good labor laws. I don't know what happened. And then, of course, like Saturday, I pointed out that everything is being divested. We're selling off everything. Everything that we can get, the politicians, not we, everything that they can get their hands on, every asset that we, the Jamaican people, own, that they, the vultures, can get their hands on, them sell it. And then you ask yourself a question: why is it that the Prime Minister and Darrell Vaz were involved in the sale of beach rooms on the beach for 7.2 million when the property was worth up to 13 million? What? Ask yourself the question: what did they get out of it? And here's why. Here's why. Bring it down to the micro level now. To you. Bring it down to you. If you own a prime piece of property, beachfront property with a building on it, and you're making money because you lease it out to people, and somebody came to you and said, nice piece of property, now are you selling? And you said to them, make me an offer now. Let me see where you are. And you say, all right, fine, we'll do some valuations. And they do valuations. And the property is worth, the top price is, well, the prices are between 11 and 13, but the top price is 13 million. Prime real estate. Would you turn around and say, okay, I'll sell it to you for 7.2 million? It's worth 13, up to 13, but I'll sell it to you for 7. Would you? You wouldn't, unless you're a jackass. You wouldn't. That is exactly what Darrell Vaz, Prime Minister Holness, UDC, and the cabinet did to our property. That's what they did to us. They sold something worth up to 13 million for 7.2. The question is, who benefited? Who benefited? Who benefited? And we sit there and we watch this take place and we don't ask questions. There should have been a surcharge action against these people, and there was none brought. There should have been a surcharge action. Surcharge people mean that them waste money and them have to give it back out of them pocket. That never happened. But we have a chance now with the 1.4 billion for the school buses. We have a chance to bring that action. And next week, I'm going to tell you how to reach out to the Auditor General's office to get a special audit done, not a regular audit. When you hear special audit, they are coming for a special reason, not a general reason. They're coming to find out if we got value for money. I am going to provide you with information because we all need to knock on the Auditor General's door, so to speak, for her to initiate a special audit. You're right, You're right, Eddie. You're absolutely correct. Let me find it. Where the hell is it? Hold on a second. Not tell me say we never put that up. Hold on a second. Here it is. And you know why they can do all of those things? Eddie, thank you. Do you know why they can do all of these things? Why they can tell us lies and misinterpret things and tell us things when they go so? They might tell us the complete truth. You know why they can tell us all of these things about GDP, about unemployment, and others? You know why? Because of this.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
Let me bring it back here and start from the beginning. There you go. Let me see.
They are dunce,
Oh
they
my
are
God.
dark, and they are stupid.
Want to see how I say it? Want to see?
They are dunce,
Oh
they
my
are
God.
dark, and they are stupid.
Remember, you teach people how to treat you. And when this man can get up in a country like Jamaica and said they are dunce, they're dark, and they're stupid, simply because somebody claims that somebody make a calculation about something and them do it the wrong way. And I never saw that calculation. I saw a different calculation. But that's how him describe the people. They are dunce, they are dark, they are stupid. I resent the remark. I resemble the second one. The second part of that, the dark part. I resemble that. If he's talking about complexion, if he's talking about that, I resemble that remark. But the dunce part and the stupid part, me no in it. Me no in it. Me no in it. Just because, put up in picture.
Oh
They
my
are
God.
dark, and they are stupid.
Just because somebody will look like him, say it. A lot of us, for lack of courage, for lack of strength, for lack of knowledge, we accept. We accept. I don't. This is one of the board members that we need to fire. This is, and by the way, he's made a statement. I've heard. I didn't hear him make the statement, but I've heard that he said this will be his last election. Folks, show him the door. Show him the door. People in Portland, this is your board member. Shareholders in Portland, this is your board member. This is your board member. You need to show him the door. Let this truly be his last election with him going out the door. Don't have him come back and occupy that seat at the table. Do not. When them ready, them talk the lingo of the local people to ingratiate themselves, to say, yeah, man, you know. Them use our culture when it's appropriate, when it's convenient for them. But you think when them sit down with them family, the things them what them do with us in public, them do with them family. You think I don't think we have the picture up. I don't think OT, maybe you can tell me if we have the picture up with this gentleman and his family. I don't think we have it up. No, it's not there. But that's all right. We don't need the picture. We don't need the picture. My mother used to tell me, you know, my mother used to tell me no uncertain terms. And my father too. He said, Junior, nobody no better than you. That's sinking in my head from early age. Nobody no better than you. My father used to say, don't think you're better than nobody. But nobody no better than you, my son. And that me grew up with in my head, you know. So when people like him make statements like that, my blood boil. My blood boil. I'm a hopeful the blood boil when I hear them statement there, you know.
They are dunce,
Oh
they
my
are
God.
dark, and they are stupid.
This is one time here Robert Nesta Morgan say, I've often said, don't believe the words of a politician. This is the exception. The man attack from him heart and him soul and how him feel. This is not a carefully crafted sentence. This is something him attack how him feel. He might relieve himself of how him feel about us. They're dunce, they're dark, and they're stupid. You have to love yourself more than him hate you. You have to love yourself more than how a politician perceive you. You can't have love in your heart and say this about people. And say it publicly. You cannot have love in your heart and come out of the public domain and say something like this about people. If you want to say it in the privacy of your house, fine. If you want to say it in a special company, fine. But you come out and you say this on the radio, they are dunce, they are dark, and they are stupid. We have the shareholders meeting on Wednesday. We also have a court of public opinion. You shareholders are members of the jury in this court of public opinion. Register your verdict on Wednesday. And as shareholders, cast your vote. On Wednesday. To rid the company of people like this gentleman. And we must not let him get away with the 1.4. We have to do a surcharge action. We have to. And the beauty about a surcharge action is that once the financial secretary say, yes, I agree, they're gonna go after them individually, meaning that the taxpayers will not have to pay twice. You won't have to pay the 1.4 and then pay to defend them. It will not happen. Here's another lie. I'm gonna find it. Just give me a second, folks. I can't tell, say. Yeah, burn up, yeah, you know. Hold on. Just bear with me. This is the boss. Or PM. Okay. Just bear with me here. Okay, here it is. All right. Now another lie, and it's not even a lie. It's how they use words to their advantage and to our demise. It's how they, to break it down, simple terms, it's how they use words for their own benefit so that we no benefit. Now, you've heard them say time and time and time again that there has been no new taxes No new taxes. No new taxes. We've talked about that around here many times. And again, we want to reinforce the point if you've heard it before. And for those who have never heard the point, we would like to provide this information to you. Brandon, you're completely correct. Semantics. You've heard them say, no new, under this administration, no new taxes. But people, and I watch people jump up and down, and celebrate the statement. But think about it. If you could purchase a loaf of bread 4 years ago, just for the sake of our conversation here, you could purchase a loaf of bread 4 years ago for like, it's a $10, right? And now it's 20. Don't you think some of that money they are taxed? Don't you think that some of that money is taxed? If you used to buy gas, I don't know what them use, gallon or liter. Say a gallon. So buy a gallon of gas for $10 3 years ago. And now the same gallon of gas is costing you $20. Where the other 10 come from? Where the 10 come from? You don't think somewhere, somehow, tax is involved? So if you believe that they're taxing some of the products that you're using, then how can you jump up and down when them tell you that there have been no new taxes? How? Here's what they mean. When they say no new taxes, and it's debatable. When they say no new taxes, what they're saying is that if something wasn't taxed before, we didn't tax it. We haven't taxed it. So no new taxes. What they didn't say is that there has been no increase in taxes. You notice they've never used the word increase. They don't say there has been no increase in taxes. They said there have been no new taxes. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, Them going to get you coming or them going to get you going. But they're going to get you. Take a look at this document. Remember, them said that them not from 2016. Them not no new taxes, no new. That's what you keep hearing. New. And we're not thinking this. But wait a minute. If them not tax the thing, then how come you pay more feet now than last year? The price gone up, or the price gone up 2-3 years now in a row. No tax no involved in that. Is it just inflation alone? How that work? Ask them for the things that you're taxed, for the things that you tax, have you increased the tax since 2016? And at this now, the rubber meets the road. At this here it is. Right? Who was in power 2017, 2018? This same government. This is a document that came out of the Ministry of Finance. There it is, 2017, right? And you see what I'm saying now? Oh, I can't see it. Hold on. See that? The House, meaning the House of Representatives, is being reminded of the policy commitment to shift the burden of taxation from a system of direct taxes. So them now go to GCT, income tax. They must say, no, we're not going to do that. And them say we're going to switch it now from that to a simplified system of indirect tax people. See it here. Right, that's all. Oh, you know what? Let me take off all of this and go back so they can see. Kevin, that proud of me now. All right. Look at these words. They're going to shift the burden of taxation from a system of direct taxes to a simplified system of indirect taxation. So what you're saying is that we're not going to tag on GCT, we're not going to tag on income tax and all those other direct taxes. We're going to trick them. We're going to put it on products that we're already taxing. And trick them. See? This will involve measures relating to the main indirect tax types, including general consumption tax and special consumption tax, right? So look what will happen now. Special consumption tax. You see what that say? Increase in the special consumption tax payable in respect of fuel. So if you buy gas, you're going to pay more. And look at this. The current increase is proposed in recognition of the need to protect the environment from increased, hold on. See this? Protect the environment from increased carbon emissions. Why didn't Darrell Voss think about that with the diesel buses them that the American government says they're bad for the environment? Why didn't they do what? Look, in 2017 they might talk about it, and they didn't do it. Now look here, the increase ranges from look on the increase, 43 cents to $7.36. That's the range. And so then propose that propose increase in SCT on fuel. See that? So the change, it's the increase over this side, right? Also, depending on the type of fuel. And them even tell you how much money they expect to make. They're going to make 7.4 billion. And look when them say they're going to start it. They're going to start it the 15th of March, 2017. So how can they tell me now that they didn't increase taxes? But they say, when you hear no new tax, you are here no tax. That's what you hear. That's what you heard, or that's what you wanted to believe that you heard. No new tax. But what they did, they actually increased taxes on things that were being taxed. Look at the next one. Special consumption tax increase alcoholic beverages. So all of the man will drink rum and boom and them things there. Not for pay more. And here it is right here. They must say 0.4 in taxes. They must get 0.4 billion, and this will take place. The measure takes effect 13th of March 2017. So they do alcohol, fuel, and now them come to tobacco. Here's it right here. Then they move it up. They're going to increase to $17 per stick cigarette. And here it is, the increase will be applicable to cigarettes, cigars, cigarillos, cheroots, including cigars, steroid cigarillos of tobacco substitutes. See there? And look how much money they expect to get out of this. Almost $1 billion, 0.8 of $1 billion, right? And this is going to take effect 13th of March. I misspoke because they did do GCT, but they did it in terms of insurance. It is right here. And premiums for insurance. And they're going to get 1.8 billion, and this will take place on April 3rd. They also do it for electricity. Look how them wicked. Look how them wicked. Look at A. Let me bring it over. Look how them wicked. You see this? The GCT on electricity was if you use more than 350 kilowatts per month, then they start to charge you. Look at this. It is proposed that the threshold move from 350 to 150 kilowatts per month. So it used to be 350, and if you get to 350, then them start charging. Now it says, no, we're going to drop the threshold to 150. So they will collect more money. And here it is. Users with consumption above 150 will be subject to the tax. So it's not 350 anymore. Them drop it. So them will collect more money. And it will get 1.4 billion. And this is going to start 3rd of April. Now, so them start up some, hold on there, some other taxes. See ya? See ya? Other taxes. So them can't tell us, them come and tell us, no new taxes. You know why? Because we're not paying attention. Not paying attention. Hold on, let me take this off. Here is the word we're supposed to pay attention to. This, increase. That's the question we need to ask them. Did you increase taxes? We're not asking if you impose new taxes. We're asking you, did you increase existing taxes? See there? Big word is increase. See there? So, skip past that. And here it is right here. Them tell you how much money them expect to make. See it now? When them tell us them not tax, remember what I told you. The key word is this: increase. See? Increase. 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 This them reduce the thresholds so them can increase the tax. Here it is. Increase. Ask them. See there? Increase, 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 increase. Done by Mr. Adlershaw. See there? Increase, 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 increase. So, when I'm telling this nonsense, just ask them people, did you increase? And I mean, I know I'm repeating it, but I need to repeat it so that it can, it's almost like rote memory, that you can remember this thing, that when them come up and say, no new taxes, they say, but did you increase taxes? Did you increase taxes? Because they say if them increase taxes, then them don't have to they don't have to impose new taxes because they might make the money over that side, yeah. They might make the money over there, so they don't have to increase anything over here. So when the Prime Minister come out and him come out in a review, him come out and tell them this garbage.
Whatever little I made in life, I made it just like you. I buy 2 taxi, then I open a taxi.
Hold on a second. Whatever I made in life, I made it just like you. So the whole I want to make it in life like him. Listen to what I'm saying now. Whatever I made in life, I made it just like you. Whatever I made in life, I made it just like all of you. All I want to make it in a life though. And them jump up and down and realize, say, listen, we don't have investments or never had investments in Sunshine Mobile. We never had investments in Delido Taxi. We never had investments in Omega Bridge. We never had investments in Palladium. We never had investments in Admat. We never had investments in Estate Bridge. We never had investments in Imperium. We never had investments in the media company. We have. So how we make it like on the people?
Company, and I go through the struggles just like everybody else. I want to thank those who thought that by releasing documents that they would somehow diminish me. I am a true Jamaican.
Release documents that they would diminish me. There's one document I refer to, you know, and that is the affidavit submitted by Mr. Craig Beresford, who is the Director of Information and Complaints over at the Integrity Commission. One document. Because that document reveals the extensive portfolio of the Prime Minister. And it also reveals that there are things he did not tell them. So when him come out and him say this as if he might play a victim. No, you're not a victim, Mr. Prime Minister. You're a perpetrator. You have an allergy to the truth. Because when you're supposed to tell the people the truth, saying, I have investments in this. Oh, you never tell them about Olint, never tell them about Cash Plus, never tell them about other things. When he was supposed to tell them, he did not tell them. And it's not like one time, you know, you can say, well, anybody can make a mistake. Again, a pattern and practice. And Keisha, you're right. It was because the Integrity Commission go court why this document got revealed or released. It was because of that. Yeah, Andre, yeah, he has an allergy to the truth. Him just telling the truth, just kind of like, he just find it hard, make him sick. So don't come with this fake anger and twist up your face and things like that and things that we're afraid of that or we're going to believe the things and what you said. No, because we have facts to prove otherwise.
I went through the Jamaican struggles and I never made any money on the backs of the Jamaican people.
Is that directly or indirectly? I need him to say that. I need him to say, I didn't make any money off the backs of the Jamaican people, directly or indirectly. That's what I need to hear. Because it's possible It's possible that he could have made money off the backs of the Jamaican people indirectly. It's possible. So I need to hear from him that it didn't make money off the backs of the Jamaican people directly or indirectly. I want him to make a comprehensive denial. I want to hear that.
I never made any money off of government. When it was proposed to increase my salary, they go around and tell lie. Man in a bar, I say, oh, me make $28 million. I say, really? You never realize that I didn't take any salary increase.
Yeah, we went through this, to show that it's disingenuous.
My salary today is about $9 million. That's what average salary. The other man who claim him a tapanaris, who claim him not need no money from government, him take it and you don't know when him doing it. But I never take it. Who is truly?
Him take it and spend 80% to help out communities. You fight for it and didn't take it and don't help out nobody. You help out nobody.
For Jamaica. Every day I read my Bible and I pray and I want to thank all.
No, man. No, sir. No, sir. I can't make you run past a stop sign there. You cannot run past that stop sign, sir. You must stop right there. You read your Bible every day. Giving the impression that you're a man of God. You're truthful. You're above and beyond reproach. Because that is what the Bible teaches you. If you say you're a reader of the Bible, and if you say and if you indicate that you're a man of God, teaches you that, man. You must be honest in your dealings. You must be fair. You must be truthful. So don't come around here and run past a stop sign and we hear you. Slow down. Check your speed. Because when you speed and you go to stop, we're going to stop you. We're going to check you. We're going to ask you for your license and your insurance and registration. And that is exactly what we're doing. We're asking for them things and you come up short. And instead of you tell us that you don't have them, you left them at your house or your lost or your license suspended or whatever. You start twist up your face and tell you all kind of things. And all that do is just make it worse.
The Jamaicans who pray for me, make me tell them and them friend. All the Jamaicans who pray for me, make me tell them who is truly for Jamaica. Every day I read my Bible and I pray and I want to thank all the Jamaicans who pray for me.
You read the Bible and you pray, but you don't obey. You read the Bible and you pray, but you don't obey. Obey the word, man. Obey the word.
Make me tell them and them friend, no weapon that they are conspiring to form against me shall prosper. When I see my friends become my enemy.
So
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
I'm reading Bible and in prayer. And I'm asking Jamaican people for prayer for him. Okay. 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 See people in my woman ask to pray for me now. Them people, yeah.
Just want to state that I stand.
Oh, you see that one, yeah? The one who start out the thing. I just want to state this one, yeah, believe me, people. I'm sure all of you will agree with me. This lady is as dumb as a rock. This lady. I normally reserve that language. I'll only use it in extreme cases when it's necessary. It's necessary for this lady. She was the junior minister in the Ministry of Health with Mr. Tufton. I don't know what happened, but she was transferred to the Ministry of National Security. She had no clue what was going on when she was the over Ministry of Health, and she has no clue about what's going on in the Ministry of National Security. This woman was an athlete. Not that an athlete cannot be useful in any one of those two ministries. But she certainly wasn't and isn't. And we have many examples. Her mouth needs to be scoured out. She needs steel wool to fear her mouth. When she starts cuss, she's cussed worse than a drunken sailor. And if you recall, when she was asked by the reporter about the water problem in her constituency, remember what she said? She said, then the constituency members supposed to go down to a water commission and complain. Not she. She's like, no, me have my job. I don't need to go that. Let them go down and go do it on their own. This lady here, rank amateur. Rank amateur. Real thing, that's the Carter Family 1.8. Sorry about that. But here are the people who operate for the Prime Minister.
Want to state that I
stand in full support
of the best Prime Minister
since 19.
Hold on a second. Let me go back.
Since 19. In full support.
That one we are about full support. Want to see his performance?
I stand in full support.
Stand in full support. You stand in full support. Ignore ignorance, huh?
of the best Prime Minister
Since 1962.
This man
is the man of integrity, love.
You need to stop talking about man of integrity. You need to, first of all, you have to prove to us that you know what it means and you can spell the word. Because if you did, you wouldn't say all of them something about him.
And I'm very.
We need to talk to you about your role in the ministry and that expensive apartment. We just want to find out how was it purchased, who for money use and buy it, because we think when we add up your salary don't come up to the amount of money. And so while we're not accusing you, we certainly would like to see the books. So you're on our radar.
Lucky to have an outstanding.
This gentleman, it's time for him to go.
And then Prime Minister.
Hold on. This gentleman here now, this one here.
Lucky to have an outstanding Prime Minister.
This one here now is one, as my Virgin Tiga would have said, him write a check when posterior couldn't cash. He's now fighting for his political life. And it looks like he's going to lose.
A leader that we can.
Here's another one. Dark clouds hanging over this one head. Very dark clouds.
We're so proud of.
the transformation. I just gave away.
This one here now. I just gave away, I think she was a black tanks. This one here now from St. Thomas. This one here. We have a document from the dental people out in Florida, I believe, indicating that there are some issues with this one here. And we also are in receipt of a file. I think that file is almost 200 pages about this one here. And I think before Wednesday, there'll be a release.
87 black tanks.
Is the best we have had.
You not believe that?
So when St. Elizabeth is in.
You, the farmers, them might get rid of you. The farmers, them might get rid of you. Who want to know about the fertilizer? What the fertilizer there? And by the way, it's not just you. Mr. Pernell Charles Jr., he was at the Ministry of Agriculture when some of the fertilizer came in. and you took over and you distributed fertilizer as well. How you get fertilizer in your possession? You're not supposed to get fertilizer. You're not supposed to get fertilizer, Papa. And the farmers them don't get rid of you because of the water situation and how you ignore them and all of that. Your time has come.
Full support.
Ladies first.
Of the most.
Hold on a second there. This one here, this lady here, I'm being told that the diaspora collected over $300,000 during COVID. And the money was passed to the Jamaican government. Some people have said that she's aware of that money coming to Jamaica, money being collected and coming to Jamaica. But up to now, we haven't gotten a definitive word as to where the money is. And a gentleman who was integral to this whole collection process and the distribution of the funds to Jamaica, he has questions to this very day about that money. He has questions about that money. We want to know, where did the money go?
Of the most honorable, I should say.
You move you to the side. I think you are the man who, you know what, I'll just leave it alone. Coming on here for you. But I know that there's a politician who owns some buildings and them lease out to the government. I think it's TAJ. I don't know if it's you. So I'll just leave that. I'll just leave that for another day.
And Jamaican owners.
How could I not support a leader?
How could you not? Because of the Integrity Commission's report. That's why.
Who is moving Jamaica forward?
And your Holiness.
Hold on a second here now. We have lost in space right
Moving
here.
Jamaica forward.
And your
This lady here now is a national disgrace. She's the one that she went to some of the best schools in America. We thought that she went back to Jamaica educated, but we're finding out now that that is not the case. And there is one thing about being book smart, and there's another thing about being smart in public life, because she went to the ministry that Mr. Darrell Vaz is now occupying. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Vaz was in that ministry. This is his second tour in that ministry. But she was there, Ministry of what? Telecommunications and let me see. Hold on. Let me see what that wait. I'm drafting my document here. Darrell Wesley Philip Vaz. Wait there. Yes. Energy, science, telecommunications. Transport wasn't there when she was there. They didn't add the transport sector after she left, I believe. But she was there. That was her first ministry. And she failed miserably. She fell down flat on her face. And then they moved her to education. My goodness gracious me. It might as well never even put nobody over there. Because she went over there and it was just pure nonsense. Pure nonsense. And then they move her now to Ministry of Finance. I remember now, I think she went to Harvard and then she went to Wharton School of Business and she got a degree in economics and one in business administration. Those things indicate that you are supposed to be bright. You're supposed to be able to think on your feet. You're supposed to be in command of your subject matter. Well, we knew it all along. And it was on full display during the debate. Full display during the debate. People saw it, the pro box comment and a whole bunch of other comments. And if you don't watch her, she swallow her spit a little bit when she's nervous. She swallow her spit. And then she show up on the stage, the biggest stage. And she failed all of us. She failed herself. I said to some people after the debate, I said, I felt so sorry for her. And them say, you're mad. You can't feel sorry for her. But sometimes you have to find it within your constitution to extend mercy. We're all humans. You have to extend mercy sometimes because this woman was being choked to death on the stage. And she was choked to death by her own rope. They were asking her questions about finances and this woman couldn't answer. Them should have just, as bad as algorithm, logarithm, tropical rhythm, as bad as he was, them should have sent for him. Just said that she's sick and he might make a guest appearance. Because he was there at one point. So make algorithm, logarithm, and tropical rhythm come on and talk some nonsense. Because then I'm going to talk like, marbling I'm going to talk a whole bunch of $5 word where really don't mean much. I mean, when you analyze, don't mean nothing. So they never reached for algorithm, logarithm, tropical rhythm. They went with this lady. And what a mistake they made. Goodness gracious. OT, you're right. No firing for dunceness and incompetence, only reassignment. They moved the problem somewhere else. That's all. And she can't hide. She couldn't hide. Couldn't hide. So well.
Holiness continue to be the.
This man is the deputy speaker of the house. He was the man that was a big up the social media warriors, him call them, for the JLP party back in 2020, I think. Him big up a whole bunch of people. This is the man. And there are some things said about him. We won't mention them on the program today. Stay tuned.
Leader you are.
And I'll do everything in my powers to ensure
you don't have no power. So step aside.
That he
lead until he's ready.
See me. See me. See me, people. See me. This is the man of the hour. This is the man seemingly with the power. This is the man who think him sweet, but him sour. This is the man. Sometimes you have to ask what a real bro God, because the Prime Minister come out and say, children will ride for free, at least in St. Thomas or wherever he was. And this man come out and say, no, you're mad, them have to pay. Them have to pay. And we've had other situation where Prime Minister says something and this man says something that is not quite what the Prime Minister said. For example, Prime Minister said, buses will come, and I hope I can find it, the thing. Buses will come and him stretch out the whole thing. Prime Minister, I think, went all the school buses, said the school buses will come till all next year. This man said, no, man, you're mad, man. All school buses have to come in the country by July, the end of July. We must ask ourselves and ask him and the Prime Minister, where are the buses? In addition to pay back the money, when the Auditor General is finished, we're supposed to ask, where are the buses? Where are the buses?
Ready to go. Prime Minister and Party Leader Andrew Holness.
Oh, other one, I think other one.
Of the best Prime Minister.
I think it's this one with the brave.
And Party Leader Andrew Holness.
Yeah, I think this man own the building. I think him have the building where TAJ leads. I don't remember his name. But folks, them say this is the best Prime Minister we've ever had. This is the best Prime Minister we've ever had. They said, despite everything that you hear and you see what's going on, this is the best Prime Minister. I'm tempted to believe that they have something to hide. So they have to come out and say that. Yeah, done. The man with the piece of gray here there. Yeah. But me like, see, that's what me like, you know, no like, me love you know, because anytime I make a mistake, you know, wanna make sure you correct me right there, because wanna protect me from the evil and the naysayers. Wanna protect me from them. Wanna make sure so me not get no lawsuit, you know. Me know now make sure of that. And me have to make sure of that too. Although some lawsuits leave it like that. So we can move them people out. We have enough things to talk about, enough people. Hold on a second there. Hold on a second. No. Let me put up some more videos. Enough, bear with me because, you know, OT, I struggle with me because, but OT now have access to a lot of the things, and Kevin had to take care of some things. So what me have to do, me have to slowly put up some things. Hold on a second. We'll get to my favorite minister. I don't know, feel no way now. We'll get to her, man. We'll get to her. We still talk about promises and all of them things, eh? And the prime minister. The worst thing that could happen to them, you know, is a Rattigan show up, because Rattigan have time. Rattigan not doing time. Rattigan have time to make sure so them go do time. So, and it's not just me. Let me just be clear about that. We have a lot of people out there who are doing the same thing I'm doing, because we're doing it for the benefit of the children and our elders in Jamaica. Right? We'll do that. All right. So here is what we are going to do now. Let's do a little thing about the debate. The first debate, we had Mr. Pernell Charles Jr., who said, I believe he said that the buses were new, the buses for the rural school bus. I have to go pull that clip. If he did say that, it's not true. And I think by now he knows that. And the buses are not new. And in a moment of comic relief, we might say, well, they're new to Jamaica because Jamaica never had them before. But that's all that is, comic relief. That's not reality. Reality is that the buses, at least the ones I saw, most of the ones I saw, the 2010s, they were or they were supposed to be decommissioned. So that was a problem there. And then my minister, I think you know what? Let me go to her. Let me go to my minister. For those of you who don't know who my favorite minister is, let me put her up on the screen here. Let me see. I have two things from her. And let me see. All right, here it is. Okay, so that one didn't go. All right, cool. All right, no problem. All right, so after the screen full up, enough people. Screen full up, hold on. All right, now I can put her up. Where is she? All right, we'll get to this. We'll get to her. But hold on, there is something else I have to put up. Hold on. And those of you who know her, All right. All right, here we go. Now, here we go.
So hold on, get this straight. You take the man good song and switch out Sweet Jamaica.
First of all, Minister, it's none of your business. You don't know if he received permission. When you say take the man good song, you don't know if the man gave him permission to do that. You're an attorney. You need to find that out first before you start making these wild and reckless comments. First thing.
For PNP come for rule ya? And you still want me to take this Jamaica love message seriously?
Hold on a second. Wasn't it one of your members who said that Jamaica will, that the party will not surrender?
Okay, let me not get distracted because I'm going to start down a path. But I want to look at the heart of that.
You're distracted from you get the job. 2016, you're distracted. I saw you in, September 2016, and you look distracted, and you look worse distracted right now. Not to mention your performance, all distractions. So.
About this thing about coming to rule. Jamaica is at a point, and the Jamaica Labour Party government under Andrew Holness has been working hard to repatriate our sovereignty, so complete our political independence and to advance our economic independence.
So, if that is the case, why didn't you do the complete repeal and replacement of the Constitution? Why? Why you going to do a little piece of it, and then you can't say when you're going to do the rest of it and all of that? Do the whole thing. Why you stop? Why?
We've been working on both tracks over the past 2 terms, and we're really at a point of moving forward.
2 terms, and all on the could do is just the little piece want to submit to Parliament, which went nowhere, which was a waste of taxpayers' money because you established the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs primarily for that. And them even pay rent for building where them not occupied, them don't have them not fully staffed. You know, so none of the things half-baked. And you come now and come say 2 terms, you should be ashamed.
Jamaica is not at a point where we're talking about rulership. Leadership, true leadership, is about upliftment. It's about the fact that our young people, and in particular, as a matter of fact, our boys and our young men, what do they need for us to advance all of us as a country we know we can be?
Where you know about that? You can't even manage your own ministry. Where you know about upliftment, young men and boys? Where you know? And you know why we don't know? You know why we know? Say you don't know what you're talking about? Because of the point you're going to make right now. Remember the people and listen to how idiotic, stupid, foolish. Oh, by the way, I did that thing the other day, and I was saying we want to show how Minister Vaz is dunce, light, and stupid. We're good for the goose, good for the gander.
And we're already great. They need somebody to look up to. They need role models. They need, as we advance the promotion of family and men being more involved in family life and in the upbringing of their children. And we've been seeing more of it. You see more fathers walking their young children to school or taking them to the bus, and you see it more. So society is moving along, but maybe not at the pace that we want it to advance at. In a 3rd term, we'll focus more on families, but we'll...
Hold on. Welcome to the gender policy of 2011. You, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, what happened to the gender policy? You come out and start brag and show off. So most of your managers are women, the overwhelming majority, which is not supposed to be countenanced under the Gender Act of 2011. And yet still you do. And you're right, Jerry Sadler, she was a complete failure in the debate. Even supporters said that. Said that Mr. Samuda was there without any help. As I go, yeah, she was there with Mr. Samuda. It was Mr. Samuda, she and Mr. The gentleman, former Minister of Agriculture, father of the white and black hair there. The one who go run on the people this morning. Pernell Charles. Yeah, Pernell Charles Jr.
Also make sure that who our young people see, who our young men see as their role model is a man who offers leadership.
Here where she go with this now. That's what I'm telling you. You know, this woman here, dangerous. She's one of the strongest supporters of the Prime Minister, and that's why he will never touch this woman here. Him keep her close to him. And if you remember when him travel, sometimes come America, him travel with her. And she ended up talking about law enforcement issues of which she has no concept, no idea, but she ended up him give her the right to talk about that. Minister Chang was noticeably absent.
A family man who has raised two strong young men who are at university, one who's been married to his high school sweetheart from Spanish Town, straight to UE, straight through professional achievements to where they are now in life, both in political leadership, the most noble offering of service of self to country. That's who they need. Young men need role models, not to be ruled. They need mentorship and upliftment, not to be down-pressed and oppressed and spoken down to like they don't understand English. Jamaica needs Andrew Holness, not somebody who think that PNP to rule ya.
The people are of the opinion, so we need a Andrew.
No. I don't know if this lady, I don't know what's going on with her. I don't know if there's a medical problem. You know, I don't know if it's a psychological problem. I don't know if there's a problem with power. I don't know what it is, but there's a problem here. This woman is lost in space. I am convinced. She won't answer questions about the same-sex couple that came, that the U.S. Embassy wanted to be assigned, and she said that they weren't going to give the credentials. And I asked her, what happened? Tell us what happened with this case. Did you back down? Did Jamaica back down? Because we talk big and bright. No answer. Ask her about the fertilizer. She was the one who made the fertilizer deal in Morocco. No answer. And I've asked several questions. No answer. But we give them a little break because of the election. But once the election over, well, we don't expect that shall go there. But I'm still going to ask a question because I'm have a permanent secretary, Sheila Mantooth, rank idiot, like our boss. And we are going to deal with her. We are going to deal with her. Administratively, we're going to deal with her. But Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith is clueless. Clueless when it comes to her portfolio. She had don't forget about the debacle at the UN when we were supposed to vote and we didn't vote. Don't forget what was going on between Venezuela and probably still going on Venezuela and Guyana, and we didn't show up for the meeting. I don't know if we weren't invited, but we didn't go because we said we're focused. She said we're focused on Haiti. Can she say Haiti is a success? The Samoa Agreement. We need to know more about that. We haven't heard much from this. We haven't heard much from this lady at all. Useless. And when I cuss her, you know, when I say I cuss her, I mean let me be proper here. When I critique her, this is what she say.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
All right, mom. Enough is enough. You can't take it.
Let me tell you something. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Enough is not enough until you're gone. You have to leave. You have to leave. And such a comment, she said, Minister, the Prime Minister is a role model. Role model for what? Mr. Kamina Johnson, say a star, run up your mouth. Go read the report. Go read the Integrity Commission's report. Read it, read it, read it. If you don't want to read the Shenstone property one, and if you don't want to read the Westcon investigation, and if you don't want to read the 28th bank account one, the statutory declaration, I'm begging you, go and read the affidavit submitted by Craig Beresford. And then you can come back and talk to us and tell us that the Prime Minister should be a role model. Role model for who? I know when you go home and you talk to your husband, you tell him, say, boy, Prime Minister have no idea. The Prime Minister do some crooked things. I'm sure you tell your husband. I'm sure not talk about it. I'm sure if you don't talk to your husband, if you don't speak to your husband, I'm sure you speak to your best friends and your colleagues. I'm sure say want to have some conversation concerning the Prime Minister. Because if you don't, then you're really a jackass if you don't. You really, somebody said she should fix our pants. I true, you know. And our pants are little blouse thing that we have. Yeah, put in the pants. See her, yeah.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Young girl, wear your size. So, Prime Minister can't be no role model for anybody. Hey, people in a Cockburn Pen, Towile, Compound, parts of Firehouse, shareholders meeting Wednesday. We have to get rid of the chairman of the board. We have to get rid of him, people. We have to get rid of him. Have to get rid of him. Let me look at. Let me see some more videos up here. Oh, here's one that all of you will like.
Well, I think the Prime Minister repeated innuendo or direct attack which has been leveled by his party on my nationality. And, you know, I just wanted to just make it absolutely clear that I am indeed born here as a Jamaican. Here is my birth certificate.
That's how my one look, you know. That's how my one look.
And it shows I was born at the University Hospital on July 19th, 1965. And it's right here. I hope your camera can pick it up. And I have a copy for you, Prime Minister, right here. And I wish you could provide me with a copy of your certification, but of course you can't do so.
Oh, goodness gracious. Man, boof him up. Here's the response.
Not your birth that makes you Jamaican. It is the choices you make for your country.
Then what can go?
You hear that? You hear that? Him get nervous. And I tell you, our Prime Minister is stupid. The opposition leader displayed I believe he displayed his birth certificate on Andre's program, if I'm not mistaken. Or he said he had it, or I think he may have this. So the people that they have employed to watch these programs and do summaries on us, they failed. Or maybe the Prime Minister forgot. Because if me a Prime Minister and me have my PR group, I monitor all of these channels and I see what people are saying, and I take notes and I do assessments. This is something that they've made a central point, that the man wasn't born in Jamaica. So I would be acutely aware of that. So I wouldn't raise that on the stage. I wouldn't. There are so many substantive issues you could have raised, Mr. Prime Minister, but you run up into this one here like a blind bat. You run up into this one here, and you're supposed to blame your advisors them. Because if I were advising you, I would tell you, don't go anywhere near the citizenship issue. If you're going to raise the citizenship issue, don't raise it on the debate stage. Raise it when you do your mass meeting and you have no opposition. Nobody can challenge you. That's when you raise it there. But you don't go there and raise it. And the man knock you out. And when you get knocked out and them give the smelling salts, instead of you just sit down on your stool and say, all right, fine, me get knocked out. Let me just exit the stadium here and go back and go to the gym and work out. Instead you do that, you get up and steal a box, like, realize the fight over. The fight over, the man knock you out cool. And after they revive you, get up and you steal a box, and the referee say, no, the fight done, boss man. Fight done. Listen to the foolishness where you go say that no, you're a laughing stock of people in Jamaica. You're a laughing stock of people in the diaspora. Tita.
It's your birth that makes you Jamaican. It is the choices you make for your country.
So the choice you make for sell beach rooms on the beach for 7 million, 7.2, and the thing valued 13. Was that a good choice? Because if that was not a good choice, then you're not Jamaican, Mr. Prime Minister. You are not a Jamaican. You don't even need to renounce, because that was somebody looking at that objectively could reasonably say that there was corruption involved there. Somebody objectively looking at it could reasonably conclude, because how is it that you can have taxpayers' assets, the shareholders' assets valued at 13 million, the highest price, and then you sell it, it's you, Mr. Vaz, UDC, sold it for 7.2. And I'm backing up that statement by the Contractor General's investigation. And he had some very choice words for Mr. Vaz. And he had some very choice words for the things that you guys did. And he said the offer was an insult to Jamaicans. How explain that to me. You're not a Jamaican because of your birth. You are a Jamaican based on the choices you make for the country. So two things will make you Jamaican. One, you have to be born in Jamaica. Based on what he's saying. It's not only birth. And the second thing is your choices. So now, if I can't make a choice for Jamaica, if I'm a day worker, I don't get to make choices for Jamaica. So am I Jamaican? Or are Jamaicans only people in a position of influence who are born in Jamaica? People can influence policy and make choices for Jamaica. Is that it? That sounds to me like a Tapanars thing. That sounds to me like the same thing we accuse Mark Golden of. So, Prime Minister, you need to explain yourself. But, remember, no. And I say people are come out and run on and say, that's not what I mean, blah, 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 blah. The Prime Minister just, the degree of doctor was conferred on him recently. And prior to that, he received a degree from Delaware State, University of Delaware, doctorate too. Prime Minister has been to school many, many years. He knows his way around the English language. So don't come tell me that I know what I mean. You might as well tell me that is not what he said, and I mustn't believe my lying ears. When you read, you say the man intelligent and this and that, and now we make the statement to now come out and I say, well, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. He was knocked out, and he never know he might try a comeback. You know, if I were advising, you know what he should have done at that moment that Mark Golding pulled out the thing? He should have said, Mr. Golding, now that I've seen it, fine. Let's move on to the next question. That's what I'm sure do. I'm sure say, Mr. Golding, then if this has been the case, why didn't you come out in the initial stages and announce and produce this? Assuming that him never know that him do it per Andre show. Why never just come out and say, Mr. Holness, this is what we've been asking you to do. And now it looks like it's a debate that has caused you to show this. Why didn't you show it when the issue was raised? That's how you do the comeback. And then you move on. But him have to match what was said. Because him had the bro God. Him had the done. Him have to say, him have to come with something to counter what was just displayed and said. Yes, Gigi, him ego, get the better him. So now him come out and him say, guess what now? The whole of uno, no, not Jamaican. Because guess what happened now? A lot of us not making choices for Jamaica. So does that make us aliens? I don't know. Because here's the thing, people. I thought that you could only give up your Jamaica. If you were born in Jamaica, the only way you could not be Jamaican is by renunciation, where you just say, I don't want it, and you fill out the paperwork and you give it up, and that's it. But I don't understand that statement. No, guess what? That statement has rankled the diaspora. People in the diaspora are very upset at the Prime Minister for saying that. Because guess what? God forbid there should be a natural disaster. Guess who them going to call upon first? The people that he has just said you're not Jamaicans. The people he just described as not being Jamaicans, I'm going to reach out to us and them going to ask us for steel hull boats. Them going to ask us for rowboat. Them going to ask us for inflatable boat. Them going to ask us for fertilizer. Them going to ask us for shovel. Them going to ask us for wheelbarrow. Them going to ask us for this. Them going to ask us. You see the list what them ask for that last burial. See the list. The Prime Minister cannot. But you know what? I was going to say it would be disgraceful for him to come to the diaspora now and try and seek. Well, it's too late right now. Too late. Because his position will be disposed of come Wednesday, God willing. So, but this is what happened when you have desperation, when it sets in. People say foolishness, and actually it's not even foolishness. It's sometimes it's them conscience take over and start speak the truth, start talk how them truly feel. How them truly feel. OT, speaking of which, you have that thing, the OT, the thing we will get today. I don't know if you can put it up. OT gone. Let me see what this one is.
All ministers under the new Jamaica Labour Party government will be given a job letter. That job letter has a timeline of 2 years and 6 months with key performance targets, which are agreed upon by the cabinet, focused on two things: economic growth and job creation. Everything that they do must lead towards economic growth and job creation. Failure to achieve those specific targets within the time period are consequential. And then secondly, they will get a 90-day target. In other words, we want to be able to give a report card on the first 100 days of achievements. So they will get a 90-day target that they must achieve, and these are what we call the low-hanging changes that can be made within the first 90 days. And all of that is aligned to our manifesto.
Sorry. Thanks, Joey Blogs. Yeah, sorry about that. The video, that's an old video. That's not a recent video. That's an old video that he promised that all the ministers are going to get job letter. Ask him where the job, I asked them, where is Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith's job letter? And where's her performance evaluation? I asked them, don't give it to me. Them not give it to me. OT is trying to get an audio. I have to hear this audio. I have to hear it. But there's something else that I want to talk to you about before we get the audio. Let me see what this one is.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness made a promise to complete 5 key things in his first 100 days in office.
Within our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica.
Promises on top of promises. Can you guess how many were kept? Well, that didn't go too well. Let's see what he's promised in the last 100 days.
October 4, 2023. In 2020, Andrew Holness had promised to build 100,000 houses by October 4, 2023. This promise was scaled down to 70,000 units, but up to the end of 2022, a total of only 15,477 housing units had been built under his administration since 2016.
On October 6, 2023, 365 NSHP houses were promised, but only 160 homes were completed. On October 18, 2023, Holness promised he would lower the inflation rate, which was at 5.1%. But by November 2023, it was 6.3%, which was not only higher than October, but outside the BOJ's target range of 4.0 to 6.0%. On October 29, 2023, he promised significant investments to facilitate the transformation of the JCF. To date, many rank-and-file police personnel still await overtime payments. On October 30, 2023, Holness advocated for peace in the Middle East.
Hold on a second. Can you guys hear that? Because I said Bob Cosmic says he's not hearing. Can you hear that video? Yeah? It good. Okay. Bob Cosmic said he's not getting a sound. Talk to me, folks. Can you? Oh yeah, everybody can hear. Okay, all right, here we go.
And the protection of human rights for all. Yet, Jamaica missed the UN General Assembly vote on humanitarian truce in Gaza.
That is one of the deficiencies we talked about with Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. Terrible, 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 terrible decision of indecision. Terrible.
Gaza on October 27, 2023. On November 2, 2023, Holness promised to make sure that all Jamaicans have access to water, then committed 50,000 water tanks, but said only 3,000 would be distributed.
On November 8, 2023, Andrew Holness promised to respond to the Integrity Commission about his 2022 and 2023 statutory declarations not being certified. As of February 2024, he has not updated the country, nor have they been certified.
On November 19, 2023, Holness promised $330 million for a special housing-related response for home repair. The next day, on November 20, 2023, Holness also promised to commit to address the issues and offer support to the residents affected by flood rains. As of February 2024, many residents are still waiting on said funds. On November 22, 2023, Holness repeated a promise he made in 2021, which was to provide 12,000 titles. On November 24, 2023, Holness promised $1.4 billion to clean up.
Them love 1.4, eh? Them love 1.4.
Jamaica. On November 25, 2023, Holness said that the government has shown they can keep the dollar stable. When he took office, the dollar was 121.22 to 1, and today the dollar is 156.80 to 1. On November 26, 2023, Holness promised to end energy poverty, lower light bills, and reliance on makeshift lighting solutions. On November 28, 2023, Holness repeated his promise to shift 50% of Jamaica's electricity to renewable energy, knowing that as he made the promise, the government had not sent off even one request for proposal in regards to this under the 8 years of his leadership. On January 8, 2024, Holness promised at minimum 500 new houses under the NSHP. On January 10, 2024, Holness promised to reimagine and reshape the way we utilize our markets island-wide. On January 17, 2024, Holness promised a Type 5 health center for Portmore, which is currently without a hospital. On January 24, 2024, Holness promised the 40 billion Spark program, which is supposed to revitalize secondary, parochial, and community roads across the island. On February 11, 2024, Holness promised to turn Clarkstown in Trelawney into a city. On February 12, 2024, Holness promised 1.52.0, indicating that he will increase the tax threshold. From 2016 until now, one thing remains constant: empty promises.
Let's hear from Holness himself as to why he made these promises.
So no government will be able to come and make false promises and hide the truth and tell you half truths and trick you into voting for them, and then when them win, them throw on poison for you.
Time come for a change.
People, there you have it. That thing, I think it's dated, but nevertheless, you see the laundry list of promises made, and we don't know, or we know that most of them, they were not fulfilled. A lot of them were not fulfilled, and then a lot of them were repeated. Now let me talk to you about something. I don't have the clip here. The Prime Minister said during the debate, he said that the investigation of his statutory declaration, plural declarations, that, because I think it was 2021, 2022, said the investigation was over. Remember, he said this, the investigation's over. And I'm thinking to myself, Why would the Prime Minister make such a statement? Because surely the Prime Minister must have seen Craig Beresford's affidavit. And the affidavit, it said that, let me see if I see it here, Craig Beresford's affidavit. The affidavit said that they were waiting, like he said, you know, if the Prime Minister shows up and says, okay, right, here it is. Let's see if this is it. Okay, hold on. One second, hold on. Let's bear with me. Oh, this is the what he said in his affidavit was that they're still waiting for the Prime Minister to provide the information requested. Now, at the same time, the Prime Minister's file was referred to FID for further investigation. So the two things actually could happen. Some people say, well, you know, there's a problem here because the information is that the statutory declaration was sent over for further investigation by FID. So why is it then that the Integrity Commission is still waiting for information after it referred it? Still could happen, because if let's say he gave them the information, the Integrity Commission, then all they have to do is say to the FID, listen, we have the information now, so you can terminate your investigation and forget about the referral because we have the information. So it's not a problem with that. But for him to say the investigation is completed when he knows that Craig Beresford's is dated March of this year. So obviously the Prime Minister knew about this release. Because he even said people are releasing information. He said it at one of his mass meetings. So he knew about it. So if he knew that they were, Craig Beresford said, I'm still waiting for him to give me the information. And he knew that the Integrity Commission, the Financial Investigative Division, they had received the referral to initiate an investigation into the matter. He must have known that the investigation is not closed. So I'm just wondering, for him to say it's closed, does he know something that we don't? Is there a move afoot to shelve this thing, shelve the investigation, terminate the investigation? We don't know, but we're curious. We're curious because this just doesn't make any sense for him to come out and say the investigation is closed, knowing that the door is still open over at the Integrity Commission for him to turn in the documentation that they requested. So it's not closed there. And he also knows that the investigation was referred over to FID and they haven't come out with anything saying that it's closed. So I'm just thinking to myself, what if the Prime Minister is he's saying it's closed because there is something going on in the background that he knows that it's going to be closed and he's going to be exonerated. I'm just curious, people. You see, you have to look at their words. You have to examine their words. You have to listen to their words. You have to listen to the inflection. You have to listen to the sentence structure. You have to look at their body movements when they answer the question. When they answer, you have to look at the question that was asked or the question that wasn't asked and how they answer. You have to look at all of these things. And so I'm looking at this and I'm going, something is not right here. For him to come out and say the investigation is closed, knowing full well that the investigation is open over at the Integrity Commission and it's pending over at the Financial Investigative Investigations Division, something is not right. Trust me on this, people. Something is not right. I'm leery about what's going on. I'm concerned that we have Dennis Chung over there, and we have Paula Llewellyn still as DPP. And we have Minister Favour Williams, to whom Dennis Chung reports. And Minister Favour Williams reports to the Prime Minister. Something rubs me the wrong way here. Something is not right. Trust me, something is not right. But we will find out. We will find out in the fullness of time. We will find out. You know what? I have something I wanted to play for you, but Kevin is not around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it from my phone. All right. Please listen carefully. All right. Listen.
And deliver for the people. And you may wonder why we chose the slogan, Choose Jamaica. 2 years ago.
Can you guys hear that? Tell me, please, if you can hear. Yes. Good. All right. Let me go back and start over. Let me start over. Here we go.
Every member of my cabinet, every member of the Jamaica Labour Party made a decision to work hard, do their best, and deliver for the people. And you may wonder why we chose the slogan, Choose Jamaica. 2 years ago or so, you would recall that there were protests and demonstrations at our consulate and embassy in the United States. There were persons who wanted to tear down the image and brand of Jamaica in order to tear down the government. There were persons whose sole ambition was to get power at any cost, including tearing down Jamaica. Some persons called me and they said, Prime Minister, we want to go there and demonstrate. Help us to get some shirts so we can put on our GLP shirts and go there. And I said to them, no, this is not a fight. We must not go there and embarrass our country and contribute to the falsehoods. No. And one of them said to me, all right, Prime Minister, see what you're saying. You are choosing Jamaica. We don't tear down Jamaica in order to get the power in Jamaica. For the Jamaica Labour Party, our mathematics is that we must build up Jamaica and the people will.
All right. What the Prime Minister said, in essence, is that the people who protested at the consulates in Miami and New York and the embassy in Washington, D.C., that they were seeking power at the expense of brand Jamaica. They were tearing down Jamaica. And that people came to him and said, we want to buy T-shirts and go up and do a counter protest. And in his wisdom, he said no. Let's think about that. Let's think about that. Well, I'm looking for a document. Oh, is this? Hold on 1 second. No, that's not it. Let's think about what the Prime Minister said. There's a document I'm looking for here. And this document is going to take us right into the heart. Right into the heart of this whole situation. Please bear with me. Let me find this document. Because we'll make a circle, you know. Remember the Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith said, this man is a role model. Remember, a whole group of them said, this man is the best prime minister. And what they've done is they've demoted some of the JLP's heroes. They've demoted Siaga, they've demoted Shearer, they've demoted Bustamante for Prime Minister Andrew Holness. They said no. Okay. I found it, people. Now tell Kevin some do this for my own, you know, because Kevin, you know. Well, actually, no, Kevin cool. Kevin I gotta say about time. That's okay. See, Kevin can't think about him, I've been saying that Jamaican can't think about him foot, you know. Kevin I gotta say, unlike the Prime Minister, Kevin I gotta say, no man, about time. I just know him, I do it, shame on him. Right? Hold on 1 second, I'm pulling this up. Come on. All right. Janet Monday, I don't know. I hope not, because I hope they could see through the lies. But the Prime Minister said that people demonstrated. And he gave the reason why. He said they demonstrated because they're seeking power and they're trying to destroy brand Jamaica. The question is, why? Why would, and I was one of the members out there. I was a member of the group. I was one. Several people were there. Why did we go out there? Why was that protest called for power? What kind of power we seek to acquire? Frankly speaking, I cannot think of a single conversation where anyone in the group, the organizing group, said we want power and this is what we're going to do to seek power. So I don't know where we got that from. And in terms of brand Jamaica, this Prime Minister is worthless. He's despicable. He's useless. He's not a leader. If he's a leader and you classify him as a ship, then that's a ship without a rudder. Not the fancy boat that he purchased. The one with bathroom, dining room, kitchen, bedroom. Not that one. Prime Minister, you see, when you seek to take on people, you must do your background. And you must think carefully. And I will tell you this, Mr. Prime Minister, this is my personal message to you. I will sit down with you and your best advisors and I will twine on up. Me say that without any reservation. Try me. I will take on all of you. And when I say take on all of you, I'm talking intellectually. I'll take on all of you. Take on all of you. I take on you and the whole cabinet. You know why I can do it and be successful? Because I don't have a corrupt bone in my body. You and the entire cabinet, the whole of you can't say that. As a group, you can't say that. Because guess what happened? Julian Robinson said it the other night. He said, I, Julian Robinson, I'm not under investigation by the Integrity Commission. Can any of you over there say that? Mom was the word. Mom was the word. I can take on all I want because I come with a clean heart and a pure spirit. I come standing on the shoulders of greatness. And I come advocating for the people of Jamaica. I don't come trying to scrape anything. And that's why I can sit across the table from all of you. Hey, uno lucky me never up on the debate stage, you know. Uno lucky. Uno lucky me not up on the debate stage. Because all of that garbage when you come and talk, I would have debunk it like this. 1, 2, 3, gone. And believe me, the opposition did a fantastic job. But there are things that weren't raised, that if me raise it, I done or not done. Done or not done. Now, people, I'm going to show you why this man is not and will not and cannot be a role model for anyone in Jamaica. Except if you plan not to comply with rules and regulations and the law. If you plan to do that, then yes, he will be your guy. Why am I telling you this? I'm going to show you where he violated the Integrity Commission Act. That says that you must comply with request. When the Integrity Commission says, give us the information, you must comply. And you must file an accurate statutory declaration. You must tell us what's going on. Don't hide things from us. Here we go. This is the document that's causing grief. You hear him say, oh, them released everything. And oh, he also said everything, you know, everybody know everything about me. Not because you told, because the information was discovered. That's why. Not because you came out and you filed your statutory declaration and you declared everything in a timely manner, completely, comprehensively, totally. No. It was because you were caught. How about the 3 Nova Scotia bank accounts? Did you tell them about that? The one that you have with your father, the one that, one you have with your father, 2 with your mother and your sister, and 1 with, well, that one is not a Scotia account. They have another one with a member of your constituency. And when they ask about it, you say, I don't know. I don't remember how my name come on this account. I don't know about this. I don't remember. Do you remember that? You did not tell the Integrity Commission about those accounts, sir. They found out. And by the way, those accounts were not dormant because the 2 with your mother, more than $1 million went back and forth. There were transactions being conducted from the account you have with your mother and your sister, to your personal account. And from your personal account to your mother, to the account held by you, your mother, and your sister. So you're going to come and say you don't remember this. You can't. That's not an excuse, sir. And so now the diaspora members, the diehards, the ones them who are think about the Jamaican people, and I think about how you, Mr. Prime Minister, have damaged brand Jamaica. You turn around and now you criticize. And by the way, this is the first time we've heard him talk about it, so we know it on them skin. On them skin, I juke him for a long time. And him just feel good for come out and say, oh, and by the way, you see this thing we tell you about minimum wage? Why the hell he never put it in a statutory, why never put it in the manifesto? Why never say it on the debate stage? Why him say it no? Why him say it no a couple of days before a few days before the election? Why? Why? Because I cook this up, people. Something as significant as the minimum wage, you would have put that inside and said, we're going to give them 18,000, we're going to move it to 18,500, or we're going to double it, blah, 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 blah. He would have said all of those things. I don't recall seeing it in there. I don't recall seeing anything about minimum wage being doubled in whatever. And then he was on the stage. He could have said it because he was talking about all the other nonsense, the other nonsensical things concerning GDP, unemployment, and taxes. He was saying all kinds of things. Why did he never mention that? D. Marie said, is it in the manifesto? I don't recall seeing it that he's going to double the minimum wage. I don't recall seeing it. If it's there, please point it out to me, people, and I'll apologize. But I don't remember seeing it there. The one thing I do know for sure is that he didn't mention it on the stage. Let me tell you, go to page number 76. Hold on, let me see. If it's there, I'll publicly apologize if it's there. Hold on. Oops. Hold on a second. I don't see the manifesto. I don't see it here. I don't see it. If you can find it for me where they said that he's gonna double it, then bring that to my attention, please. If you can find it, if you can find it in the manifesto where he said that he's gonna double the thing and he's gonna do it. He's gonna do what I need to see now. I need to see exactly what he said last night. That's what I need to see. That's what I need. So, D. Marie, anybody out there, if you find in the manifesto where let me put up what he said. Hold on a second. Where is this? No, this is this. Oh, it gone. Hold on. Yeah, it's up here somewhere. But listen, if you can find where he said in the manifesto that he's going to double it, and next reading of the budget is going to move it from 16 to 18.5, and then over the next few years they're going to double it to get it to 32. if you find that language inside there, that exact language, because that's what I quoted. If you find that language, then please bring it to my attention and I will apologize. But if I don't see that language there, oh, about doubling, then Marie, then that's the part I'm talking about, where he says he's going to double it in a few years. He's going to go from 16, and the next reading of the budget, it will be 18.5, and then over the next few years, they'll double. They'll get to the point where they double it to 32. That's the language I want to see. All right, because if he just says we're going to increase the minimum wage, that's not good enough for me, because that's not what he said. He said more than that. But anyway, all right. But anyway, D. Marie, thanks for bringing that to my attention. Now, they're talking about him setting example, being inspirational, all of these things for boys and young men. This guy, this gentleman, our prime minister, is not. He's not even a role model for his own two sons. He's not a role model for his own two sons. And I'm going to show you why. This is a letter from a member of the Integrity Commission. This is going back to 2019. And you're going to read and just kind of picture it, let it simmer. You're going to read the frustrations that this person was having with the prime minister in terms of getting information from him. He didn't want to give the information. Look at this. It says, "Dear Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, examination of statutory declaration." Let me see if I can get this any bigger. All right, there it is. "A review was conducted on statutory declaration submitted by Mr. Holness since he became a parliamentarian in 1998. So they went back and they looked at everything. Now look at the date. Remember this date. Remember. Hold on. Remember this. January 2019. Please just remember that, right? All right. So here's what they said. A review was conducted on the statutory declarations, and they said the scope of the review covered statutory declarations for the period 1998 to February 2016. Right? Remember, this is what? January 2019. Remember that date. So this person is saying that we started looking at his statutory declarations. We looked at all of them from the time he entered parliament, since he became a parliamentarian, from 1998 to February 2016. This is the scope of the review. We wanted to review all of his statutory declarations. Now, why in 2019 would they want to go back to 1998 after they have reviewed and accepted all of his filings from 1998, 1999 until then, until 2018 it would appear, because the letter is January 2019. Why would they do that? Think, people, think. Why would they do that? Why? Because of this, it says the objective of this exercise was to determine whether information entered on statutory declarations was a true representation of the assets and liabilities of the declarant, and that his net worth, when calculated, was commensurate with the income stated. In common parlance, in everyday language, it says we went back and we wanted to look at all of these statutory declarations because we received information that this thing wasn't true. That all of these things that he filed, that there were questions there. And we wanted to go back to make sure that everything that he put on these forms, that they were true. And look at this. It said, after carefully reviewing and formulating an opinion on the facts as they presented themselves from our investigation, it was observed that his assets increased substantially over the years, and especially over the period 2009 and 2012. Some other areas of concern were identified and required further clarification and investigation. Letters were, listen to this, letters were subsequent, hold on there, Sita. Letters were subsequently submitted to Mr. Holness seeking clarification on varying issues. So what they're saying is that after we looked at this period, we had some questions and we sent out letters to him asking him to respond and clear up our concerns. Look at the next sentence. It says, the responses received, however, were not sufficient to satisfy the concerns that were raised. So in the sequence of events, they looked at all of his statutory declarations for a certain period. They said, this doesn't make any sense. They said, Mr. Prime Minister, please tell us what's going on here. We need some clarification. He responded, and they said, it didn't clear up the matter. So in May 2018, under the new Integrity Commission, because remember, the new Integrity Commission, the law passed in 2017, and the organization became effective in 2018. It says right here, another letter was sent to him. Another means one went before. Another letter was sent to him that they were still waiting for his response to the letter dated October 5. So this is when they sent the first letter, October 5th. And in May 8 months later, this wrote to him and said, we haven't heard from you. So they said, look, please respond by June 22nd, 2018. So they gave him 8 months now to respond. Remember, after they sent him the letter, 8 months went by, he didn't respond. And so they sent him a letter and said, we're going to give you 8 months. What did he do? What did he do? We're going to walk you through this, people. Here is what happened. August, right? Remember, let's go back and just look. They told him to respond by June 2018. He didn't respond June 2018, right? Hold on a second. He didn't respond June 2018. So June came and went, July came and went, and then in August, the Prime Minister wrote them a letter and said, I need more time. This is show you how much respect he has for how much respect he has for this Integrity Commission. He went past the time and then he wrote them and said, I need more time. And the Integrity Commission, and this was, again, people, this is one of my complaints about them. They, right here, acceded to his request. They granted his request and they gave him until October 15, 2018 to reply. December 18, they wrote to him again because he hadn't responded to them by October. Here it is, in December 2000, another letter was sent to the Prime Minister that we have not received a response, although he promised to have it done by October 15. And as of January 2019, they said no other response has been received. And so they sent it off to the Integrity Commission for further action. And who did that? Ms. Powell, acting director of information and complaints. She's Craig Beresford, the affidavit. Craig Beresford, he became the director of information and complaints, the one who submitted the affidavit in March. Now, let's go down a little bit further. This is the investigation, one of the investigations of the Prime Minister, right? Here it is. Hold on. They're doing the background on him. They said they're looking at his statements. They said over the years they were closely monitoring his state. It is closely monitored for review. And up to 2011, all of them were cleared. Then they did a special investigation. Where they thought about, they considered doing a special investigation. And they did. And they asked him in October 2017 for information. And up to February 2018, they were not satisfied with the information that he gave them. And so they go on and they talk about some of the problems they were having with him. And here's another one. On May 29th, they sent a letter to him and asked him to respond by June 2019. Now, let's go here. Now, remember I told some of you last time that maybe somebody in his circle, they're the ones who call the Integrity Commission. They're the ones who communicated with the Integrity Commission to say there is something wrong with this statutory declaration. The Integrity Commission did not find this out on their own. Somebody reached out. And how do I know? This language right here. The former Integrity Commission initiated an examination of the statutory declaration of the Prime Minister. Here is the key language. This right here. On receipt of certain information. This right here. Somebody told them. They received certain information in respect of his filing of statutory declaration. Somebody told them that this man is not telling you the truth. And that's when they started looking at his statutory declarations. And so he finally responded April 2019. And here are the things he gave them. He gave them a financial journal from 1998 to 2018. He gave them stuff on Sunshine Mobile, the Lido Taxi, and Omega Bridge, which is the loan company that he has. And then they have some other things here. Documents labeled appendices 1 to 22. Now, here's what they found. I want you to pay close attention why this man cannot lead anybody and why this man cannot be an inspiration to anybody and why this man cannot be a role model to anyone. Right? Here it is. They said his explanations, remember him give all of these documents, his explanations disclose multiple businesses and investments, assets and incomes which were not previously declared. Hold on 1 second for. Bear with me, folks. Hold on. Oh, wow. But Kevin, there we need Kevin. Okay. So, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, people? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Okay, Kamisha said yes. So you see, look at this. The Prime Minister, no. See this? They said he did not previously declare some of these things, multiple businesses, investments, assets, and income, which were not previously declared. And me says so. Integrity Commission says so. Let me big it up so I can see it. See there? His explanation disclosed multiple businesses and accompanying investments, assets, and incomes, which were, see there, not disclosed. So he did not do what he was required to do by law. He didn't. He didn't. We could go down a little bit more. No, you see this title here? See this? Undeclared business assets, investments, income, and liabilities. They're saying that here are some of the things, or here are the things that the Prime Minister did not tell us about. Here are things that we found out later. Even though the Prime Minister knew that he had an obligation to report these things to the Integrity Commission on his statutory declaration. Here's the first one. Premium Group. This is Mr. Siaga's company. He did not declare the income for December 2000. The Prime Minister did not. It is right here. Income from this employer was not declared. Let me use this. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Was not declared. So that's number one. Walk with me through this, right? That's number one. Premium Group. That's Mr. Siaga's company that the Prime Minister was working. He was working there. He did not declare his income. It's right here. Income from this employer was not declared for December 2000. So that's one. Number two is this company called Sunshine Mobile, which is a taxi business. And you hear him saying he buy 2 taxis, it's actually 3. Let me take this down. All right. See, he owned 3 motor cars, which he contracted to this taxi company. Now let's see. Remember, no, premium. Let me write them down, just in case people should ever forget. Let me write them down. Premium is 1. He didn't tell us. He didn't tell him about his employment at Premium. Sunshine Mobile. Let's see what they say. All right. See it right here? Let me get rid of some of these lines here. All right. See it right here? The business activity, the assets therefrom, and the income derived were never, see it right here, never previously declared from 1998 to up to the date it was said to have been wound up and the assets sold. And remember now, he said this thing was actually sold right here. They wound up the company, they terminated the company in 2018. So from 1998 to 2018, the Integrity Commission is saying that they were never aware of the income, the assets, and the business activity of our Prime Minister in this company. And that is Sunshine Mobile. Then there's another company here called the Lido Taxi Service. Write it down, the Lido. Now look at the Lido. It said his connection with this company, right here, his connection with this company and its income was previously unknown and is now being brought in as proof of having had an additional source of income. So they're just finding out. And look at this, all declarations from 1998, teacher, to 2005 bear no evidence of accounting for this business and its income. So he didn't tell them about the leader. At least for a period, he didn't tell them. So then now we go to Omega Bridge, which is a loan company that the Prime Minister owned. Let's see what it says. See this? Investments and income from this business activity were not declared for the years 1998 to 2005. So Omega, I run a loan company. I'm not tell the people, him don't tell Integrity Commission anything. And him come up with a story and say, oh, Sunshine Mobile, the Lido Taxi, and Omega, I did them to support my constituency. People don't even hear this nonsense, and that's why I didn't declare them. Come on, Mr. Prime Minister. We look fool, but we're not fool. And the Integrity Commission say, we have no choice but to reject that opinion. Them reject it. See that done. Let us see what else. Cash Plus. Put on Cash Plus. Cash Plus. Look what it says. This investment right here. Let me take off some of them things so I can see. This investment has never been previously disclosed, and it affects declaration years 2005, 2006, and then cashed out in 2007. So Cash Plus, no. First Global Bank Money Market. He said he opened his account in January 2005 with an initial sum of $400,000 and was never, here it is, previously declared. So First Global. And just so everybody know, this is coming straight out of Craig Beresford's affidavit. And Craig Beresford is the director of information and complaints over at the Integrity Commission. And he is saying all of this is true. He's saying all of what I'm telling you is true. Here's another one. First Global Financial Services CD. First Global CD. Look at this. Okay. His interest in First Global was not previously declared and affects 2005 and 2006. So the First Global CD, never tell them about it. Here it is now, personal loans and advances. Right? Him same girl loan to Everard Curtis Stewart, who's related to him. And he got his money back. He made a loan to his wife, Mrs. Holness. And she repaid him. But he never tell them where he get the money from. And here is one of my favorites. A personal loan was made to this gentleman here, Paul East. He loaned Paul East 2.3 million in 2010. And he said, Mr. Paul East repaid him in 2011. Now look at this. Nothing was declared in relation to these personal loans and advances in the declarations for the year 2006 to 2011. And also the source of funding remains unclear. We don't know where he get this money from. So personal loans, he not tell them about that. And them don't know where the money come from for him lend out money. Them don't know. Olent, it said that a query was raised previously and statements were seen for 2005, 2006. So they never go too much into Olent. Let's keep going. You have a lot of money in Olent. Look at this. In Olent, he would have $1 million at one point. See it right here. 1.2 million US dollars in Olent. Right? Let's keep going down. It's all Olent. Stay with me. He told them in his journal, he told him about this company called Panadian. He told him about Panadian. But it looks as if he told him about Panadian long after he was in Panadian. Look at this. He bought a boat in Panadian. And they have questions about Panadian. So I could put on Panadian and put a question mark next to Panadian. Then we see ADMAT. So ADMAT purchased some property, and see it right here. The Prime Minister did not declare rental income from this apartment. That's Arcadia. I think it's Arcadia, but they have Arcadia. We'll just put on what them put. Arcadia Drive rent. Then him go down and let me see what else we have here. I think there's then we have Shenstone, we have Norbrook Hill. All of this he explained. All right, here's another one. He explained that he did not declare. He explained that he did not declare this property as he considered it to be. I did not consider it to be his. I think this is a property him talk about time sister. This is the 26 Norbrook Heights. Stay with me, people. Stay with me. This one here, 26 Norbrook Heights, lot 15. He said that even though ADMAT, his company, was involved in it, right here, he said he was not aware of a second and separate property from this money or something else, boy. Lot 15. He said he wasn't aware that ADMAT had any interest in that. Lot 15, 26 Norbrook. So what else here? Then we have a lot of things here where he didn't explain where the funds came from, right? We could just skip go down because the big ones, I think we have the big ones already. He didn't know anything about his wife's thing. All right. Here's what they're asking for. They want proof of ownership of business assets and sale transactions from the sale of business assets. They want to find out about the money he loaned his wife. They want to find out about the lot 26 that he said is owned by his sister, even though he is the legal owner because of ADMAT. His sister is not in ADMAT. And look at this, what they said. Now tell me, can this man be, people tell me now, can this man be a role model for anybody? Look at what they say, conclusion. Given what has been provided by the Prime Minister, remember now, is him giving all of this information, you know? It's a given what has been provided by the Prime Minister, it is noted that there are several omissions in relation to income declared, ownership and investments in company assets, investments in alternative investment schemes. That phrase is a term of art. Alternative investment schemes, Ponzi schemes. Alternative investment schemes, that phrase means cash plus all-in. Ponzi schemes. So our Prime Minister was invested in Ponzi schemes. Amounts noted as being personal loans and advances. And look at this. These omissions affect statutory declarations for the year 1998 to 2016. Some of which it is noted that the previous Integrity Commission indicated were cleared. So they were clearing him, you know, until somebody said, hey, we need to go back and take a second look at this man. Somebody went and said, you need to go and take a second look at this man. And we almost finished. We're almost there, folks. We're almost there. See that? Illicit enrichment. See? We won't even spend time with the growth. Let me see what they say. ADMAT, they have a problem with ADMAT, the money not matching up. So, see all this? Documents presented by Mr. Holness does not support the construction cost. And look at this. Significant investments were held by ADMAT in two financial institutions, SSL and JMMB, with no clear source of funding. They're saying, put this money inside there, but we don't know where the money come from. Oh, another thing is he added his wife as a director of the leader after the leader closed down. And that's what they're saying. Why did Mr. Holness find it prudent to have his wife as a director if the company was dormant? Right? It's right here, undeclared business ventures. All of them. Sunshine, the leader, Omega. And here's undeclared business venture that falls outside the review period. Now they're saying there are other things that he didn't tell us about. Undeclared, see it right here, business venture. Here's it, Imperium. Here it is right here. So he never tell them about Imperium. And he didn't tell them about Estate Bridge. It is right here. Perusal of statutory declarations received from Mr. Holness for period ending September 2020 revealed that the companies Imperium Investments Holding Limited and Estate Bridge Holdings Limited were not reported to the Integrity Commission. There it is. Let's keep going. I just want to show you something. This the one that he said his sister owned. There's his sister, Miss Anderson, at lot 26. They said it is unclear whether the declarant shared in any other assets held by his sister locally or overseas. And they said the value of Mr. Holness' investment in assets held by his sister allegedly needs to be ascertained. And then look at this. They're looking at a whole bunch of people that he's associated with. Paul East. Mr. Paul East, there you are, sir. Referred in the Integrity Commission's affidavit. And we have a gentleman here, Ian Moore. We don't know what's going on there. We have a gentleman here. They said he's associated, these two are associated with the Prime Minister and with Carousel and George Neal. We have the Prime Minister's sister. We have Donovan Williams, his business secretary, I believe. We have Patrick Bailey. These are all people they're looking at. We have Wilfred Bailey, Lloyd Bailey, Cosma Smith, George Neal, Sita, Janice Landell, Norman Brown, Saxthorpe Holdings. These are all people that the Integrity Commission said we need to look at these people. We have more Paul East right here again. A close associate, Mr. East. I hope you're listening and you're watching. You see how you're described by the Integrity Commission as far as your relationship with the Prime Minister. It says a close associate of Andrew Holness, Mr. Paul East. Written, sir, in writing. And like somebody say it and then we can say that is not what they said. It's right there. And they go on to talk about Mr. Paul East and his companies here, Navy and his company, Navy Supplies. And he said that he got government contracts. We're doubling down, Mr. East, on the information that is provided by the Integrity Commission. Take it up with them if it's incorrect. I want to show you something. This is another recommendation that they need to look at a whole bunch of companies. Oh, Mr. East, you might be interested to know that they're looking at NOSL Services Limited, or they're recommending that they look at them. And look what it says here. Transfers made from NevE Supplies Limited. That's your company. NevE is your company. All right. Hold on a second. There's something else here, people. I need you to see that you're gonna. Our prime minister is the best, man. Best. And that's why he's saying we know more about him than we know more about him than he wants us to, than he would like us to know. And it's only because he took them to court why this thing came up. I'm gonna show you something. Hold on. Here are some of the accounts that we're talking about that he claimed that he has no interest in our, some of them him saying never know about. Hold on. See, they wanna look at this. Mr. Holness failed to provide complete and accurate information on statutory declarations for the periods ended 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Mr. Holness, I know me, he says so. Is the Integrity Commission said that about you, sir? The Integrity Commission said you failed to provide accurate, complete and accurate. Those are serious accusations. And when they make them, they must know that they have to have the proof. So they were saying that, you know, they start looking at this statute here, this provision of the statute, a false statement. But there's something I want to show the people that you were involved in as well. That the Integrity Commission. All right, look at this, folks. They said the commission's review, this is a letter written March 2023. And it says, the commission's review of the information presented revealed that additional information is required. More information is required for further clarification. In the circumstance, please provide information from the relevant institution with respect to the following: number of shares, date of acquisition, and cost at acquisition from Gov't Investments Limited. Now, think about this. Why would they ask him to provide all of this stuff? That means that he has some investments there. They wouldn't ask you to say, give us the information. They know, give us the information about these companies, unless they know that he was involved with those companies. Now, here is what. They start out with Burrito. Follow me. They start out with Burrito. Then they went to Derrimon Trading. Right? And that's where I think he bought some shares. Then look at the others. Look at them, too numerous to me. All right. Burrito is one. Derrimon, two. Then look here. Number of shares. They're asking him about this, you know. Caribbean Cement, Carreras Group, Epley Limited, Grace Kennedy, Guardian Group, Jamaica Broilers, Jamaica Producers, Seprod, Trans Jamaican, ordinary shares, and Trans Jamaican preference shares. The Prime Minister was all over the show. Look at this. And then they ask him about a Scotiabank account and a JMMB account. Now, here's the clincher. This is later on. I think it's further down here. Hold on, stay with me, people. I think it's there's a section where they talk about is, oh, I think this is it. Look at this, the conclusion. The analyst concludes that Mr. Andrew Holness, right, may have committed an offense under Section 43 of the Integrity Commission Act and Section 14 of the Corruption Prevention Act. And so they're asking for further investigation into it. But the important thing is that they have said that, look, this man is statutory declaration for several years. They're not correct. They are not correct. Now, let me see if I find one more thing and then we can come off of this. I know the Prime Minister one will come off too. When the Prime Minister hear people talk about things they're supposed to run, when him hear people talk about integrity and all of that, I'm supposed to say, hey, I'm out of here. All right. All 781 devices. Look at this. Recommendation. Look at this. The Information and Complaints Division believes that the Prime Minister had adequate knowledge and ability to confirm ownership of the financial assets and liabilities of that's his, belonging to him. Here is the key sentence. It follows, therefore, that Andrew Holness knowingly made false statements in the statutory declaration. Let me make it smaller. For the period, and they go back again. He knowingly, that's a key phrase. He knowingly made false declaration, made false statements. That's a crime. For the period for 2016, here we go again. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. So from 2016 to 2021. Let me move this now and talk to him. How can the Prime Minister now claim that he's or how can Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith vote for the Prime Minister if she read this document? And how could the Prime Minister come out and say that the investigation has been completed and that he's governing over, or his good governance exemplified? He's doing all the right things. He's above and beyond reproach. He's involved in no corruption. All that. Listen, the man did not tell them about his involvement in Premium, Sunshine, Delido. And let me be clear. Let me go back over. He didn't declare his interest in these companies and the monies received and assets for at least some period of time, which he was supposed to do for all the time that he had it since he entered representational politics in 1998. So let's be clear about that. Not the entire period, because at some point they found out whether he told them or they discovered. But Premium, Sunshine Mobile, the Lido Taxi, Omega Loan Company, Cash Plus, First Global Bank, the First Global CD, personal loans. And didn't talk about the Arcadia Drive rent, the Imperium, Estate Bridge, Barita. Them asking about Barita, Derryman, and a whole list of companies. You saw the companies, folks. They're asking about that and his shareholdings in those companies. Panadian, I'm not even sure he told him. I'm not sure if he told him about Panadian. Let's say Premium, Sunshine, Delido, Omega, Cash Plus, First Global Bank, First Global CD, and the personal loans, 8. You think this prime minister can be no inspiration? Unless you want to get involved in them kind of things where you don't follow the route. But do you think that he's a role model? He's not even a role model for his children. His children, if they're watching this program and they're aware of what their father did, they would be ashamed of him if they didn't know that he was involved in this kind of thing. You're right, Joey Blogs. It cannot be a coincidence. Cannot be a coincidence that all of this thing happened. Cannot. So when the prime minister come and telling all kind of nonsense, giving the impression that he's innocent, that he's pure as the driven snow, tell him, say, listen, don't come around here with that foolishness. Don't come around here with that foolishness. I'm going to show you some more things because we have to go touch Mr. Vaz now, you know. We have to touch Mr. Vaz now. Hold on. Stay with me, folks. I'm just putting up some more videos here. Stay with me. Where is the prime minister? Okay. All right. All right. Here we go.
Work for anything that I have had. I have said it before and I will say it again. I don't know what a gold spoon looks like. It has never been in my mouth.
So, Comrade Golden, when I hear Andrew, I say him never born with gold spoon in my mouth. That does not mean you should steal it.
I have no inheritance or any endowment or any trust fund anywhere.
That does not mean you should steal it.
And want to build a home for themselves and their family. I come from England, and we have a saying, an Englishman's home is his castle. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I don't know what the big to-do is about. The casting of aspersions and innuendos. It's typical of the PNP. It's the PNP mentality. It is a crab in the barrel mentality. Again, it's the poor mentality. We can't all be rich, so we all should be poor. It is the socialist mentality. It is the grudgeful and bad mind mentality. That's what it is. It is, and the people, I tell you the honest truth about this thing. People who are criticizing.
When you see how far back it come, see how far back this bad mind idea. When you can't, and when you don't want to answer questions, okay.
Criticizing me for building a house, don't know that I literally build, and I've been building now for 4 years. I think what it shows is a capacity to do things and do them well, to think big and build big. I hate people talking about people who work hard, who have never worked hard themselves, who have never one day put one block on top of another and built anything, right? Yeah, you can love everybody, but at the end of the day, you can't eat love, right? And you can't live in it. People have to be able to execute, build, construct, create, be industrious. These are also important values. And what I find is that we run around saying, oh, we love, we love, we love. And at the end of the day, you don't create anything, you don't own anything, you have never built anything, you have never transformed anything. And I think that's what the voters have to contend with.
Remove him. Somebody just asked, is there any evidence of his involvement in Cash Plus? All right. It's a good question. Let's go back and look and see what they say about Cash Plus. It's a good question. So let's see what they said. Woolant. Because he mentioned to them that he was involved in Cash Plus. Let me go back and see. And in fact, he himself said that he was in Cash Plus. He said it on the he said it during the debate, and he said he lost money in Cash Plus. He said he was involved in Cash Plus. I remember that. This is Olint. I'm trying to find Cash Plus. I may have to do it another time. Well, hold on 1 second. Okay. Let me show you what the Prime Minister said about Cash Plus. See that? Right here, investments in Cash Plus. And what does it say? It says, Mr. Holness indicated that he commenced. He told them. He gave the Integrity Commission this information. He said, it says right here, Mr. Holness indicated that he, is a personal pronoun, commenced placing deposits in alternate investments in Cash Plus in early 2005. He, Mr. Holness, could not recall the amount of the original invested, but he invested $2 million in May 2006, which was in cash from a First Global Bank certificate of deposit, which he did not tell the Integrity Commission about. This First Global, remember we talked about that, the First Global CD. At June 30, 2006, the balance in Cash Plus was $4,642,000, which Mr. Holness said meant, which here it is again, which Mr. Holness said meant that approximately 2.2 million was in the account prior to the 2 million deposit. According to Mr. Holness, the initial and subsequent deposits were derived from funds recovered from the proceeds of assets sold in his dissolved business. So he said, this money came from businesses that I dissolved, business that I sold. Of which we have already noted, he stated was to support constituency activities, which was rejected. He's saying this money came from businesses that he sold, and so he was using the money to help his constituency, and the Integrity Commission said, we don't believe that. Look at this. He, Mr. Holness, noted that he made his first investment in Cash Plus in 2005 and continued holding this account until 2007. And here is the But we need to know this investment, this cash plus investment, has never been previously disclosed. As my friend Mystic would have said, take it away. There it is. So he talked about this taxi company.
I buy 2 taxi, then I open a taxi company, and I go through the struggles just like everybody else.
There you go. And we put this white taxi, it's a phantom taxi, because he said I bought 2 taxis, but it's actually 3 he started out with. And we show that in the document. There it is. Which one is this? Yeah. It is right here. We talked about this earlier. He owned 3 motor cars. Started out with 3. All right. What else we have here, OT? OT has given me, oh, look at this one here.
I was born in Jamaica. I never England me birth, no. We try tell them, but nobody know I believe me. Well, but it's telling now. This are me bad. Best fit tickets on a plane. How me look you now? Oh, me. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Now you hear me? Yo, yo, yo.
Comic relief, people. We need some of that. We need some of that. Marlon Brown, just get in touch with OT. She will send you the thing. The OT will get it to you. Let me see. Did we play this one here? Let me see. Did we play this? Let me see. Oh, that one's done. Remove that. And then this one. Did we play this one? Oh. Okay. So we know that one is. Let me see this. This. What else? All right. Hold on 1 second. We have more. I'm not tired to hear about the Prime Minister now. No, I'll move on to here's one. Here's one. Some of these not playing. I don't know what happened. Let me see some. We need Kevin and now, man. Kevin, where are you there? We have some. Well, yeah, this video is not playing. We have a couple of them not playing. This one is where the Prime Minister says he's going to be tough on corruption. We upload them. No, Kevin thing now. Kevin thing that, see, this one I gone to. All right, stay with me. Just want to give a big shout out to all of you who, those of you who have kept the faith and stick with us, you know. There's a lady about the Prime Minister. Let me see what she said.
Andrew Holness, I want to tell her that time for your pack and go. We're tired of you. Tired of you. AP's on the lead. You're Jamaican? It's about the man don't have the passport and then I take out the state paper and show y'all know you can't show your one. Finish.
What you them say Mark show him birth certificate?
Mark show me.
What is your name, ma'am?
Malvia Barrett.
And you're from where?
Treon.
So she tired of him. Okay. Let me see. Hold on 1 second, people. We have so much of them around here. Darrell Vaz, this is Minister Vaz. This is going to take a long time with Mr. Vaz. Tell me if we're ready for we move to Mr. Vaz, because I think we have exhausted the topic on the Prime Minister to show that he does not deserve to, based on, if nothing else, forget, well, even if we wanted to forgive the promises that he made and say, yeah, he made the promises and never, we haven't even touched the manifesto yet. I have them right as well. Now the manifesto is right here. I show a whole bunch of nonsense. We haven't even touched that yet, but never leave that. So, just broke the vase. Oh, all right. So let me take down the Prime Minister. And let me take down. And one of the reasons I'm going to take down the Prime Minister, you know, because I listen. Especially when a woman talk to me, I listen. Especially when that woman is a favorite of mine, I listen. And this woman tell me what to do. And so I'm going to listen. Here's what she said when we said we're going to do some more things about the Prime Minister.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
And with that, we'll leave the Prime Minister alone. Right? She said enough is enough. And so that is that. Now, let's go to Minister Vaz. Now, who is Minister Vaz? Let me tell you a couple of things. Not too many. We have a file here, but we're just going to something in here that caught my attention. There's something about him and some tainted money and former Prime Minister Edward Seaga. This was back in 2003, and it had to do with campaign financing within the Labour Party. And it says here that the controversy began when Edward Seaga, then JLP leader, questioned the source of funds used in James Robertson's campaign for deputy leader of the JLP's Area Council 2, which was managed by Darrell Vaz. Seaga publicly suggested that tainted money, quote, move this out. Seaga publicly suggested that tainted money, potentially linked to illicit sources, had been used to finance the campaign, prompting an investigation by Police Commissioner Francis Forbes. Siaga's concerns led to a formal inquiry, with Vaz writing a letter to the police commissioner denying any knowledge of questionable funds. The controversy escalated when Vaz and Robertson's financial team challenged Siaga to provide evidence or retract his claims, even hinting at possible legal action for defamation. The scandal highlighted broader concerns about transparency in political donations, as Jamaica lacked strict regulations on campaign financing at the time. Politically, the scandal exposed internal divisions within the JLP, particularly between Siaga and Douglas Vaz, Darrell's father, who had clashed with Siaga in the 1980s. And then there's some more things here about Mr. Vaz. So his name has been linked to financial matters. For some time. This is back in the, I think they said this was back in the 80s. Looking to see a date. It was a while back, but his name was there. Let me see what we have on him. There's so much, people. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna play some videos. We're gonna make some comments. Some of the stuff you've heard, some of it maybe you haven't heard. But to go sequentially, it's gonna take hours to go sequentially. So we're just gonna play some things and then we'll comment. And we haven't opened the phone line yet. I'm gonna open the phone line so people can talk. Let me see right here. Will be transformational. Okay, all right, let me play this one here. Let me see. I'll pull that down. PM Rural School Bus. Prime Minister was involved in that. Never know, so the Prime Minister have me up, you know. Never know, so the man have me up. Have us up, you know. All of the people who protested. Man, have we up? So, and now I guess I'm gonna need a visa for go to Jamaica because, you know, the man said being born here doesn't mean that you're Jamaican. All right, let's start with this one.
So I'm happy that we are finally at a point where we can bring in buses that are dedicated public transportation for students. In other words, Jamaica, when this is fully rolled out, will have a comprehensive school bus system. Now, to be clear, the system will be jointly operated by the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Transport, the JUTC having a memorandum of understanding for the maintenance of the buses. But it is important that the role of the Ministry of Education is...
Hold on a second there. If this is a joint program, Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Transport, and Ministry of Education, Ministry of Transport is going to be responsible for the maintenance of the bus, then how come Mr. Vaz said he purchased service contract for the buses? And remember him said that? When you remember him saying he purchased one in one interview, he said it was a 1-year deal, and in another interview, he said it was a 3-year deal. So who he purchased that service contract with? Who? Because we know that he couldn't have purchased it in America because the buses are too old. Nobody's going to sign a service contract and fly from America to go down to Jamaica to fix the buses. So is he saying now that he purchased? He purchased. Remember now, we know the bus is coming in under the auspices of the Transport Ministry, and they're just turning them over to the Ministry of Education. So why do we need a 1-year service contract or a 3-year service contract? We're going to play that video then. We'll come back to that.
Is emphasized because the budget will come through the Ministry of Education, particularly the budget for the full subsidy of those students who have gone through the beneficiary identification system for PATH. Now, more than that, however, which is the part that I am even more pleased about, is that the school rules for the physical plant of the school will apply to the bus. So a student on this bus is still under the jurisdiction of the school as it relates to conduct and discipline. And that is a very important point. So the transformation that will happen as a result of this, clearly households in Jamaica will get an economic benefit because right now there is an inequity. If you live in spaces served by the JUTC, you get a fully, in some instances, subsidized fare. But if you live in rural areas, no subsidy applies. So there is an inequity. This will help to reduce that inequity, if not remove it totally. But it will also bring a level of decency and standardization to our students. And it will also improve our students' performance at school.
Access
not having the distractions, not having the discomfort and the inconvenience, the late arrivals, the exposure to all kinds of deviant behavior. And
how about the exposure to emissions? How about that? How about the exposure to road safety issues, where the driver can't see around a vehicle pass if there's a truck in front of him or a bus, him can't see around. So we don't know. Ask the children to tell him what's on the other side, what's coming. The children now will be the sideman on the bus.
Fights. I think that this is going to be transformational. So we are starting, Minister, you have assured me, with 50 buses in a few weeks' time.
Yes.
Just to
he would have said we have been extended the JUTC services and also through Montego Bay Metro. The 12 buses that he spoke to are actually there and have been there for quite a few months. Those are now able to serve another 8 schools between Hanover and St. James. So, truth be told, between April 24 and January 25, the Montego Bay Metro, I'm speaking to now, 31.68% of the ridership was kids, school children, about 210,000 rides over that period. So I'm just giving an impact of what it's doing and what it did for the enhancement of the school, the rural school system. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we have extended routes through JUTC in terms of St. Catherine, as you said, Clarendon, St. Thomas, St. Mary. We're now going to Castleton and Granby Hall. And just today, we announced a new route, Nagahead to Spanish Town through Dunby Holding. So that also, although that's not a dedicated school bus, it does ease the pressure of the children getting to school and also the cost. Because as you know, the JUTC part students don't pay, and the rates are between $20 and $50 for school children. So that also is huge in terms of the impact that would have had.
So it's a commendable effort, Minister Vaz, that will hopefully bear fruit in the way that the Prime Minister and yourself and the team intend. I was curious as well about the aspect where the buses would be, in a lot of ways, the speed would be delimited on the buses to ensure that. So tell us a little bit about that. Yes.
Let me just give you. So basically, I've been grappling from I mentioned in May 2023 when I took the transport portfolio as how to implement a national rural school bus transport. Mm-hmm. The initial intention was to use the existing public passenger vehicles and give them a subsidy by government to be able to get the children from the districts to the schools. We worked several models, and the subsidy came up to billions of dollars to do it right across the 13 parishes. So the bottom line is that even though we're still working on that, but we just can't come up with a formula, even on a phased basis, that we will be able to sustain it in terms of the cost of it. So here comes an idea of using refurbished school buses, which is what he mentioned yesterday. These buses are manufactured in the United States and leased to the counties through the schools. So they are leased and they are serviced, a lease contract, which includes servicing, and at the end of the lease, they come back in. I got a call that there's 100 of them available, just out of the blue, because I bought one for Portland through my foundation.
Hold on. Hold on. When you hear what him say a while ago, when you hear him say, let me hear what the boss is. Let me play it back again. Let me play it back. Let me play it back.
Today, these buses are manufactured in the United States to be able to get the children from the districts to the schools. We worked several models, and the subsidy came up to billions of dollars to do it right across the 13 parishes. So the bottom line is that even though we're still working on that, but we
Did you say 13 parishes? I thought this, I guess he left out Kingston. Okay.
just can't come up with a formula, even on a phased basis, that we will be able to sustain it in terms of the cost of it. So here comes an idea of using refurbished school buses, which is what he mentioned yesterday. These buses are manufactured in the United States and leased to the counties through the schools. So they are leased and they are serviced, a lease contract, which
this man is just he's all over the place. The buses, it depends on the school district. Not all of the buses are leased. I can tell you about several school districts I know that they run their own bus program. It's not leased. They run it. So when him come and give you the idea about it's leased and it's service, and sure,
include servicing, and at the end of the lease they come back in. I got a call that there's 100 of them available.
You hear that? You hear that? You hear how he got involved in it? He got a call that 100 buses were available. Juxtapose that to what he said. He said he received an unsolicited proposal from El Hydro. Remember that? The unsolicited proposal is in writing. So who called him and tell him that there were 100 buses available in America? Who? This is serious.
Just out of the blue, because I bought one for schools. So they are leased and they are serviced, a lease contract, which includes servicing, and at the end of the lease, they come back in. I got a call that there's 100 of them available. Just out of the blue, because I bought one for Portland through my foundation for East Portland and West Portland, and I was doing a pilot project, but independent of the national school bus.
So if 100 of them available, how come we only got 26 one time, and then some others, and we still don't have the 110 yet? And people are going to hear when the 110 supposed to come, even though Minister Vaz said they were going to come by the end of July. How come the invoice that came from Chicago only have 26? If there were 100 available, how come we don't get an invoice with 100? We want to get an invoice with 26. And himself said that 26 came one time. Why we never get the whole shipment? Or back to back ships are come Jamaica all the time. Why? And then get a call out of the blue.
I was doing this in my capacity as Member of Parliament. So I delved deeper into it and realized that I could buy the 100 buses from the manufacturer, refurbish them, and bring them to Jamaica and put them in at one time, 60 and 40. These buses.
You hear that? 60 and 40 more bring them in and refurbish them. You not listen to this, people. Not listen carefully to what the minister tie up himself. Him get the impression that him get the 100 buses from one location, you know.
Are coming in all the time, so I can get more if I need, and I know I'll need more, but I'll come to that. So what are we going to do with these? We are going to put them on the major corridors. We're going to work with the schools, which I did in Portland already, through the Ministry of Education to decide the corridors that these buses will ply.
Right, because that was going to be my question. Is it that the students are going to go to some central location based on the traffic that you see now?
The major townships and on the major corridors to the schools.
Okay.
That's the start. But let me just develop on the point I'm making. So basically, they will be able to take the bus, part students, free of cost, and we are extending the same thing that we are doing with the JUTC, where kids will pay between $20 and $50 depending on the length of the route. But the good part about that is that right now, rural...
When they hear that, they must pay between 20 and 50. So they could pay a low of $40 and a high of 100 round trip. But him come back later and say, no, it's a flat fee, it's 50. And then the Prime Minister said, no, it's free. People, I wonder if not pay attention to this foolishness here. And this is only about the cost, you know. We're not talking about all of the environmental problems and the health problems and the procurement problems and the service problems. We're not talking, all we're talking about right now is the cost, how we get the buses and the cost for the children to ride. And the man I tell all kinds of stories.
Rural students are paying between $300 and $500 a day. Now, don't get me wrong, because they still have to get to the school bus. So there still is a cost to that. But to pay $20 or $50 is going to be a significant savings to the parents, which is going to total anywhere between $1,500 and $2,500 per week per student. Now, bottom line is that those buses will be operated by the schools. They get subvention, and the monies used from the subsidy will be used to continue to maintain them. So they will hire the drivers. We will train the drivers at JUTC through JUTC and HART, and JUTC will also set up to help to maintain and service the buses so that we don't have the downtime.
So the buses
will be used in the morning and parked and used in the evening. So it's not something that's going to be up and down all day, specifically to get the children to school and get them back home in the afternoon.
Well, look on them too, yeah. I have a lot of respect for the gentleman. The lady, I don't know her, but I'm surprised they're not asking the right questions. They're not asking the right questions. Let me move this on. Let me get some more from the Prime Minister.
A dedicated school bus system for rural Jamaica to ensure equitable access, improved attendance, and enhanced safety while easing financial burdens on families. This will be rolled out in phases. Phase 1 is already underway. with the JUTC expanding services in Clarendon, Morant Bay, and Linstead, providing affordable transportation for students. We will add 12 additional 45-seater buses.
Hold on, I thought he said phase one are going to start this month. That Minister Vaz said. But no, the Prime Minister made this speech a while back. I think this speech was made back in March or April of this year. And it's a phase one start already. Let's continue.
To the already existing fleet of 10 buses, giving the Montego Bay area a total of 22 buses. Phase 2 will see 100 fully refurbished buses deployed across parishes, with 60 buses in September 2025 for the start of the new school year, and another 40 buses.
Hold on a second. Mr. Prime Minister, yeah, mash up Minister Vaz now. Minister Vaz says all buses, 110, will be in the country by the end of July. But here it is now, you come and you are saying, no, it's 60 and another and 40. Look where you've got that, another 40 by January 2026. What is going on here? You can't get on the story straight. No, man. This is shameful. Hold on.
In September 2025 for the start of the new school year, and another 40 buses by January 2026. Madam Speaker, these are school buses used in the American system. They will be refurbished. The doors will be on the appropriate side for safety.
Mr. Prime Minister, why are you buying buses that you have to refurbish and you have to move the doors when you could have bought coastal buses equipped for the Jamaican terrain and the Jamaican climate? And you could have gotten twice the number, twice the amount of school buses, coastal buses for the amount that you spend for these buses. And you could have employed a feeder system so that the coastal buses could go up the mountainside, the hilly terrain, and bring the children down on the flat, where you have the JUTC luxury buses, the ones that are the ones that you're using on unprofitable routes right now, and have them take the children to school and have them bring them back, and the feeder buses take them and go.
And I think most importantly, the speed on these buses will be governed. So they won't be able to drive above a certain set speed to ensure safety of the children.
People, these are the things that make you get irate, you know, when you listen to them telling you stories. And these are people who are supposed to be intelligent and have your interests at heart. We're going to listen to Mr. Vaz's statements now. We hear about the Prime Minister. I'm really impressed by what him said. So let's put up some of Vaz's things and hear what him say. We need not go draft no documents. We just let them just talk foolishness. We just make them talk a bunch. Oops. Just make them talk a bunch of nonsense. Let me put one more up. I have a video that one of our dear visitors, supporters sent to us. All right, I think, hold on, let me see if we can take, yeah, I think we can take another one. Hold on. Video file. And again, thanks to all of you for sticking with us. All right, I don't think we can take any more now. So We could just play some bars thing and listen.
There's only 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student. This.
Him just say, before him said $20 to $50 one way. 40 to 100 round trip. And a year now, it got the $40 deal gone, you know. It's 100 now. Him say it depends on the journey where you go. Now him say it no. Uno appear 100. So if you school there 1 mile is 100 round trip. And if you school there 5 miles, it's 100 round trip. Change him tune.
School bus system. 100 routes. 258 schools. 328,000 students in the first phase. Within 2 years, we will be able to cover the 850 schools.
I memorize the numbers. I think somebody stand up in front time with a board with the numbers. So
650,000 students will be able to go to school every morning in a safe, economic, efficient service. Big up yourself. Yeah. See that? September morning. Come in, schoolers. Come in.
And you see who they with them though. You see who they with them. The two failures on the debate stage. All right. One of them who couldn't answer a single question, and the other one who said the GDP to debt ratio no matter to the average person, which is a departure from what they might sell us.
Have at least 80% of their mechanical life left.
The buses have at least 80% of their mechanical life. Like, we might try fool. The buses them 15 years old. The buses them have expired. The buses have expired. So when you come down and tell you about them have 80% of their mechanical life left. All right. Since that is the case, Minister Baz, why don't you let your grandchildren ride them buses here? Or your relatives, make them ride the bus. You will not see that, people. You will not see that. But OT is not even 20% of the life left on the bus, because the average, a school bus, them say the average lifespan of a operating span of a school bus is 20. They said the average is 12 years. And then when buy bus 15 years old. In buy bus 15 years old, so them buses expire a long time.
And are fully functional. The buses which we use under the rural school bus system in Jamaica will have unparalleled protection for children and adult passengers alike. Additionally, it is important to note that the rural school bus program has a dedicated JUTC team that inspects the school buses purchased from America to ensure their safety, reliability, comfort, and annual maintenance cost. So let me just make that clear. We did not buy buses based on pictures. We sent a team from the JUTC along with the supplier to go and inspect.
Who is the supplier? Himself. We sent JUTC team members along with the supplier. Could it be El Hydro? Where El Hydro do? El Hydro don't know nothing about buses. There is not a single mention of school buses on El Hydro's website. El Hydro is in the business of lubricants, grease, chemicals. That's what they're not in the business of supplying buses. And by the way, Mr. Vaz, you said that they're the manufacturer supplier. And when we checked with Bluebird and Thomas, El Hydro is not listed there. So apparently, it's either you're lying to the public or El Hydro lied to you. But somebody is not telling the truth. El Hydro is not the distributor for Bluebird buses in Jamaica. El Hydro is not the distributor for Thomas buses in Jamaica. El Hydra doesn't have buses, school buses listed on their website saying that they're in this kind of business. So I want to know who is the supplier that went to the US.
Inspect and select the buses that we deemed and sought suitable.
Select. Them say you have 100 and you say you take the whole, you don't want the whole 100, so you select. How many you selected out of the 100? How many?
For Jamaica. One thing is saying that the buses have been decommissioned and are not fit and proper for the United States transport system. Bus transport system, rubbish. They have on the 25 inspection tags. And the reason why these buses come about is because there is a huge subsidy provided by the US government of approximately $5 billion over the last few years to encourage the operators and manufacturers of these buses to change them out quicker rather than later and keep.
That's a damn lie. It's not to change them out. See, he's right about the $5 billion grant, but he lied. Minister Vaz, I can tell you right now that you're a damn liar on this particular point. When you said they gave them the money to change out the buses quicker, no, they gave them the money because the buses pose a health threat to the children and the environment. And they said, we need you to get rid of them. It wasn't that they just give them money and say, we need you to just change out your the fleet. Tell them the complete truth. Tell them the complete truth. That the money was given because the buses were deemed to be a problem. Tell them that, and that's how we get the buses. It's not because the buses them, the buses them. Somehow we have to fight to get them because people all over the world want these buses and truth be told, the school districts were trying to get rid of these buses. They were trying to get rid of these buses. Tell the truth, Minister Vaz. Tell them that, yes, there was a $5 billion grant afforded to the states. And the reason was because they wanted to get rid of these buses, not change out the fleet sooner. Tell them the full truth. But I know why you're doing this, I know why you're doing this.
Oh
my God. And they're stupid.
I think that's why you're doing this.
They're dunce.
Oh
they're dark and they're stupid. Newer rather than older.
Okay.
So these buses have in a Cummins diesel engine that have a lifeline of 500,000 miles.
That's a lot.
And the fact of the matter is that the highest mileage on any of these buses, which average at 10 years old, is 160 or 170,000.
Well, of the 26 that came in, the average is not 10 years old, man. Come on. How are the numbers? I have the numbers them the writer say now. See, the buses that came in, the 26, 12, 15, 19, 26. The buses that came in, Minister Vaz, the 26, 12 of them were 2010. Manufactured in 2010. 12. 3 were manufactured in 2011. 7 were manufactured in 2014. And 4 were manufactured in 2015. So only 4 of them, you could say they're 10 years old. Only 4 of the 26. So 22 of them are older than 10 years old. So we don't know where you get your addition and division and subtract. We don't know which school you go for to learn, but we used to go Balmaji Primary and they might have some very good teachers there. Very good teachers. I don't know where you went, but it looks to me as if you never show up at school today when they do addition and subtraction and division. Because I don't know how you get that. Because when you were talking, I think there were only 26 buses. And only 4 of them, you can say that they're 10 years old. 4. 4 of them were manufactured in 2015. And 22 of them were manufactured later. Or earlier. They were manufactured before 2015, I should say.
Miles. These buses will do 15,000 to 20,000 miles a year. So if you multiply that or divide that, we will have 10 years or 10 to 15 more years of life on the oldest bus, on the highest.
Look, the oldest bus would be 10 to 15, I'd make it 30 years old. Darvaz, I don't know if you drink or you smoke or I don't know what you do, but whatever you're doing, you need to stop. You need to stop, man.
Mileage bus.
You need to stop. Let me see this one here.
Arguing that the buses will cost 1.4 billion. Can you clarify what the 1.4 billion covers?
Again, I've done it about 5 times, and I'm going to do it again for you. And if I have to do it 50 times, I'm going to do it. And if I have to go on a program for the next 3 months, 24/7, 365, I'll do it because guess.
No, we ask you for come on the program and you don't want to come, boss man. Look how many times we ask you and you don't respond. And we know you get the message. Come and face the people, man, and answer the tough questions because you know, Minister Vaz, you know that it will not be easy for you to sit and talk to us. We know you're not coming, so we can't say what we are saying. We know you're not coming because we're still going to invite you. Because the thing is, it's not making sense. On several levels, it's not making sense. The only thing that's making sense is that the school children in the rural parts of our country deserve to have a dedicated bus service. That makes sense. We agree on that. But then there's a parting of the ways because we don't agree on how procurement took place. We don't agree on the buses that were purchased. And we don't agree how much you pay for the buses and the issues associated with the buses. I think it's Kevin here. Kevin, you there? I guess Kevin is not here. So we don't agree on that. But we agree that there should be a bus service for the children.
That's what it's important. The $1.4 billion is the same $1.4 billion that the PNP is proposing to spend to give 20,000 families $2,500 a week paid to the taxi man or the whoever man, I don't know. This situation is different. We are buying assets, 110 buses. We have to pay inland freight to get them to the locations, most of them Miami or New York, which is quite an expensive feat. We have to pay sea freight to get them to Jamaica.
All right. Yeah, Kevin is here. Kevin is here, people. Hey, this nonsense I'm telling you about overland transportation and most of them in Miami and New York, that's BS. Because if you got the buses from Miami County or Broward County, from Dade County or Broward County, how much does it cost to get to the port? Talk to me, Minister. Talk to me. You've been to Miami many times, or the Miami Fort Lauderdale area. How you purchase a bus from that school system? How much is going to cost to get the bus to the port? What, $10 in a diesel? $20, and you pay the driver maybe $50. How much? And you talk about it's an expensive fee. Come on, man. And by the way, you say you have 100 buses in a one place. That's the impression you gave us. So how come we have buses up in New York and buses down in Miami? How come? And then we also know that some of the buses that you purchased came from Vegas. So how come? Kevin, no, yeah, listen to me. We sent you there's a video of Minister Vaz, a more recent one. Let me see. Oh yeah, you have it, Kevin. You have it. Let me just continue playing this thing out.
That also is expensive based on the size and the dimensions of the buses. Then we have to pay duty.
Wait a minute. It's about $6,000 to ship the buses from Miami. About $6,000. So please. Let me start back at Kevin. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
Albeit concessionary duty for government. Then we are buying 1 year worth of spare parts.
Hold on.
Then we are putting in place.
Hold on. 1 year of spare parts. What kind of spare parts? And how you know 1 year? I'm confused. I'm not a mechanic, but when you say you're going to buy 1 year worth of spare parts, what you buying? What you're buying, how much you're paying for it, paying for it, where you're purchasing it from, who's purchasing it, where will it be stored, when will it be purchased, when will it arrive, when will it be put on the buses, at what point do you change out the parts? Talk to me. Where you get this information from? You're going to buy 1 year of spare parts. You lucky, Kevin. I use the cursor right now. Stay with me, people. Kevin, I set you up here nice. You know, this is Jamaican people. All me have to tell you, know, based on what we're seeing here, if we keep this board intact to run the corporation we call Jamaica, you know, one might as well just consider say it's over. Mr. G said might be breakthrough on this part. But here's the thing, Mr. G, yeah, but him saying by 1 year. So we want to know who him buy for that year there. We're not saying that him not do it now. But we want to know how him arrive at 1 year and what kind of parts him will purchase for 1 year. I understand that you have to use up brakes and all of that stuff, but we want to see the paperwork. Because remember now, you know, remember what he said? He got value for money for the Jamaican people. So we're not taking his word at face value. We want to see the paperwork. We want to see the paperwork. Here we go again.
This contract for 3 years that we are buying 1 year worth of spare parts. Then we are putting in place a service contract for 3 years that is to the specifications that are being carried out by the Department of Transport in the United States of America. So we're not changing that. That also is quite expensive.
Who is he going to get the service contract with? Yeah, who going to get that service contract with? JUTC map that service, that 3 year service contract with? And then what happened after The 3 years. First of all, why are you getting a contract with JUTC to fix buses coming under the auspices of the Ministry of Transport? I don't understand that. And then we need to see that contract for 3 years. What does it say? And by the way, if you have buses breaking down buses breaking down in Hanover, Westmoreland, St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, Trelawney, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, how are they going to be fixed? You have a central location, you have a central depot, because we know you can't use any mechanic to fix these vehicles. They have to be trained, just like how you have to train the drivers. They have to be ASC trained. We're going to send them to America to get trained. How is it going to work? Mr. Vaz, there are more questions than answers. There are more questions than no answers.
We are putting in a cashless system in every bus. We are putting in the technology.
How are you going to manage the cashless system in every bus when the children will board from behind the driver, not across from the driver so the driver can see them coming in? You might have to watch the mirror. And if they don't queue up, if they just converge at the door, how am I going to know this? I'm going to come out and count heads and then have somehow activate the system to see how many people on the bus and how many people paid, and if the bus makes several stops, how? Stavaz, we might be dark in complexion, but we're not dumb and we're not stupid.
Which consists of several varying different pieces of technology in order for the parents to be able to track their children, the schools, and of course for the...
No, don't give it us nonsense. It costs somewhere between, to get cameras on the bus only, it's about $300-400 per bus. We know this. And to get the technology you're talking about $1,000, especially when you're talking about lots of buses, not just one bus. So all of this should be done in America. All this should have been done in America. It would have been much cheaper. So save that explanation for when the Auditor General come pay your visit. You can tell her this nonsense.
Government to be able to monitor the bus, geofence it so we know where the bus is and if the bus comes off the route.
These are the facts. The 110 buses will arrive in Jamaica between now and the end of July.
Whoa!
26 are here.
Hold on a second. When I hear it, when I hear the Prime Minister say buses are come all in November and December and January. This man says buses will all be here in July. And guess what we found out? The 110 buses are not in Jamaica, or did not arrive in Jamaica by the end of July. That's what we've been told. We've been told.
And 14 are being cleared tomorrow. That puts us at 40. Mm-hmm. And the rest of them will come on weekly shipments from Miami over the next 3 weeks. So that is a done deal.
Yeah.
The cost is $1.4 billion. The $1.4 billion covers the cost of the buses, the inland transport to get them to the ports in Miami, the freight, sea freight from Miami to Kingston.
Hold on a second now. You see how this man I tell lie upon himself? Remember him said the buses them they are New York and Miami, you know. That is what him say. So the buses from New York, we're going to drive them come down to Miami. Now him say all the buses are going to be shipped from Miami. So what happened to the buses them up in New York? What happened to those buses? How are you going to get the New York buses to Jamaica? This is what happens when you lie to people, you know. This is what happens. He just said that there are buses up in New York and there are buses down in Miami. Now he says all the buses will be leaving from the port of Miami. And we know that is not true because guess what? There's one bus in the list of 26 that left from Port Canaveral. We know that. So of the 26, 25 left from Miami, one from Port Canaveral. But we want to talk about the buses that him say have up in New York. Where are those buses being shipped from? I hope he doesn't say that they're driving them down to Miami. Because they can ship them out of New York. They can ship them out of Jersey. They can ship them out of Baltimore. You know, far New York, they're from the port of Miami. Aliens, they won't put them on a freight liner to Montego. Minister Vaz, oh, what a tangled web we weave when at first we tried to deceive.
The retrofitting of the doors and also the refurbishing. It also covers 1 year maintenance.
Hold on!
Which is going to be done under the strictest.
Remember, before him say, it's a 3-year maintenance plan. No, him say it's a 1-year maintenance plan. That is why people will need to see the documentation. Look, I show my documentation the other day, you know. I show my documentation, show him say, we buy the bus for $1. I showed my documentation, see that? I showed my title. And we put $1 on the top just for emphasis. Oh, wait there. See that we put $1 on the top for emphasis. See there? It's $1. So, and people still, I'm still getting calls from, I'm still being contacted by people who tell me that other people tell them that I'm a liar. There's no way I could get a bus for $1. And I said, here's my documentation. You may say it's false. That's fine. You can come visit me and I'll show you the original. But we still haven't seen any documentation from Minister Vaz. Bogus or real. We haven't seen anything from him. Come on, people.
Conditions similar to what the Department of Transport stipulates for the states in the 52 states. So we're not moving away from that.
And so I'm telling you, so this man a drink or something. This man was a U.S. citizen at one point, and you hear him say that these are the conditions set by the Department of Transportation for the 52 states. We don't have 52 states. The United States of America, is not comprised of 52 states. Somebody needs to ask Mr. Vaz this as a Jeopardy question. I don't know where him get 52 from. Just like him say one day him say it's a 1-year service contract, then it's a 3-year maintenance contract, and it's this and it's that, and we have buses up in New York and Miami, but the buses will be leaving from Miami. I don't know. I don't know.
Similar to what the Department of Transport stipulates for the states in the 52 states. So we're not moving away from that. Mm-hmm. It also is going to have the technology of a cashless system, fare collection system, and each bus is going to have 5 cameras. One for the driver, one to look at the kids, one for the geofencing, and all of those will be accessible by the schools. And last but not least, there's a duty component that we have to pay when the buses arrive here, which is factored in it as well. One thing is saying that the buses have been decommissioned and are not fit and proper for the United States transport system. Bus transport system, rubbish. They have on the 25 inspection tags. And the reason why these buses come about is because there is a huge subsidy provided by the U.S. government of approximately $5 billion over the last few years. Geofencing, and all of those will be accessible by the schools.
Let me tell the people, for the cameras, you can get the cameras in the buses for about $300-400. And then when you start talking about the geofencing and the Wi-Fi and all of that, we talk state of the art right now, stuff we put in on the buses, you're talking maybe $1,000. You're talking maybe $1,000. So when you might describe stuff, but you notice one thing: he's not giving you prices. He's not giving you prices. Come clean, Mr. Vaz. Come clean, Minister Vaz. Come clean.
And on last but not least, there's a duty component that we have to pay when the buses arrive here. Which
people are showing I'm stupid. I show you them stupid. I show you them dumb, light, and stupid. Here's all them dumb, light, and stupid. The government is paying a duty component to the government. The government is bringing in this thing for a program that is going to be run by the government, and it's paying duty. That doesn't make much sense to me. But let's say they have to pay a duty, and it's 20%, 30%. Here's what those idiots should have thought about. They should have said, listen, the head of state is the king. The governor general is the person who represents the king in Jamaica. Governor general has a whole lot of programs that he runs in Jamaica. Why didn't they just say to the governor general, listen, our law, couple of things. They could have amended the law. That's the first thing. They could have amended the law and saying, we will grant an exception for the 110 buses coming in, so we will be no concession. They could have done that. That would be easy. Easy. The other thing they could have done, they could have gone to the governor general and said, listen, we're going to make you the patron of this program, and we're going to put up your logo, and if you want, we'll put up your picture on it or whatever. We have you drive around in the bus. We have you cut the ribbons. We have you give a speech. And because you don't pay taxes, tariffs, concessions, and anything coming in for your possession or in the performance of your duty, then fine, you can bring it in. And we will just fund it through your program. Why all these brilliant people couldn't think about that or think about just amending the law? And then also remember now, Minister Vaz and Daglish, that's a good point to raise. Minister Vaz was the former, let me read it right there, so. Mr. Vaz was the former, he was the former, oh yeah, it says Vaz was the founding president of the Jamaica Used Car Dealers Association. So him know about this. Founding president, he used to purchase vehicles from Japan. And I know this as a fact. And many of you know this. He could have gotten the coaster buses. 110 school buses, he could have gotten 220 coaster buses and still have change. And the buses would be equipped for the Jamaican terrain, would be equipped for the Jamaican climate, and would come with the buses where they're supposed, with the doors where they're supposed to be, with the steering where it's supposed to be, and also it would come with all of the things that he's talking about, cameras, geofencing, all of that stuff.
Is factored in it as well. One thing is saying that the buses have been decommissioned and are not fit and proper for the United States transport system. Bus transport system, rubbish. They have on the 25 inspection tags. And the reason why these buses come about is because there is a huge subsidy provided by the U.S. government of approximately $5 billion over the last few years to encourage the operators and manufacturers of these buses to change them out quicker rather than later and keep the fleet newer rather than older.
Okay.
So these buses have in a Cummins diesel engine that have a lifeline of 500,000 miles.
That's a lot.
And the fact of the matter is that the highest mileage on any of these buses, which average at 10 years old, is 160 or 170,000 miles. These buses will do 15,000 to 20,000 miles a year. So if you multiply that or divide that, we will have 10 years or 10 to 15 more years of life on the oldest bus, on the highest mileage bus.
No man, him don't know what I'm talking about. Him say is another interview that he said that the buses do 15 to 20,000 miles per year in America, right? That's what he said. And he said they're 15. And if you look at the 15-year-old buses, right? And you just do a simple calculation. You just go so bam. You just go 15-year-old bus, right? Times 20,000 miles. 15 years. That's 300,000 miles a bus should have. So him get the bus them for up. And then him made no right. 1 minute he must say kilometers and 1 minute he must say miles. And in no language, kilometers and miles are exact measurements, comparable. They're exact. No, they're not. So I don't know what Minister Vaz I get things them from, but we'll play another one now. See what this one is.
Cost now, Minister Vaz, that $1.4 billion, it has become a talking point.
For the next 3 months, 24/7, 365 families, $2,500 a week. Them to Jamaica. That also is expensive based on the size and the dimensions of the buses. Then we have to pay duty, albeit concessionary duty for government. Then we are buying 1 year worth that are being carried out by the Department of Transport in the United States in order for the parents to be able to track their children, the schools, and of course for the government to be able to monitor the bus, geofence it so we know. I'm going to make a statement here. Regardless of what the cost is, if it saves one child's life come September morning from either death or injury, I will stand up and defend the program and the implementation of the program to its fullest. Because
yeah, but fine, defend the program, but you say regardless of the cost. We still don't know what the cost is. Give us the specific cost that you pay for each bus. Give us that. Break it down. Because the invoice we saw, it appears as if it's $20,000 like some of those buses, and they're 2010 buses. 2010 buses, and if you ship them from Miami, if they were purchased in the Miami area and you ship them from Miami, I guarantee you didn't pay $10,000 for those buses. And if it's $6,000 to $7,000 to ship them, then how you get 20,000? And you don't add the concession on it yet. Come on, man.
Because the government has one responsibility. This should have been done decades ago. But that is water under the bridge. Made a commitment in 2023 when I became transport minister that I was going to do this. The government has mandated me to do it.
So how come in 2023 it's an emergency in 2025? How come? Talk to me, Mr. Vaz. You said you took this position in 2023, but then in 2025 you say it's an emergency.
The government has supported me to do it in finding.
You hear that, people? The cabinet responsible to, they signed off on this just like how they signed off on rooms on the beach. When the value of that piece of property was 13 million and the cabinet signed off on it for 7.2 and gave away a beach for free and some adjoining areas. This one, Mr. Vaz says that it went to the PPC and it went to the cabinet and the government gave him the money. So when we start asking for surcharge action, we're asking for surcharge action to be levied against all of them. All of them have to go in their pocket and come out and pay some money. They have to go figure out how they want to divide it up. But what I would love to see is that them name every single cabinet member and say, all I want to owe this money and we need this money paid by a certain time period.
In the funds. And as I said before, we had to do this in a short timeline. And therefore, we had to make certain decisions that we had to make based on the fact that we had made a commitment that we are rolling it out in September.
Quick one before you go, and we're well over time, but let's see if you can answer this, fire off a quick answer to this one for me. Much has been made about the emergency nature of the procurement, and you would have said something to answer that question, but restate the emergency nature of this for me.
the government of Jamaica took a decision that we are not going to wait. We have to, in the interest of the safety and security of the children in rural Jamaica, implement a school bus system in September 25. Everybody in Jamaica knows that if you were to go out to tender, etc., you're talking 2-3 years by the time the process is over. We did it. We followed.
Well, whoa, Mr. Vaz. 2-3 years before the process is over. What happened to the school bus program under Royal Reid, Dean Roy Bernard, and Grace McLean in 2017 when 200 million Jamaican dollars was allocated for that program? And up to now, we can't get an answer as to how the money was spent. So, how is it that they start a program back in 2017, but it's an emergency in 2025? You said the government took a decision. They didn't take a decision in 2017? We're dark in complexion, but we're not dumb and we're not stupid.
The rules, we got PPC approval and cabinet approval.
You hear that?
We treated it as an emergency.
You hear that? The Public Procurement Commission and the cabinet, they both approved. Both approved.
I will defend it to my death. If it is that in the second round, when we have more time,
second round you won't be around. Second round you won't be around. I'm confident that the people in a Portland, I want to talk to now, my family members, my compadre, my patriots, them I want to talk to the whole away in this thing together, the whole away are shareholders in this corporation called Jamaica. And you living in Portland, you are shareholders in that entity, that subsidiary of Jamaica called Portland. And we have seen now, clear and convincingly, that this board member has failed in his fiduciary duty to us. They have a duty to make sure that whatever we give them to spend, it's spent in the best interest of the corporation. And this money was not spent in the best interest of it. I challenge him to say, let's look at your proposal and let's look at my proposal. We can look at the feeder system, or even if we don't want to look at the feeder system, let's look at just buying coaster buses for Jamaica and see where we are. Don't forget the shareholders meeting is on Wednesday. We cannot have this we cannot have this board member return on the board. We cannot.
We can do and go wider and see what else is available and whether there's any cost savings to that.
You see, now them start up the program. This administration started the program in 2017, and it was an emergency in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. It's an emergency now in 2025. And now they're saying that they're going to look to scour the globe to see if they can get alternatives to this selection, the decommissioned buses. Am I going to look for see if him can find something else better? From 2017, them couldn't find this.
Glory. But right now, September morning, nothing and nobody and no amount of evil words and evil thoughts are going to stop it.
Last one is this. Many people are making much of the fact of the use of the word new in a letter from the trade board chairman in response to you and the bus purchase. Clarify that for us.
I can only indicate that is either administrative error or oversight. The Prime Minister announced it in
administrative error oversight. We need to see your letter that you sent to Danville Walker. We need to see that letter because he's referencing what was in that letter. We need to see the letter. How you can go from no mentioning of a bus, of the condition of new or used, to suddenly you put new on it, and you put that in the reference section of the letter. The reference section of the letter is the governing section of the letter, you know. That is what tells you, it tells you that everything below concerns this, the reference. And in that letter, in the very first sentence, it says that they're responding to a letter that you sent. So they're referencing what you sent. Your letter is being referenced. So we want to see your letter. And don't make any changes on it, you know. Because we'll find out.
In Parliament in this budget presentation as used buses. Everything that I've said is refurbished buses. The licenses, every one of them, some of them have been on social media over the last few days, even before the Gleaner article came up, which states clearly the importer is the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport. Everything has to be on the license. No letter allows you to import. The only thing that allows you to import, and every vehicle must have a license from the trade board, is a trade board import license that you pay a fee for, and it has the year, the model, the make, and all of the information on it. And we have imported 26 in the first batch, 18 in the second batch. So all of those licenses have that, and the ones to come this week and next week and the week after, all 110 will be imported as used school buses.
All right. Let me see. We have this one here. Let me see if this.
Vaz, the role that El Hydra played in the importation process and why they were selected as the logistics facilitator for the buses.
An unsolicited proposal was received from El Hydro. It was evaluated. They clearly showed that they were the manufacturer dealer representative.
Remember what him say first? Him say a man call him, you know, and tell him, say, we have some buses available in 100. Now him say an unsolicited proposal, and an unsolicited proposal is in writing. So we want to know if Elijah called him first and then put it in writing. We don't know, but we know we have two stories. Now, could both of them be true? Yes, both of them could be true, but we need to know this. But he didn't start out by saying the earlier audio. He didn't start out by saying El Hydro provided the ministry with an unsolicited proposal. Him said, no, a man called me and tell me, say, boy, some buses available. And people may just want to know, the company up in Chicago that sent out the invoice, there are things that I can't say right now about what happened with that invoice. Believe me, there are things, because certain things. But we know what went on, you know. There's certain things that happen. There's certain things that happen. But in the fullness of time, mark my words, we'll get to it.
For the two types of buses that we are buying, Blue Bus and Thomas Bus, which are the two major buses that are used in the North American school bus system. That document was reviewed. It went to the PPC. PPC gave approval. It went to Cabinet. Cabinet gave approval. We have already been requested for all the documentation by at least two agencies.
I'm not so sure that PPC can give approval if it's an exemption, if it's an emergency. We're looking into that.
And those are being.
And the reason why I say that is because if it's an emergency, it doesn't fall under the Public Procurement Act. Mr. Vaz, have your story ready?
Put together, and all information will be released in the proper format, because there's absolutely nothing to hide. I just want to say something to put things in perspective in terms of where we are and where we are going. The government took a decision earlier this year that we would not go into September 25 school year without providing a rural school bus.
Oh, so the emergency was this year. The emergency was this year, earlier this year, you said. Savaz, you're on tape. Pretty soon, God willing, you will be under oath. And I hope you remember these things.
This is something that I've been trying to do from 2023 when I took the portfolio responsibility. I went to cabinet.
So hold on there. You've been trying to get the buses from 2023, but the government took a decision regarding the emergency this year. You just keep digging yourself deeper and deeper in the hole.
And was sent back because every model that I work was going to cost the government of Jamaica between $8 and $20 billion. What the children have to go through, on top of which we were very concerned about the statistics that the JCF put out, which is 60 children dead and 700 injured in rural Jamaica.
Well, you see why this man, you know see why you can't trust him. Him say every model he worked would cost between 8 and 20 billion. 8 and 20 billion. Which bus them am I talk about? Couldn't be coaster buses. Because coaster buses, 200 coaster buses cost less than 1.4 billion. And if the models where you work 8 and 20 billion, even for the whole country, coaster buses wouldn't cost 8 billion Jamaican dollars. Would not. A simple math. If we can get same buses where you same year that you buy 2050, and when you have them come from Japan from a dealership, we'll make sure them in a tip-top condition. And we can get over 200 buses, 200 coaster buses for less than 1.4. So you understand where 8 billion could have done though? For 8 billion, you could have get the families them the coaster buses themselves. Every family probably could have get a coaster bus. Every family with children who are going to school in the rural area could have give them a bus.
Sure. Over the last few years. So what we did was to see what we could implement in September. The only available possibility was to use the North American bus system, the US bus system, which is considered the gold star globally of school buses. And we made a decision.
They're not gold star. Stop your lying. The buses, they were some of them they're decommissioned buses, and the U.S. government was trying to get rid of them. Truth be told.
So that whatever we were going to implement was a fit for purpose system, meaning buses that are specifically designed and manufactured for the safety of school children.
And speaking of that, Minister Vaz, on the matter of safety, the Gleaner reported yesterday as well that the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived for the buses, with the trade board noting that the motor vehicle, allow me to finish and then I'll allow you to respond as well, that the Motor Vehicle Import Committee granted this under what they described as compelling circumstances. So I wanted to ask if the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived and the compelling circumstances that led to this.
Absolutely. So I'll get to that. Let me just finish what I was saying. So phase one was what we called an emergency. And the quickest and easiest methodology was to bring them from the United States.
I remember what the Prime Minister said about phase one. Phase one started already. Phase one started already. And him knows that phase one has started in September.
States. The second phase is going to be to complete the rollout of the 600 and odd schools, because this is only 258. And now that we have this 110, we now have all the time to properly scour the globe and look at all the options that may be available that would take time. Either time to manufacture, whatever it is. The bottom line is that we are not sold solely on this methodology. because obviously it has its challenges in terms of the door and left-hand drive, etc. But this was a decision made to be in a position to roll out in September 25, and this was the only option available to meet the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
The only emergency that we can see is the election. That is the emergency. Because if this emergency, if your concern was about the school in the rural parts of Jamaica, then why didn't the government implement this system when they had the 200 million back in 2017? Look how many years have elapsed since. And you took over in 2023, and it wasn't an emergency in 2023. It wasn't an emergency in 2024. It's an emergency in 2025. And what, just coincidentally, what's happening in 2025? Shareholders meeting this Wednesday, where the shareholders, the people of Jamaica, will get to decide whether to continue your tenure on the board. And based on your performance, you should not be retained.
So I want to make that clear. So this is not the next phase doesn't have to be an extension of these buses, particular buses. We will now go and do the proper research, meaning spend the time to look through the globe, look at Asia,
Look, you just said that the American buses are the gold standard. So why are you going to look elsewhere for silver standard and bronze standard? Why you never say we're going to buy all our buses from the Americans? All of the decommissioned and the rejects, we're going to buy them because they're the gold standard. You said that. So if you have the gold standard, why are you going to go someplace else? Mr. Vaz, you don't want me asking you any questions. Trust me.
Look at Europe, look at UK, look at all the jurisdictions and see what they do and what are the comparisons in terms of what we.
You have done that already, because remember you said that you did all of these things and you went to the cabinet and they turned you down a couple of times. Remember you said that? When you come with the $8 and the $20 billion, remember they said that they turned you down. And then now you went and you looked. How do you know that the American bus system, the school buses in America, they are the gold standard of school buses? How do you know that? How do you made a comparison? Again, you don't want me asking you questions.
We have in Jamaica. So that I wanted to make that point. The other point that I want to make now is again reminding you my previous position, other than in my current position, which was in the automobile industry. The Department of Transport in the United States sets criteria for all states to follow in relation.
First thing, Mr. Rattigan's son spend a little time with English, because her son's first language is Patois. But there's no such word as I don't think it's criterias. Criteria is plural, criterion is singular. Don't be dumb, light, and stupid. Don't.
To the annual and in some cases biannual inspection of all school buses. Mm-hmm. Those are by certified persons, companies.
Charmaine, let me just tell you something. You said me helping build his defense. There's no defense. Defense kicked down. There is absolutely no defense, because you know why? We have the paperwork, you know. We have the paperwork and we can do the comparison. We can count and chew gum and walk at the same time. Him can't get it too late for him. It's too late. That's why you hear me talk about, oh, this is his last election. Come and look at sympathy vote, because him realized the tide had turned. Because if he could have explained it since we started, he would have explained it and he would have provided the documentation. But you know why he can't provide the documentation? Because in the documentation he provide, must come from America. Must come from America because the buses were purchased here. And in no safe and produce that, we are going to go through it with a fine tooth comb and we're going to go to the sources. And if we find that these the documents are bogus, it may not be a bigger problem. So there's no turning back, there's no turning around. Him gone down the hole. He might have sleepless nights right now. Because they never suspect that anybody would be onto them like this. And guess what? A lot of people onto them. It's not just me. I'm just one of the many people looking at this story. I'm just one. So for those of you who might think that, well, actually I go through the case and actually I provide him with a defense, trust me, my man not raising no fool. My man not raising no fool. And believe me, it's not everything when me know me attack right now. Keep that in mind. It's not everything. And him know that too. Him know that. Him knows it's not everything you hear me I say is not everything I know. There are some things I will not say. Because I wait for him to come out with him defense. And here's something that me can tell him. Me can just tell you. If it sounds like me I give him an opening, me I give him an opening for go deeper. Him not get to it. Nah get to it. Nah get to it. No man, no alien. Me have stuff where me not go talk. Me have a file right now. When me not show, me not talk about it. Me just gonna leave it at that. Me have a file.
In each state that has the recognition of the Department of Transport, all of these buses have 2025 inspection, meaning that they have passed to be able to be fit and proper to run in the United States of America. Therefore, that is a specialized inspection for a specialized vehicle. Secondly, we sent a team up there from the ministry and JUTC engineers, because we have a fleet of hundreds of buses, so they know exactly what to look for. Thirdly,
you notice this time him don't say the supplier went though. You notice that? Now the first time him said JUTC and the supplier went. No, it's just JUTC.
When the buses arrived here, they have to be inspected by the Island Traffic Authority in order for a certificate of fitness to be issued so that they can be registered to drive on the roads. That's 3 inspections. The reason for the waiver of the Trade Board is that Trade Board has appointed a private outfit overseas that does use vehicles. All of the vehicles coming from Japan and those places.
Trade Board, they have a private outfit overseas. Trade Board, that's Mr. Danville Walker and company. No. Remember what I'm saying? No? A man call him and tell him to the bus them there, you know. So, how now Trade Board get involved with this company here, this private entity? And is that private entity Triari out of Chicago? Because that's the one we have the paperwork for. So if you have other people, you need to let us know so we can get the invoices as well. Because we only have the invoice for Triari.
They are not sanctioned by the Department of Transport in relation to school buses, and there is a completely inferior inspection as it relates to buses. They inspect used motor vehicles across the board, and we import maybe 1,000, 2,000 a month. So that's what they do, and therefore it would have been a waste of taxpayers' money, because the report that they would generate would not come to the criteria that is required by the Department of Transport, as they are not certified in relation to school buses. So again, I tick all the boxes. You know why? Because I know my name is the easiest name to call. And therefore, anything that Daryl Vaz does, he does it not only to the best of his ability, but he makes sure that he ticks off all the boxes that are required to make sure that in this case we get value for money. They talk about these buses were decommissioned. Again, another wicked, evil piece of information. All of them have 2025 inspection stickers by the Department of Transport, appointed inspectors in every state that they were bought from. Yes? So that is absolute rubbish. And secondly, they have Cummins diesel engines that have a life of up to 500,000 miles, and a Allison transmission, one of the best transmissions known, and Cummins diesel engines, internationally renowned. The highest mileage on a bus is 170,000 kilometers.
You hear that? 170,000 kilometers. Before it was in miles. 170,000 kilometers is probably about 110, something like that, 1,000 miles. Hold on, listen to this.
The lowest is about 60,000. They are doing 15 to 20,000 miles per year because they travel in the morning and the evening and are not regular buses that are plying the routes 12 to 18 hours a day. Therefore, if you do the math, you will see that these bus engines and transmissions have between 10 and 15 years of life left for the Jamaican people to benefit from. I go further. The average age of the buses is 10 years old. That's the average, 10 to 11 years.
Look, come on, him. Let me hear what this one is.
Let's go back in history. The JLP under Mike Henry tried to introduce a rural school bus system in 2011.
True.
We lost the election and Omar Davis locked it down. We had 230 buses that we were going to bring over 4 years with the first set of 65. And it was cancelled, the order for the 65, and it was scuttled on the basis that it was unsustainable and not affordable.
True.
In 2013, JUTC tried to do the same thing by putting 20 buses as a pilot for rural school bus. Again, scuttled and locked down by the PNP. So this will be the third attempt. And this one is not going to fail. What I can say to you very...
No, Mr. Vaz, you're lying. There was one in 2015 and there was one in 2017. This is going to be the 5th attempt at it, not the 3rd. Know your facts, man. The PNP started one in 2015. They lost the election in 2016. Then your administration started up, collected money to start up one in 2017. You've left out those two. You left out 2015 and 2017. You talk about 2011 and 2013. And now you're saying this 2025 one is the 3rd iteration, 3rd version of it, but it's not true. It's the 5th. Go back and check your records. There's one in 2015 and there's one in 2017.
Very clearly and categorically is that they have gotten the backlash from the people of Jamaica. And now they are using their bloggers to spread mischief and propaganda because they can't open their mouth again.
No, man, we're patriots. Do better than that, man. We're patriots. We're fighting on behalf of the Jamaican people. We're advocating for the Jamaican people. We want to know how was the money spent and was it value for money? We don't believe that to be the case, so we need the proof.
These are the facts. The 110 buses will arrive in Jamaica between now and the end of July.
That's not what the Prime Minister said. He said they'll be coming all the way through January of next year.
26 are here.
By the way, can you confirm that the 110 arrived in the country by the end of July. Can you?
And 14 are being cleared tomorrow. That puts us at 40. And the rest of them will come on weekly shipments from Miami over the next 3 weeks. So that is a done deal. The cost is $1.4 billion.
Here we said the rest of them will come from Miami. No, the 26 that you showed us, only one did not come from Miami. It was shipped from Port Canaveral. And if you're saying the 26 came and the rest of them will come from Miami, again, I ask you, what about the buses that are in New York?
The $1.4 billion covers the cost of the buses, the inland transport to get them to the ports in Miami, the freight, sea freight from Miami to Kingston, the retrofitting of the doors, and also under the strictest, it also is going to have the technology, one for the geofencing, factored in it as well, landed and cleared.
Okay.
That's when we pay for the buses. So right now,
Hear that nonsense, sir.
when the buses are arrived.
Listen to
So
this.
here is where the mischief comes about, based on what they are posting and putting out there. The government of Jamaica only pays for the buses when the buses are arrived in Jamaica.
I want to see that contract. I want to see that contract with whoever you purchase the buses from in America, that they are going to let their assets travel to a foreign country, and then they're going to wait until everything is cleared in Jamaica before they get paid. I want to see that contract. I want to see that contract. No sanky, no sing so. I want to see that contract that a company is going to sell you school buses to the tune of millions of dollars, US dollars, and they're going to let these assets leave their possession and get to Jamaica, and only when those buses are cleared that they get paid. I just want to see the contract. I'm not saying it can't happen. I want to see it. Show me the contract.
Landed and cleared.
Okay.
That's when we pay for the buses. So right now, we have only paid or in the process of paying for the first 26 buses.
So if the buses come to Jamaica and you don't like the buses or whatever, the bus pass clearance or something, and what are you going to do? You ship the bus back to the person and not pay for it? Or who going to pay for that shipment? Mr. Vaz, come on, man. Come on.
So the invoice that is being circulated is for 26 buses out of 100.
And if you notice, he did not take exception to that invoice for the 26 buses. This is a perfect time for him to say the invoice that's being circulated is a bogus invoice. Do not believe it. He did not say that. Did not say that.
110. And what they are doing is dividing the 26 buses into the $1.4 billion because they are dunce, they are dark, and they are stupid.
Yes. When I hear it there, hear the full context. When you challenge him, you're dunce, dark, and stupid. And you're bad mind. You're bad mind. Let me move this. We have some new videos coming in now for him. People, I hope you understand this whole exercise. It's been lengthy, but I wanted to provide you with a comprehensive view of the happenings, of the events, of everything that has taken place thus far. Because I want you to understand that it is extremely difficult for us to accept what the minister is saying, considering the many contradictions and considering his pattern and practice of being involved in questionable financial deals for and on behalf of the people of Jamaica, his employers. So that's why we're asking for the documentation. We're saying, show us the document, because what you're saying does not make sense. And when you ask, yes, Christopher, open up your eyes and see for yourself. Open up your eyes and know for yourself. And when you ask, the retort, the answer is, you're too bad mind. Mean, don't ask me no question. Is your money, you know? Is our money, you know? It's not for them money, you know? We put them there to manage our affairs. We put them there to manage our affairs. And this is how they deal with us. Now, here's a new video that came in. I don't know. I'll just play. Let me see something here. Let's see this.
Look on them motherfuckers, they don't see which. Look on them motherfuckers for which. Look, we have to go up there, stop there, celebrate people, and we have to come here, suffer. Go which, you know, go in the you know what's for which, eh? You can't get your woman frock for which. You're right, go which. Me not take nothing from you. Me not take nothing from you.
Let me just say that all the shareholders in Portland, open up your eyes and see for yourselves. Open up your eyes and know for yourselves. This is the harbinger of what's to come. This is an example, or this is very telling of what is supposed to come on Shareholders Day, Wednesday. So the shareholders are registering their disapproval of the way the board member has handled the situation over the past years. And if Portland people, I want to talk to now, you know. And if we not come together and realize that we have the power and we have the right to install and remove people. And I don't care if it's PNP or JLP or UIC or JPP or whomever. If you put somebody in a position of trust and responsibility and they're not performing, remove them. This man has shown that he's untrustworthy. This man has shown that he has not acted in our best interest. Again, I send you to the rooms on the beach deal. Right. Go look at that. Go look at the Contractor General's report. And that's all you'd need to know. Because when you look at that report and you look at what's going on here, you say, but wait a minute, why is this man spending money so foolishly? Why is he selling out our property for almost a little more than half of what it's worth? Why is he not buying school buses from America, used school buses, and he can't give us the receipts? Why is it that all of a sudden he made the purchase because of an emergency? And we can't see that emergency. The only emergency we can see is that there's a shareholders meeting on Wednesday. This is worth watching again.
Look on them motherfuckers, they don't see which. Look on them motherfuckers for which.
See that? You hear the lady say? The lady said, look under your mother frock. Or if you not see we. This is when you know people just fed up with you, you know. Them say time come, the time has arrived. Time has arrived. This is when people fed up with, when them can say this to you, to your face. You're right, British Harry. So fast him lift up. Him realize him no wanted right just upon the corner, yeah.
Don't see witch. Look on the motherfucker say don't see witch.
You hear that? She said, one said look on the road. And the other one said, look on your motherfucker if you don't see it. I mean, I don't know me already. We deal with a certain amount of dignity of your style people and things like that. But here what happened? I am not complaining about this lady because guess what? She live in another situation there. And you hear what she say? Look, one of them said, look on the road and look on the road for true. Look on the road. I'm calling her a witch. Oh. Well, then him open the door. Him open the door, Kevin. Him open the door if him call her a witch. Then Minister Vaz, you open the door and wherever lick you from behind, from when you open the door, wherever lick you from behind the door, then like that. Like that, Papa.
Don't see witch. Look on the motherfucker say don't see witch. Look on the motherfucker witch. Look, we have to go up there, stop there, see liberate people and we have come here suffer. Go witch, you know about it. You know what's witch there? You can't get your woman frack for witch. You're right, go witch. Me not take nothing from you. Me not take nothing from you.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Me not take nothing from you. Me not take nothing from you. Look under your mama frack, you see witch. Me have to play this again. Me can't believe I miss Justice.
Look on the motherfucker don't see witch. Look on the motherfucker say don't see witch. Look on the motherfucker witch. Look, we have to go up there, stop there, see liberate people and we have come here.
Well on there.
Don't see witch. Look on the motherfucker say don't see witch. Look on the motherfucker witch. Look, we have to go up there, stop there, see liberate people and we have come here suffer. Go witch, you know about it. You know what's witch there? You can't get your woman frack for witch. You're right, go witch. Me not take nothing from you. Me not take nothing from you.
Is there another video?
Every member of my cabinet, every member.
People, I want to listen to this one at DJ Kevin Stew. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Of the Jamaica Labour Party made a decision to work hard, do their best, and deliver for the people. And you may wonder why we chose the slogan, Choose Jamaica. 2 years ago or so, you would recall that there were protests and demonstrations at our consulate and embassy in the United States. There were persons who wanted to...
Sure, Mr. Prime Minister, you let me down now, man. I know 2 years ago. Last year. Last year, Mr. Prime Minister. Last year.
In the United States. Demonstrations at our consulate. Years ago or so, you would recall, Choose Jamaica. 2 years ago or so, you would recall that there were protests and demonstrations at our consulate and embassy in the United States. There were persons who wanted to tear down the image and brand of Jamaica in order to tear down the government. there were persons whose sole ambition was to get power at any cost, including tearing down Jamaica. Some persons call me and they say, Prime Minister, we want to go there and demonstrate. Help us to get some shirts so we can put on our GLP shirts and go there.
It's a Prime Minister. Call name. You're a big man. Call name, man. Call name. And then think about this, people. Look how, I mean, them people, them a bird brain, them. Think about this. People are telling him, say, them want t-shirts for come America, for come protest. How them all reach out? Them not asking for airfare. Them can afford the airfare, but them just want you know to give them a t-shirt. How that makes sense? Them going to pay, I don't know, $600 round trip. And them have to pay for hotel and all of that. And the only thing them come to you for is say, boy, we need some t-shirts. You think when you talk, Mr. Prime Minister? I don't think you are. I don't think you are. People come to you and say, we will buy our plane ticket. We just want you to give it t-shirts. That don't make no sense. Hold on.
And they say, Prime Minister, we want to go there and demonstrate down Jamaica. Some persons call me.
Persons, plural. So all them people, the persons, them are going to pay them own way. But why would I even ask you for buy a t-shirt? We don't understand that. T-shirt costs what, $10, $12, $20? So them are going to pay $700 and say, boy, Mr. Prime Minister, boy, them waste your time for you to take them phone call to say, we want a $20 t-shirt from you, you know. We will pay our way for go, but we want a $20 t-shirt from you so we can go protest. And the other thing is, why them need your approval for go protest? Why?
And they say, Prime Minister, we want to go there and demonstrate. Help us to get some shirts so we can put on our GLP shirts and go there. And I said to them, no.
You see how this Prime Minister stay in town bad, you know. See him turn it into a political thing. I don't recall anybody out there wearing a PNP t-shirt. I don't, maybe there were people, but it must have been a few. I don't recall that. But you say you want people to wear them JLP t-shirt. So what he's saying then is that it was a PNP protest by extension of his argument. And one of the organizers, whose name shall remain nameless, made it abundantly clear that he's a supporter of the JLP. But he was dissatisfied with the way the government was running the country. And that's why he was there. So I don't understand this, Mr. Prime Minister. You talk about tribalism, but it looks like you are responsible to some degree for this thing. Because here you start turning, you say people call you and tell us them want them JLP t-shirt. And instead of you say to them, listen, no, let's not turn it into a tribal thing, you know, them up there and them protesting. Let's not turn it into us against them, JLP, PNP. And by the way, Mr. Prime Minister, did you know why we were there protesting? Did you listen to the speeches? Did you hear any political speech being made out there? Did you? Ask your advisors.
This is not a fight. We must not go there and embarrass our country and contribute to the falsehoods. No. And one of them said to me, all right, Prime Minister, see what you're saying. You are true.
Him said one of them. So several people, him said, approach him regarding this.
Choosing Jamaica.
How you can claim to be choosing Jamaica when so much corruption happened under your watch, and you are presently being investigated for illicit enrichment, which is corruption, a form of corruption. How you claim to choose Jamaica? How you claim to choose Jamaica when the travel advisory said that the healthcare system is broke down, and them said that crime is rampant? Explain to me how you choose Jamaica. How you claim you choose Jamaica? How you claim to choose Jamaica when Jamaica is a transshipment drug point, and them see so much drugs over at the airport, Ian Fleming, and we were promised that arrests were forthcoming, and we haven't seen anybody arrested yet. How you claim to choose Jamaica when hundreds of pipe bombs were found down on Darling Street, or seized on Darling Street, and pipe bombs out on the eastern end of the island, and dynamite found in abandoned freezer? And then we heard that there was a bomb threat up at your house, which turned out not to be the case. How? We're not even talking about housing and all the various promises that you've made. Jamaica is going to go down on the corruption index because of you and your administration. So you can talk to your base, excite them, but know this. There is a shareholders meeting on Wednesday. Let's see if you will survive that.
We don't tear down Jamaica in order to get the power in Jamaica. For the Jamaica Labour Party, our mathematics is that we must build up Jamaica, and the people will give us the authority to continue to build up Jamaica. And
our mathematics is that on can't count. Can't count. You don't want to play the gentleman from Portland. You don't want me to do that, Mr. Prime Minister.
that is why I choose Jamaica. And I ask all of you here, I ask all Jamaica, make the choice for Jamaica. Choose Jamaica.
Look, choose Jamaica. You said the other night that being born in Jamaica doesn't mean you're a Jamaican. It depends on the choices you make for the country. And clearly, you haven't made good choices for Jamaica. You haven't even made good choices for yourself. And you are the reason why this administration is going to be removed from the board Wednesday. You are the primary reason, because you sit above the fray. You sit there where you can see what's going on, and instead you don't get involved, or you get involved, but you don't get involved to resolve the issues for the benefit of the Jamaican people. Choose Jamaica. No, you, and the minister and the rest, agriculture, I say, no want lift tariffs off of produce coming into Jamaica now. Rip up, mash up the small farmer. How you choose Jamaica with that? How? How you choose Jamaica when you sell off the beaches, the rooms on the beach? Me, I'll go back to that one there because that one there is just blatant. How you choose Jamaica with that? Somebody said the other day, I don't remember. Oh, I think said so that shows I wonder if when you were growing up and them saying you go shop and you come back, them ask you where the change there, because you don't want to give them the change. It was a satirical look at you. Because they must say, where you get this behavior from? Where you get it from? But you know what? What we are going to do, we're having more videos we want because we want to open up the phone line and have people call in and get involved in the discussion. Let me just run through these people. Oh, Kevin, we have some videos where they weren't playing. I don't know why, my brother. But the video them not play. Hold on there. Hold on there. We have to play that one there now for Minister Vaz. Minister Vaz, I love that one, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Water promise. We need more go there, sir. PM Oldness. Let me see this.
This Andrew Holness rescue the country from.
Right. We'll skip the one there, but you see one there? See, born in 9 Miles, but according to Andrew, still not Jamaican. One love. One love. One love. Here is this song. I'll dedicate this to Minister Darrell Vaz. Straight from the people of Jamaica to Minister Darrell Vaz and the cabinet. Surcharge action we are called from. This week, people, we are going to tell you how you can file a complaint with the Auditor General to get her involved to do a special audit of this rural school bus program. Because we need to get the money back. We need to get the money back. And then what I would like to see is this. We are collect some buses up here because there's a possibility that we might get a whole heap of buses. A real possibility. But, me search my heart and search my soul. And I said to myself, but the buses, they're not good for the environment and they're not good for the children. No, the buses that we would send to Jamaica, they cannot be used to transport children 5 days a week. But they could be used as mobile classrooms, learning centers, to transport people on a Sunday to church, food trucks. Farmers could use them to move produce from market, from field to market. And there are other uses. And some people have reached out to me and said they need 3 buses. 2 people, I think, have reached out to me and said they need 3 buses. What we would have suggested is that them take them buses there off of the street and give them to the people. The same people would have liked me to send buses for them to do all of this stuff. I don't mind doing it, but the government need to just revamp this program and just take off them buses there and say, listen, we're going to just sell them at a minimum price so that people can use them for these purposes and mandate that this is the purpose. These are the purposes that for which you can use these buses. And then get the surcharge from these people, the cabinet and Minister Vaz and the Prime Minister, and then go and buy the coaster buses. There's no emergency. Auditor General, you will be getting a request this week. And we just ask that you do the right thing. And the right thing is this. special audit. Whatever you find, you find. We're not telling you what to find, but if you need, at least in my case, I wouldn't be asking for an audit. I'd be providing you with information to complete your audit. So if you need information, I have a lot of information. I will give you the information. I have information that I will not release on the program. I will release it to you on the provision that it remains confidential. Because we have people we have to try and protect. But that's what I'm not telling the people said there's so much that we know around here, but we just can't talk about it. Because the source is singular in nature. And if once you mention it, people will know where it came from. So that's why we're not going to do that. So, but Minister Vaz, this is your song. Rewind. There you go. Dollar. And if I had been quick on the draw, I would have had not one bus, but I would have had 8 buses for $8, people. Now tell me, say, that is not a good deal. By extension, I could have gotten 110 buses for $110. Think about that. Think about that. Let me open up the phone line. Kevin, where you there? Because if the phone now working, if it pop, then you have to go jump in and come help you, Papa. And by the way, people, we have Kevin the bot. Well, Kevin there. Kevin the bot. Look at this. Just the bus. This bus thing here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, we have over 120 entries in just, we have a bus folder, and that does not include videos. That's just documents that we have on the bus, the rural school bus program. More than 120 documents sitting right up here. We can't get to them. And if you notice, I didn't even bother, because if we put up the documents and start, we wouldn't reach far. This is for like when the Auditor General, when we talk to the Auditor General, we can supply her with these documents. And then there's one document that's not up here, that is 2 documents, and they're about 200 pages. That's one of our secret documents. We didn't want to put that up. So, hey, by the way, the phone line open, folks. 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. We've been here since 3 o'clock. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We've been here 8 hours, going on 9 hours. And we can go for another 9 hours, because when we are breaking news, Andrew Holness's sons do not have a Jamaica ID to vote. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to the special edition of Reason with Rattigan and Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good evening, Mr. Radical. Dark class from evening, sir.
Oh,
when
Miss
start
P.
me inside of you.
Okay.
When you start me inside you. Big up to everybody, yes.
Talk to us.
No, what a breath of fresh air. But you know what me want you do for me and the Jamaican people? We want you make some dive deep with Spark Darrell Band. Come here, watch it on Lonesome. He have 2 dates of birth. 15 of December 1968 and 15 of December 1963. So we want you look, we know you have the eagle. If a Puerto Rico band or back then you could have fraud something and get one of the age scrape. Something right there. Well, and now eating at the document where you can find online. Because you know, say, when you becomes a public person, WikiLeaks or whatever, put you up and da. But a 2 days of birth, then fine.
Well, the document I have in front of me, I can find that out. That's no problem. But the document I have in front of me, he was born in St. Andrew. So
yes.
His father is Douglas and his mother is Sonia. His mother is from. Yeah, we can't find that.
We don't know if they are Puerto Rican back. You have a Jamaican father, Puerto Rican mother.
Yes.
But we never say a Puerto Rican back.
Okay.
Right?
So you want to know when did born?
Breaking news.
You want to know when born and you want to know when birth date.
Eh?
You want to know when him did born and when him did born.
In born 1958.
No, I thought it said 63.
And then one of the ones said 1963. So we don't know which one.
Okay. So you want confirm which one is the correct one.
Yes, and we want to know we want you to find out if a Jamaican born or a Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Because any Puerto Rican born, let's lose here. I mean, I want your query no Jamaican authority. I want your query Puerto Rico authority. If over them born record must be the fee. You understand? So they can't mix up nothing like out here. My little fool brain tell me say Puerto Rico is a part of America. You go and buy America. And that's what we have to
Yeah, it's an American territory. Yeah.
So if you're born there, you consider American. Because you have to get a visa to go there. Regardless, they are in the Caribbean. Am I correct?
Yes, it is a U.S. territory. Yeah.
Right. So me understand. Then now, me I hear say the then Prime Minister, 2 sons, do not have a vote in Jamaica. Me not call him the Prime Minister. He's the then Prime Minister. So me said them not no vote and them big enough to vote. What can go so?
So
no mark only 3 people them can vote, yeah. And then the voters list. So all that look. Then this man tell me to choose Jamaica.
So I guess Miss P is
my life Wednesday morning. Me I choose Jamaica by voting him out. I can't tell you nobody now which are my polling station before me. My ballot will be the first one in the box.
So
all right.
The Prime Minister, when he said you need to choose Jamaica and that you're not Jamaican if you don't make proper choices for Jamaica, then if his sons have not registered to vote in Jamaica, then they're not making wise choices for Jamaica.
Well, we are going to to him, but me choose Jamaica because the man said my birth paper cannot define say me a Jamaican and the choice when me make.
Right.
So me never ask to be born, me never choose to be born and choose by nobody to born. Me born ya and me grow here and me live here, so me no know. And as me said the other night, me no want to come America, them are going to deport me. But to all them are going over there with the ice, me no want ice send me a El Salvador. So me na big melting pot, say boy, it look like England, little better. Or you call Mr. Marshall, yes, me know South Africa.
Yeah, man.
We make good on South Africa.
All right. All right.
So, and again, me thank you for your good work and fit boy, your good do. Because when you start, me don't come off, you know, you're real soldier. So, night people, me say, you know, big me up. Me stirring a big up yourself. Me feed all that we are big me up. Big up on yourself as well. All that with our class and we are learning. And boy, Mr. Ratty, kudos to you. Kudos. I went out into Milico town today, and we have, you know, the election season.
Right.
So, you know, we are chat and I beat some big man, I beat them left, right, and center. A man just called me across the road and buy me 2 guineas. He said, if you have more money, I give me. When I lick him with knowledge where I get from you, when I lick him left, right, and center, I tell him, said, Jamaica is a business place. And Joan is the CEO. And we give him the job. And the job is so where we do. Keep him seeing where? Then the business is going to mash up.
Ah.
The man said, but you know, I look at it from the angle. I mean, I remind him about the gas, the electricity, where the man said, okay, I don't big company come from 2016 and 2020. And he come back this time again. So I say, why fool? You fool me, want your fool. Let's make you fool me twice and thrice. Can't work. And when we start to lick them with knowledge, lick them with the constitution, yeah, well, I'm man. But a whole man like I not even know 1 year so. 1 year so. Let me tell you that the law will govern the land where you're not supposed to go above. You must always stay below it, underneath it, because it's set there. A man say me no say so I go. So when me I tell you about how a man got here and play house, say no so I go. Mr. Tim said even if a government land, then the crown land is our land. We go live for it, no problem. Now the government want to do development. The government supposed to find place, put me and give me time to evacuate. The prime minister not have no right to do that. If the judge must write me or then call me in some whatever and we tell them, say, right, me I know if you live and the government will come now and give me a wealth, whatever it is. But he have no right at all to call on the whole army and tell them people house. It no work so.
True. True.
And the man say I want nephew with police like I've been doing a murder him. When wife mosquito bite him, now kill him mosquito. So we say, you see it now. People say, might I tell them say a gun, but they never seen with no gun. Then on the right kick off into them the other night and go murder him in front of him Pitney. That worse than a gun, man. You see the security force and you say, we are going to run to.
Mm-hmm.
The man said, miss, you know what we attack? So me start to share Rattigan. He must have watched it now. So I share what on with him. Me share Mystic, me share Loan, so me share Rattigan, come reason Rattigan, Andre Steven. I share every say sit down and watch them people here. Watch the whole one them kind of good on now, watch it come down and read the topic and learn themselves. Me have those Guinness them have some to drink when because me not a drinker. So put them in my bag. So when me I do my tally, me I feel so coming out work Wednesday and Thursday.
All right. All right,
So,
Miss B.
When them a score, me a score too.
See there?
So
See there? I'm going to grab that card there.
Yourself, and words can't explain
Mm-hmm.
how grateful we are. We can't pay you money. The job where I do, it's priceless.
Thank you.
Nothing but earth can't pay you.
Thank you.
And
Much
you do it liars. And that is the greatest about it. And
Thank
we
you.
appreciate you. And with the help of you, we know Thursday morning, Jamaica going to feel a different breeze. We know everything that going to come one time.
Mm-hmm.
But at least if food come out of our neck, so it become blood, we take time start to run again. So till it better.
Mm-hmm.
Tired of it, man.
Mm-hmm.
We are so tired. we are confused. See, right now, the school system in Jamaica, parents is so confused. It a open school a open Monday, it a put off, and it a this when the man shall call election and get it over with, and make we have a school opening calm and easy. Some people are go today, some are go tomorrow. You can't bother with that. Me not send to one until this over. And till the next 2 days again, we can't work with it. So, next somebody else call him. Big up yourself.
All right. Take care, Miss B.
Yeah, man.
All right. Bye-bye. You know, one of the things that just as Miss B talk and not focus on some other things and not focus on what she has said, one of the things that came to mind was in September 2016, I heard the Prime Minister. Carla, good night. Welcome to...
Mr. Rattigan, good night. From 3 o'clock to almost midnight. How you do it, Mr. Rattigan?
I do it because the people are my fuel, man. The people are my fuel.
Hello? Anyway, I have 2 questions for you.
Can you hear me?
It sounds so low. Hold on, let me see my phone turn up. You hearing me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Okay, number one question. With all of these companies that Andrew Holness is involved with and in, are all of these financial institutions start these companies to hide money away? And answer that one. And the next one is, hold on. The next one is about these, what you call it, their promotions. These promotions that is given. Because in the history of Jamaica, an election, I've never seen anything like this. And I want to ask, is this right to be done? Is it like a strategic promotion? Because, excuse me, this is not neutral. It's not neutral to me. And I'm wondering if it's just a political manipulative kind of situation, you know, that Andrew Holness come up with, you know, to say it's like the reason is, you know, to give merit or something like that for, you know, for these people to do, you know, what you call it there, come up with some, you know, strategies for him to win the election. Because I've never seen anything like this. There's a lot of promotion that went on, even with the person who is in the EOJ. So, I mean, what's really going on? You know, it looked to me like it's a manipulative type of situation, you know, for him to score votes or, you know, merit or something like that. So explain to me, sir. Be confused with that. I never see this yet. Let me hang up on your answer, okay?
Okay. Thanks. The promotion, Miss Philly, the promotion piece, I don't know. I know that candidates are allowed to advertise. I don't know if there are any restrictions on when they can advertise, how they can advertise, who they can advertise with. I'm not sure about the advertisement piece. So if it seems as if that the advertising is skewed in one direction, in the direction of the Prime Minister and his party, that may very well be because they're spending money that they have accumulated for political purposes. The key question is, where did the money come from? You know, it's not so much that they're getting the lion's share of the airwaves, traditional media or social media to advertise. It's where did the money, it's source of funding. Where did the money come from? that brings me to the first question. If he's using the companies that he formed to launder funds and enrich himself, we don't know. We suspect certain things, but we don't know. And that's why we were waiting for that's why first we were waiting for him to respond to the Integrity Commission and provide the information that they requested so that they could either clear him or refer him for prosecution for violating anti-corruption laws. That's number one. Number two, that's why we're waiting for the Financial Investigations Division to determine, which way they're going to go, because the Prime Minister's case was referred to them, and we haven't heard anything so far. Now, having said that, we have to consider the fact that the Prime Minister said on the debate stage the other night that the investigation was over, that he wasn't under investigation. And we talked about it earlier, and I'm saying, what would prompt him to say something like that? Is there something that he knows that we don't? And he's telegraphing a message, wittingly or unwittingly. Knowingly or unknowingly, he's telegraphing a message that everything is going to be fine or everything is fine. We don't know. So therein lies the issue of transparency, that it shouldn't be like this, because we're supposed to know what's going on with our government officials, particularly when it comes to issues of corruption. And we just don't know. So the question you ask is a very pertinent question, but it's one that I cannot answer, because we're still waiting for more information to say whether or not he was using these companies to further acts of corruption. We don't know. We suspect, but we don't know. And so you and I and our brothers and sisters, we're all waiting for the Financial Investigations Division or the Integrity Commission to come forward with a report saying our Prime Minister was involved or our Prime Minister was not involved, and therefore we're clearing him and clear up the statutory declarations. Caller, good night. Welcome to a special edition of Reason with Rattigan and Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yeah. Mr. Ratty, you know me, I'm Miss P. Me call back.
Yes, Miss P.
To make a point. And I'm speaking to the Jamaican people. Oh, sir. Listen to me. We might not at university, but make we use with common sense and we back to stop our maths. For a civil servant to pay a help at $32,000 per week. So enough. Whoa, $32,000. But the civil servant gets 0% increase. And that same civil servant have to pay a hefty light bill. That civil servant probably has to get a little food. No, what you believe will happen, and that is $32,000 a week. Without the civil servant get increase. That means job cut, job chop. Because what? If me can't pay my bills, or me I go pay you. So it's either me stop work and still look at my picnic. Right? I pay you 2 days a week or something. But anyway you take it, job have to cut. You cannot get $32,000 one dip as a minimum wage. Right? You have to, Jamaican people have common sense. Don't make them people fight, no. Yes, we need livable wages, but you know how we, on the lower scale, get livable wages? when our employer get raised, then we can get raised. So you have to peg the salary to the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right, Mr. Rattigan?
You're right. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Yes, you're right.
Am I right?
Yes.
So people stop jump up about 32,000. It worked more than that. But enough so I go. You have to learn the matrix of the thing. If me not get raised up here, me I go pay you. Look, that's common sense that. So we stop run up and down about 32,000. Imagine the Prime Minister launch a manifesto to some drunken people and the rum and ganja and whatever else. And he still never put that in the manifesto.
Right.
He write a pamphlet of achievements and he never put that in the same intent to. He wait for the last, for the wire to come fight me with 32,000. Nothing go, it can't go so. And it will never go so at this time. It can go so, but not now. The first people you have to take care of are the employer them. Remember, we would have been the employee. So me can't pay you when me not get no pay. So I don't have sense that I go cause more job cut, more anything else. Wake up, people. Wake up. Smell the coffee. Taste the coffee. Nothing can go so. It's a political trickery. Come on, people, man. Use the buckle stop for them. Ask somebody if you don't understand it good. Find somebody reputable to a question. Now make no $32,000 make you go vote. To get deport. Okay? And I yield back.
All right, my babe. All right, take care. No, you see, Miss P right, you know, because listen, him say over the next few years, I'm not tell you how many years, they're going to double it from 16 to 32. But him say, as come next year, March or April, whenever them read the budget, April, it'll go from 16 to 18, 5. No, like Miss P said, civil servants, I get 0. Meanwhile, the helper, I get an additional 2,500. So you know what that means? That simply means that the civil servant is going to say to the helper, I cannot afford to keep you here 5 days a week. You're going to have to, I'll pay you 1,600, but that will be for 3 days or 4 days. And you're going to have to go do the 5 days work in 4 days. That's only going to call for more exploitation. So them come with this bird brain idea and try to sell it to us because them think we're dumb, dark, and stupid. And a lot of us jump up and carry on. But you know, I heard a story, and I must tell all of you about this story. I heard a story that there's a big laborite yard, and somebody stopped by, and people in the yard, and them a ring bell, and them a carry on. And people had a conversation with them. And them ask, you know, why, with everything that the government has done or has done that's impacting the development of our people and our country, why would you come out and ring bell and carry on for a continuation of the same, of continuation of what's going on? And the response was that I work where I work. We don't necessarily support what's going on where I work. I just hope when you're going at the polling station and you go for vote, that you go with that same attitude. That listen, whatever happened outside there, whatever happened at the mass rallies, and we are jump up and down and carry on when we hear the nonsense. A lot of us got paid to do that. We were performing. And now we're in a polling booth, and now it's crunch time. And crunch time should be very easy. Again, You are the owners, you are the financiers, you are the shareholders, you are the employers. And the board is up for renewal or extension of their contract. And you have to sit there now and say, okay, are they deserving of an extension of the contract for another 5 years? And if you look within your heart and you look at your children and you look at your community and you look at where Jamaica is, I don't know how you could say, yes, they deserve an extension. I really don't. But all I can do is present you with the facts, arm you with the facts so that you can go in and be an informed voter. So that when you put your X wherever it's supposed to go, wherever you want it to go, that you can come out and you can say to yourself, I've done my civic duty, I've done it well, and my conscience is clear. And my heart is clean. I did the right thing. That is all I ask of you when we have this shareholders meeting on Wednesday. Just go in and do the right thing. This board is contaminated. This board is rotten to the core. This board could care less about you. And then on the eve of the shareholders meeting, they wouldn't even say make them nice up the thing and do something nice that them can just use that now as a banner going with the momentum into the shareholders meeting. Instead of doing that, what did they do? They might insult to injury, 1.4 billion, buy up some old buses and come and try sell them to you now and tell you that this is value for money. Right on the eve of the election, them come do this. And then they make statements like, just because you were born here doesn't mean you're a Jamaican. You have to make choices. By the way, who is going to determine whether the choice I make for Jamaica is good or bad? Who? The Prime Minister? You see the choices where he make. You see the choices that he made. He has done more to damage the brand, if there's such a thing, brand Jamaica. He's done more to damage it than anything else. And by the way, they gave a contract to a company to enhance brand Jamaica, and we haven't heard anything. I must look fit. We haven't heard anything about that contract, people. We have not heard anything. Let me just do a quick check and see if there's any update. One second, bear with me. And I think it was Aubin Hill's ministry that was responsible for that. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, this was last year, November. They said they're coming up with a nation brand initiative being led by the Office of the Prime Minister and funded by the World Bank's Foundation for them get money from people to do this. I don't know if it's a loan. It is. Spanish firm Bloom Consulting renowned for its extensive expertise in nation, city, and place branding, along with its local partner, One Integrated Group Limited, and UK-based Portland Communications, have been engaged to develop a complete nation brand strategy that will include visual identity, governance framework, and the implementation plan for the strategy. Where is the work product? How many of you knew this? That the government spend money, give a Spanish company money to enhance brand Jamaica? How many of you knew this? And nobody asks a question like, hey, what happened to the money? Where is the work product? See, that's why them can't deal with me, you know. That's why them can't deal with me, because you see what happened is that my brain work like mnemonics. You know? For those of you who don't know, mnemonics is where you can use abbreviations to remember a whole bunch of things. Mnemonics is like you can remember a word. If you remember a word, and once you remember that word will just will open up. You can use that one word to memorize a whole bunch of things. So what happens? You memorize a whole bunch of things, but it's connected to this one word. So once you remember that one word, don't forget the one word though. But if you remember the one word, it opens up everything for you, and you remember everything. Well, what happens is that that's sometimes how I think. That's sometimes how I've been trained to think. So what will happen is that I will hear a word or a phrase, and it triggers a whole bunch of things. It's a technique. And I'll one of these days I'll show you how it works. But that's sometimes that's how I think. So I will be talking, and then you say something to me, and it just opens up a whole range of items, not just one, a whole range of items, because it's a technique that you can actually memorize a whole bunch of things. And we had a joke one time that somebody memorized a whole bunch of things and connected it to one word, and then they forgot the word. That's why I say you can't, if you're doing mnemonics and you memorize one word, try not to forget that word, because if you forget the word, you forget everything, you know. But let me move that. So nobody else ever call me. All right. Well, we have a lot more things to talk about, but we're not gonna finish it today. We haven't talked about the debates plural in a fulsome way. And we haven't talked about the manifesto. Look, I know a lot of you haven't read the damn thing and will not read it. But it's important to know what they have said in it that they're going to do. And it's important to note that a lot of the things that they've said they're going to do, they said it last time and they said it the time before. And I can give you one quick example. They said that they're going to put in their 10-point plan in 2016, they said we're going to put UDC on the stock market so that middle-class Americans can invest in Jamaica, own a piece of Jamaica, and trigger development of Jamaica through their investment in UDC. They said that in 2016. They came back in 2017 and they said the same thing. No, in 2016, they said, we're going to accomplish this in 5 years. 2020, they came back, same promise. We're gonna put UDC on the stock market so that ordinary Jamaicans can own a part of Jamaica. As if we don't own it already, but we just don't act like owners. And this year, maybe a month or so ago, I was asking the question, I was like, when are you guys going to put UDC on the stock market? Because they said they're going to use the money from UDC to revitalize, partially use some of it to partially fund the revitalization of downtown Kingston and the Vernon Field corridor. And when I asked the questions, they wrote me and they said, Mr. Rattigan, we are not on the stock exchange because we have not been instructed to offer shares on the stock exchange. No, here's a government, that says 2016, we're going to do it twice in the 10-point plan that they have. It was point number 4 and point number 10. Point number 4, we're going to put it on the stock exchange. Point number 10, we're going to take the funds and partially revitalize downtown Kingston and the Vernon Field corridor. 2016. 2020, we are going to put it on the stock market. And in 2025, UDC says, nobody told us to be on the stock market. Water, we won't even talk. The Senate seat for the diaspora. That's an interesting one. Caller, good night. Welcome to the special edition of Reason with Rattigan.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, ma'am.
One more question.
Sure.
The names of the illicit, it was what, 8? I understand it's 10, not quite sure.
Neither am I.
Will, after the government changes, will we know the names of these people? Because some of these people might be elected on the other side to be in parliament. So will we happen to know when the government changes?
Okay. All right. Y'all hang up and let me answer the question.
Okay.
All right. The question is the illicit parliamentarians or the parliamentarians under suspicion or under investigation for illicit enrichment or it's illicit enrichment. I was going to say unjust enrichment. Illicit enrichment. Will we know about them when we have a change of government? That remains to be seen, because remember now, the Integrity Commission, even though it's a creation of the Parliament, it is supposed to act in an independent and objective manner, not to the whims and the caprices of the party in power. What that means is that they're there to do a job without any influence as to who is running the government. So that decision will be left entirely up to them. Will a Mark Golding administration influence them or could influence them to? I doubt it. And I would hope not, because if you really want to make this thing a success, you cannot have it bending to the will of the ruling party. You have to have them separate and apart, independent, doing what they're supposed to do. So I don't know if we will know the names of those people anytime soon. I don't know. I'm a little bit disappointed, though, that it has been years and we haven't seen a few of these, the results of a few of these investigations. I'm disappointed that we haven't seen it. It shouldn't take them that. Jamaica is not that big a country. We might, and in fact, we don't believe Jamaica is that big of a country, because we say we're little, but we're taller. Jamaica is not that big of a country that it should take you that long to get the investigation completed. And if you have to reach out to your international partners to garner additional information, it shouldn't take that long. So I don't know what's taking them that long, but it is what it is. But to answer your question, Miss Philly, I don't know. It's up to them. It's up to them. But look, folks, I could go on for another 9 hours, because I'm telling you, when I talk about my Jamaica, when I talk about my Jamaican people, I get very passionate. I'm never tired. Never tired about talking about Jamaica. And think about it. I'm a newbie to this thing. I've been doing this thing, I think, for 3-4 years. I started after COVID. 2020. Yeah, I started after that. But when, they say, find a job you love and you'll never work another day of your life. And that's what's going on with me right now. I'm not working because I love what I'm doing. And I'm doing this for the people of Jamaica, not for me. And so I'm going to bid you farewell, but I would be remiss to do so without this.
A nation of many people working as one. A nation that would...
There we go.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learned about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Let me just say thanks for joining me, and I look forward to seeing you real soon. Good morning.